Alright, hopefully we're live. Well, in 30 seconds we will be anyway.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's only just begun.
Today, I will push my limited equipment to the limit.
What a champion. Alright, looks like we got 3 boys from Cybern over here already. Yeah, just getting them in. Loaders. Let's see. Alright, our first fight looks like it's going to be Cybern and CRS, but let's take a little look-see at the bracket while we're here.
Life support acquired.
Thank you for the sub.
Not like this, 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 not like this.
Thank you, Sibs.
You're back.
Alright, so let me know how the audio sounds. Hopefully it's good to go. It's be a pretty standard double elimination bracket for the main fights of the tournament. Then the winner of the tournament will be fighting in a round robin with both Hack and MCE in relation to some of the problems we ran into earlier. Other than that, pretty easy. Let's see. Got all 4 members of Cybern by the looks of it. Got a few members of CRS coming in. Is all of CRS in? Gotta get some boomer juice going. There we go. Waiting for just Wiseman. Okay. Let's see. Do you have that link to the videos there? No?
I'll set it up after this match.
Okay. Does CRS and Cybern have a video?
Oh, you mean, right, the videos. I thought you meant the patient picture stream. One sec.
Nope. Figure if we're waiting around, we might as well play what we got for the teams.
Cybern, UOD, MCR are the ones that are submitted.
Let's see, I also have one from Hack in my DMs.
No. So, Cyber submitted one?
Yeah, got one.
Alright.
There we go. Let me just set that up
Cool.
just to see if it's actually gonna play audio.
Satellite link established.
Yeah, looks like it is playing audio. Pull this up on screen and hopefully this works.
Agent fly support.
It's too late, Kakarot. I have the solid rocket booster.
Pretty good.
Wow, that was quite the height track. Did appreciate that Zero's clip involved the frame rate and sync speed dropping to nothing.
Oh yeah. Not bad. I like it.
Alright, let's get some ships spawned in. Looks like Wiseman needs to re-download his mods, poor guy.
Pain.
There we go.
No, I did set a long timer on the bets. Apparently, everyone wants Cybrand to beat the other Cybrands, but
Just watch Talos get eaten by the spawn station. That is a auspicious start to a fine day of Starcore.
oh, outstanding.
Oh yeah. Okay, looks like we're all good, more or less. Just waiting on the nurse to spawn in the ship so we can actually take a look at them.
We're to tell him to try to get everybody in before we let them spawn.
Yeah, Wiseman's just re-downloading all the shit, so once he starts joining, just get people to cut their ships. We just do some harm dist. Okay. Let's start looking at some ships. So first up, got the Cybran Mastodon Gigantium? Gigantium. 25 million mass, 10,000 total blocks, 8,700 battle points, 15 million shields. It's that classic Cortez-like design. With 4 Erebus, 4 mag coils, 1 flare, blink drive, 3 focus beams, and that's just about it. But man, look at that greebling.
So, 60 has made some interesting improvements to the Cortez design.
Oh yeah?
I like how it looks. Don't get me wrong, the Cortez was a nice looking ship, but I mean, it was a bit.
It was a little basic in some cases, I'll agree.
Yeah.
It's a fine
I
upgrade.
For the delay, Steam is sabotaging me.
Oh no.
Well,
the computer sabotaged me, and then Steam sabotaged me.
you have until the end of the ship showcase before you need to be here, so you got time. Down here we got Hexcream, flying the Peconk Fury, GT3, 7 million mass, 7,000 blocks total, with a 2.4 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, pretty good. 15.9 million shields and an 8750 just about. With a blink drive, 2 afterburners, 2 battleship cannons, 3 Hydras, 2 SRMs, and 2 Erebus. That is a aggressive loadout. I'll call it that. Aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, the Cybran Berserker GT500 GT3 edition. Look at that pinstripe. Is that what you call pinstriping? Rally lines? I don't know what you call that, but whatever it is, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. I go with pinstriping.
Yeah, just, tasty. You don't see that very often. Has 6 slingers, 2 focus beams, 2 hydras, 2 airbows, 2 gimbal lasers, 2 Mark III battleship cannons, an afterburner, there it is, That's just about it. It's all kill, all thrill. Not a lot left for durability. So
Yeah, pretty lightly armored there, considering its size.
9 million mass, yeah. Only about 1,215 heavy blocks out of a total of 4,000. So when I say only, I mean damn near a quarter. I would suggest that he looks at his shield shunting. Looks like he is leaving his shunts open. Any chance we'll ever get mirroring sprays? I'm going to defer that for later. I'm not sure how possible that is, but as far as I know right now, that's not on the cards. Anyway. Over here with Tumor, SVT, flying the SC Cougar frigate gunship. 7.1 million kilograms, 2,400 blocks total. 800 blocks of them are heavy. The 1.1 thrust-to-weight ratio, it's actually one of the lesser powered ships on the field for Cybrid. 14 million shields.
Sorry.
What's up?
He's peppered himself with bullet holes.
Yeah. It's like old medieval armor. When guns first came out, they would have the armor, wear the armor to get shot in the chest. And if he survived, well, it's good armor. If he didn't, well, oh well. And that looks like good armor to me.
Oh. A little bit of extra greebling there.
Oh yeah, all over the place.
Okay.
PvE tragedy. This is so sad.
I love the couch.
Ask the concept of math about it. Well, theoretically speaking, everything is possible. How feasible it is, who knows? Just grab all 4 ships there onto the tracker. Oh no! They're 12 battle points over. What happened?
Somebody got a little too fresh with their greebling allowance.
Check your shit, my guys. Alright. Hopping over to CRS here. I believe Wiseman is still on the way. Got Engine Rich Exhaust, also known as Artificer, Nate, Nathaniel, and Bad Modder, flying the Hurricane. Owned by Zero. He needs to make sure that claim is set to him. 9.2 million mass with 11,000 blocks total, and almost no heavy blocks at all. 17.6 million shields. Decent numbers. Fascinating design concept here, where we're taking like the ring ship idea and kind of turning it into 2 loops on the side, so you're still getting that shield fit advantage without committing to the full ring around the whole ship and compromising your top-end turrets. But speaking of top-end turrets, not a lot here. We got 4 LRM launchers, 1 monopole, 2 flares, 1 RWR, 4 focus beams, a crossfield, an afterburner, and 2 Heimdall. That's it. Oh, there it is. That's a monopole grid. And over here, you got the Locus of Intent. Says Zero, but I promise you it is going to be flown by Wiseman as soon as he gets into the game. It's 8,699 battle points, 17.8 million shields. With 5 Asterius, 2 Tartarus, 2 Cockatus, 4 Flares, 1 RWR, and 2 Mammons. Rather classical loadout of a brick with guns on it. But it is a sloped brick. It's a pretty brick. It's not really fitting into the design aesthetic of the rest of the team. CRS going for more of a personalized per player loadout by the looks of it. TWR of 0, which means I just need to repaste it, I think. And over here we have the Valley class cruiser, flown by Talus, who needs to claim his grid, with a 0.6 thrust-to-weight ratio. It's going to be quite fat moving around on 13 million mass, only 13.8 million shields. Thank you for the sub.
Do explosions.
I agree. Got 6 Erebus, 4 Baneless, 8 Asterius, 2 PDT, 2 Crossfield, and that's pretty much it. So this is a very PD heavy grid. Very classic kind of semi-arrowhead, but beveled off. Not sure what to call that, but it does look nice. Ooh. Got a bunch of gift subs there. Thank you very much. And over here we have Zero flying the Dostya Starfire. 10.4, let's call it 10.5 million mass. A thrust weight ratio of 1.7 to 1. 16.8 million mass. 2 Gladius. 4 airbows. 4 slingers. 4 Mark III battleship cannons. And 2 magnetic coil cannons. Pretty good. Now, these vertical ships are always interesting in terms of how they take damage. Sometimes they can last for almost ever, and sometimes they fall apart almost immediately. Alright, scooting on back over to Cybran. Now, let's actually set these teams up. Do we have an ETA from Wiseman?
I'm not sure yet. As far as that vertical ship for Zero, I mean, even with his, you know, location disadvantages, he's done pretty well flying those things for the most part. Minus the odd lucky shot, he actually holds out pretty well.
Yeah, those lucky shots are going to be the death of them. Hopefully the lack of asteroids and the replacement of them with blocker boxes. Oh, Wiseman just got in. Very nice. That'll be okay. Let's see. Can both teams see all ships? And while we're here, I'm just going to run a retrack for Wiseman. Yeah, 1 sec, it's all streaming in. Hopefully it's gonna be everybody else can see everybody else. Otherwise we're good to go. Some backstory on why Wiseman was suddenly caught out. He had a drive die the other day, and that happened to be the drive that Spankings was installed on. Whoopsie! All good, though. He is now in game. Alrighty, are the teams ready?
Should be. Betting has closed. 56% for the main Cybran team, over 44% for the second Cybran team.
Alright.
Decent amount of tips on the table, though. Like a 2 1/4, 1 against on the odds.
While I wait for ready from the teams, I'm going to set up the keybinds for the spectator. Zero's called ready, so CRS is ready, waiting on Cybran. Cybran have called ready. All right. Gonna triple double check that damage is on, of course. Yeah, there it is. Gonna do a slash shields for teams here. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin! Cast Die Commit Kill, the first match of day 2 of the Grand Tournament 3 starts now. Early movement from the teams are out. It's like the Crystal Woods is standing in for Engine Richard's exhaust. I wonder what the deal with that is. The rest of CRS crawling forward towards the natural cap. It looks like Crystal Woods is just going full send towards the Cyber Natural Cap, trying to throw some fire their way. They're going to be exposed and out in the open for quite the distance, just out in the middle of nothing. Do they have a good plan for what to do about this? June is a perfectly acceptable pilot. That's Crystal Woods there. But the best world in the world, they're in open space getting shot at by Hydras. Alright, battle music. You should be able to hear that now. Hopefully that works. Missed the bets, that is unfortunate.
Sorry, they're up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get them next time. So if either team loses this, they are not knocked out of the tournament. They will need to lose twice. They will move on to another position. Got multiple people saying music. Is the music playing now? I have now changed it.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, whatever you need. Good to go. Looks like the Crystal Woods here is backing off from the onslaught of fire. Nothing in chat about anything being wrong. Got 1 cap per team so far. They are backing off as fast as they can. They haven't actually taken that much damage. Greetings, Otto. Remember, buddy, you're always welcome to join us in the commentators box. Crystal Woods continuing to take that Hydra fire from both Big Rig and Hex Scream by the looks of it. Talus in the distance now getting opened up on by 60's coil cannons. Talus trying to get in behind one of these blocker boxes, using them to reasonably good effect. Now turrets will still try to target and hit stuff through these blocker boxes, but their shots are being blocked. As you can see with the airbus kind of plinking away there. Hex Scream off in the distance here, acting as the team sniper. Shooting down onto Wiseman, long range Wiseman, who's currently dealing with Big Rig pretty much alone, but he does have some backup from Zero off to his flank. Now, if he is shunting full forward, that's going to be a problem against that heavyweight airbus fire, especially as teams get closer to each other. Got Big Rig going to be at a slight advantage with the slingers versus the Asterius and other weapons on Wiseman. Those Mammoths, however, might make the difference against them. Those Hydras, though, especially against something like Zero's vertical ship, there's just so many things packed so close together that almost anywhere on this entire grid taking significant damage is going to result in something critical being lost. Big Rig still getting shot at on his lonesome. Looks like he's holding up just fine so far. And there he goes, gonna swap the camera over to another position on the field. Got Tumor in behind Zero. And Zero's gonna be at an extreme disadvantage. Let me pull out here, and this might be a bit confusing to follow. See if we can figure out where everybody is in relation to each other. So the Crystal Woods and Talus are up more close to the center of the map with 60, who is unharassed, pulling in behind them. Looks like he's gonna capture at the center zone. Wiseman firing a Coctus into Big Rig.
Zero has lost shields and he is starting to take hull damage.
Ooh, Zero's shields are down. Wiseman still doing okay for himself. Looks like that Coctus did actually manage to do damage, but not quite as much damage as Zero is currently taking while he's rolling on the edge of the boundary, trying to follow after Big Rig. Now, Zero has had sinking issues before, where he'll think his ship is still okay on his screen, but otherwise it's, well, very much not. But most of his main drive has just been torn straight off from that side aspect by Tumor. Tumor trying to just cut him down to pieces, but Tumor's also vulnerable to the Crystal Woods in the background. That monopole might pretty much one-shot poor Tumor's ship with how many components are in close proximity, but the Crystal Woods might just be too far away. Zero taking some Tartarus fire, doing yet more damage, but it looks like he's already dead stick. He's still in the cockpit, having trouble rotating. He's got those large gyros there, but who knows how much power is still active. That might be a useful stat to have, huh? Not sure how to display it, but he's just falling apart. Well, you can't say that they were aiming for anything in particular and they weapon stripped him, huh?
Yep, he's almost out of weapons, he's almost out of thrusters, he's only got a few large reactors for power left. And there goes 2 of the large reactors, there's 1 large reactor and maybe a battery left.
And he's still alive. For now, anyway. Denying the enemy team those tickets and advantage.
And he should be down to 0 effective power at this point. He must just need repair. And 2%, 1%.
Oh, there he goes. 0 goes red first. First blood goes to Cybrin. Goes unknown after being killed. Looks like it's still okay. Wiseman picking apart Big Rig ship through his shunts best he can. Took some damage to the rear aspect. I think that afterburner might be down. That thruster in the back definitely is down, but it's still there. Hextream, having lost some of his fins, his little wingy bits, going to lose some shield fit effectiveness, but those are mostly greebles. Wiseman's brick is fairly tanky as to be expected. This is kind of a difficult situation for those Hydras to just get through, but it looks like a bunch of those hydrogen thrusters on the bottom have already been severed from whatever network they were on. Ooh, apologies for the camera. Kelly PS4, I just bought it. That's it's good to hear, buddy.
Hey.
He bought? Don't be it. But Big Rig getting slammed by Erebus and also Coctus and some Tartarus. All these missiles hitting a very compact grid and just detonating on the interior. Big Rig being known for being cored out by such missiles pretty frequently in the past, and it looks like he's already lost one of those Hydras, just flew through the gap. Wiseman doing okay on shields. His shunting work is always masterful, especially when the game's working properly. Looks like 0 is, well, in possession of this particular grid. I wonder what happens.
Oh no, I think the pilot lost their main cockpit and they did not claim the ship, so it's reverted back to 0, who spawned all their ships. So.
We'll see how that goes. Since 0's out of his cockpit, he's going to be able to do some troubleshooting with his teammate there if it is a teammate skill issue problem. Wiseman, well, he's won the shield race against Big Rig, but he is currently losing his shields under the heavy weight of fire from what looks to be just about everybody. Hex Scream, Big Rig, and 60 all firing at once as 60 blinks. Was that a telefrag? Not quite. Bouncing off the shields just a bit, but it's not going to matter in a moment. Wiseman, like a corn on the cob, just getting whittled down from all aspects while rotating best he can. Those Asterios can be especially weak to losing tracking on rotation. But he still is throwing some long-range fire into Hex Scream, who's taken one of the capture zones. All 3 capture zones now belong to Cybrin. 60 looking pretty healthy. Big Rig not so much, but Wiseman's now falling apart.
Looks like the pilot that should be in that ship is Talos.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Talos, but no problem has been reported so far. The players do have the ability to type in /problem at any time, which will flash up a giant warning notification, but it looks like all 4 members of Cybrin are on top of things, and definitely on top of Wiseman as he just ablates backwards.
Big Rig has lost a cockpit.
Ooh.
Probably searching for a secondary.
Wiseman has lost half a ship. Don't worry, still flying the other half so far. Still counts for points, and Big Rig has lost maybe another cockpit. Is Talos hunting for cockpits? Looks like Talos is back in where he needs to be, and Big Rig is looking pretty dire.
Wiseman at 5% integrity, though. I think Cyberhand's main team still has the upper hand.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna have the upper hand. And Wiseman's still alive after losing yet another big chunk from what appeared to be a coil cannon hit.
0 effective thrust. 30.
That's it. Wiseman goes red. CRS down to 375 tickets and counting. It's just Talos and the Crystal Woods off in the distance. Crystal Woods being so aggressive at the start of the game has not been apparent for most of it. I wonder if that has made the difference as Talos starts to lose some of his main dive thrusters. Main dive thrusters? Main drive thrusters. Extreme having fun engaging Talos in a nose-to-nose dogfight while he has back from his team, firing those SRMs directly into Talos. Did any of those get through his shunt? No, looks like those did just splash off the shield. Unlucky, but not totally irrelevant. Those do a little bit of damage for sure, especially if he's modulating full kinetic, which would be a bad choice with all that Erebus fire coming in. Heavy energy damage, at least.
Tumor is doing what Tumor does best. He is doing a very nice field balance dance as he spins that perfect distance around his target.
Yeah, you see a lot of this Asterios fire missing. That's not because it's inaccurate, it's because he's constantly changing direction. By the time those bullets get to where he no longer is there. Or was going to be, rather. Talos losing yet more chunks of the front of his ship as the shields begin to collapse. Finally overheating.
Big Rig out of a cockpit again, ship disintegrating even farther, but still technically alive.
Looks like the Crystal Woods is going for the kill on Big Rig, just to say that the team got any kills at all. I would consider Big Rig pretty much mission kill already, but it looks like they want the name to turn red. Now, if Talus goes red, that is going to be game. 180 tickets and falling, 2 caps for Cyber and 1 cap for CRS.
4% on Big Rig, he's still holding strong.
Holding strong at 4% is an interesting statement. But he is still alive, so fair enough. Talus's shields are very tanky. I wonder if he's utilizing that heatsink mechanic to its full effect, despite missing a significant portion of his grid at this point, down to 60% total integrity remaining.
Yeah, still doing all right though. He's got a little over 2 gigawatts of power left. So, oh, his shields are about to collapse.
Yeah, that's gonna be over pretty quick for Talus if he just gets shot like that again. And Big Rig is back in his cockpit at 4%, and it looks like he has been left alone with actually nothing left.
Oh, he has a large reactor left still. Amazing.
Wow.
Thruster.
Oh, it looks like we're getting some ramming action from... Wait, what? Zero's now in ownership
now
of
he
Talus's grid?
Oh, he lost his cockpit again.
Oh, it looks like there was an
That ship.
input being sent? Or no, those are just dampeners, and I believe it's just ricocheting off the bounce zone as it is now executed under firing squad by Cybrin. And that's it, they go red, 0, game, we're done! 7 minutes left on the clock. Cybrin victory.
Amazing. Big Rig still alive at 4%.
Well,
Well played.
now that was a game.
Okay, Cybrain.
Hello.
Ah, welcome. How you doing?
Thought I'd take your invite and join up.
Yeah, what do you think so
Wanna
far?
Interrupt your commentary though. You're doing pretty good out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, Big Rig and Wiseman both an impressive display of tanking. I think Wiseman was down to 1% or even 0% by the time he went red.
Yeah, he sat under pretty much the entirety of Cybrin's gentle care administrations for what? 3 minutes? 4 minutes?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, it's a lot of fire he tanked.
My face when you ignore the monopole grid. Well, the monopole grid kind of ignored everybody else. Kind of wish I kept the camera on them, because I would like to know what happened. Where are you piloting that thing from? I'm gonna need specifics from you. I don't know what you're talking to. Or talking about, and who you're talking to.
He's probably asking Big Rig, who
yes.
had multiple cockpits that he had to bail from and run to the next one.
Yep. It is a little funny how that rather annoying quote-unquote feature from Keen, the addition of the what you're playing on next to your name, is actually turned into a feature for us. Whenever anybody is outside of the grid will show just their name, but when they're inside, it'll show like a little monitor next to it.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. So, what do you think of that match, Austin?
I mean, I had plenty of fun. We had a few things go horribly wrong.
Oh yeah?
Performance-wise? No, performance was fine. Talus's computer shut off. at
It
some
shut
point during the
off?
match. Like, his whole computer just
Oh.
turned off, and we had no idea. So his ship was just sitting there shooting stuff, so I guess it was still helping. But we just didn't
I saw
know.
that he wasn't in his ship and he hadn't claimed it. I scrolled down and I still saw him in the voice channel, so I'm like, hey, he must have lost his cockpit or something.
Yeah, I know, just total disconnect. And
Wow.
and our primary pilot, one of our primary pilots, hasn't shown up yet because of real life problems, but hopefully he'll show up for the next match. But I think everybody had fun. I certainly had fun throwing all of my missiles at Big Rig.
Yeah, I noticed that you guys had Crystal Woods in there doing those.
Yeah, she was giving us some
Right.
help with shot calling.
Sorry, boys, on Combat 2. Gonna need to run a restart there. That server is up for 3 hours and 40-something minutes. To ensure everybody gets best chance possible, we're gonna try to use fresh servers only. fresh within reason. But no, if every fight from here on out goes like that, I think we're gonna have a really good day. Because that would normally be like the highlight of a whole tournament, a fight like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have no reference for what anything looked like. It was pretty hectic. So yeah, how did it look from you guys' perspective?
You'll need to rewatch the stream because that, I think, was the first fight in memory that I was able to keep up in a constant stream of commentary from start to finish without really pausing.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's not
The
surprising.
only pause was when I was able to cut in so you could breathe.
Not surprising you had a hard time seeing out through all those explosions that were right on your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, yep, pretty good. So how does it feel, Otto, seeing all of your stuff now, not only meta, but favorited in some cases?
Not gonna lie, it's like kind of a warm and fuzzy.
And one of those warm and fuzzies. Well, the golden standard shall remain as such, best as we are able.
I get worried if it's too popular. I don't want to be the OP meta weapon.
Don't worry, there's some other things that were perceived to be that, and I'm not sure if it's because people specifically went out of their way to bring a reasonable amount of ship so the whole tournament would be fun for everybody and there wouldn't be anything excessive going on, or they made some interesting assumptions based off of closed testing in circumstances that weren't totally representative. We'll see.
It seems to me like so far it's a pretty good variety of weapons. So
yeah,
I think things seem like they're balanced out pretty well. There's no clear standouts of favorite weapons. I'm seeing a large variety. I think that's a good thing.
Certainly from team to team. And I do think that the pause period of 2 weeks followed by... Ooh, look at that. They put down a new spawn. New KSD Starcore spawn, Carstore spawn. There you go. Playing Samta. They actually put together a new logo. I'm not sure if we got that added to the sprays mod yet.
We did.
Oh, we did? Excellent. There you go. Clang Samta. What the hell was I talking about? Right, the 2-week
Not
pause
even
period.
bad. That's great.
So I think moving towards a fixed patch day for like twice a month or once a month with, here's a list of stuff. Actually try them out and cutting down on reactionary changes to much of anything unless it's very obvious. Like, wow, that core to ship immediately without me doing anything kind of stuff. I think that would be positive. Greetings, Potato Blue Island. Doing pretty good. Steal that grid for Season 3? Alright, I'll steal it. Just for Season 3, though. When Season 4 comes around, we'll delete it. Alright, just gonna get everybody in. They were all kind of ready to go before I restarted the server on them, so... Well. Alright, everyone in? Everyone in? Bro, I'm spider maxing. What did Versans mean by that? Is he floating away in a spider? Yeah. Look at him go.
That's a choice.
So, Turnip got into my DMs and said, last minute trailer, thanks Spartan, so I'm gonna... Oh wow. He actually did put something together, so give me just a moment to see if I can.
No, you're...
Put this out. Yeah.
Yeah, put that on screen. Sorry for the unprofessional nature of this. Let me just make sure that the teams are spawning. As soon as he's in spawn, yeah, there you go. Let's scroll down to display capture here. There we go. Hopefully the audio for this comes through.
your enemy, Clang Somtaw. These religious zealots worship Clang, a god of destruction and mechanical violence. KST pilots have been known to disregard their own safety and that of their allies to engage in melee combat with the enemy. often leaving fields of colliding scrap in their wake.
I don't really hear
Whether you
anything.
believe in Clang or not, the carnage they wreak is very much real. Fight exciting
me,
battles,
looking at this
discover
stream.
new planets, and defend humanity. Join
That's on Twitch
Starcore
stream.
now.
Yeah, he streamed it to the Twitch stream. So.
Well, that was pretty good. Shout out to Spartan for throwing that together for KST, because that was great. Sorry about the audio, guys. Let me distribute that to Inval to make sure he gets it so he can throw it to whoever asked for it. There you go. Put the standard music back on. Hopefully that'll be good. Alright. That voiceover is so cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. That might have been a generated voice, but however it was accomplished, it was very nice. I don't know, I think that video, for just its simplicity and its creativity, has a solid chance of being one of the better ones, if not the best so far.
Just wait.
Joining formation.
Let's get E.
Thank you very much for the sub there, Persons.
Yeah.
Bro. Get your stuff spawned. Let's go. How's the betting doing?
I posted it.
Oh, yeah?
I totally didn't forget to do it till right now. Bets. Place your bets. Wow. Right off the bat, 5,000 kids on TGS.
Oh, yeah. We got some pretty ships here.
Oh, yeah.
These guys always bring the good stuff. Make sure their factions are set up properly before we take an in-depth look-ish of what we're looking at.
I've been pretty impressed so far. We haven't seen too many bricks. Like, everyone's bringing some good stuff. And I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little breakish.
You were a little brick, but it was a beveled brick. You had edges.
There clearly was some effort here.
Oh, yeah. Let me just turn off the names here. Oh, yeah. Clang, do not cross, Clang. Got the Cuttlefish, Adagio 4 flown by Persons, 14 million mass, 14.5 to be exact, with 1.5 power to weight, 12,000 blocks total. Not that many heavy blocks. 14.5 million shields, like I said, or maybe I didn't, who knows. Got 12 det packs, 1 Tartarus, 7 LRMs. 7 LRMs, that's going to be interesting. 2 focus beams, a flared, 4 PDX. T2s, got 1 blink drive, 1 afterburner, and 2 Mark III battleship cannons. Oh yeah, look at the precision placement of that shield emitter.
Very precise.
I always like the pipes on stuff. Really looking forward to that heat mod that I think Gage was working on. Might see even more wacky greebles, or maybe not, depending on how the damage works, but... Ah, there it is. That beautiful logo with the GT3 water stamp, or watermark? Yeah, watermark in the bottom. I don't think that's where the missiles are down here. With the classic, what are these? The productivity enhancers, upgrade modules? The upgrade modules. Which used to count as decoys, but now no longer do. They're just greebles. Alright. That's that for that ship. Next up, we got the KST Tessarius Mark II GT3 flown by Cetus. 8,750 battle points with 14.9 million shields, 8,500 blocks total. 1.4-ish to 1 power to weight, with a Hydra, 4 LRMs. Let me just lock the camera here to spin it with the... I'll read them off. Got 18 det packs, got 2 Mark III battleship cannons, got 1 Tartarus, 4 LRMs. Blink Drive, of course, got that Hydra, which appears to be a lot more popular in this end of the bracket than the previous one. 2 Guardian T4 lasers, 1 Cactus, 2 flares. That's just about it. But man, that Greebling.
Good
It
look.
looks
Oh,
shiny.
yeah.
Oh,
I love it.
it even has a bridge.
The decorative bridge.
Oh, that's where his cameras are.
Oh, nice.
So that's going to be a sniping perspective. But decorative bridges usually last and go the distance because there's typically nothing on them or behind them, so they don't get shot first. But it's time for something a little flatter. The Lamaha Ghost Starnip. Got him.
I'm just gonna call it the Llama Ghost.
The Llama Ghost, flown by the Ligma Ghost, flown by Cetus right now. I don't know if he's going to be flying it or not during the tournament, but 14.1 million mass with almost 20,000 blocks. That's getting pretty close to the upper limit of what the game can handle, with 8750, 0.6 power to weight ratio. It's relatively slow and not that nimble, but it does have 4 Cyclops, 2 Sharons, 2 Guardian T4s, a Blink Drive, 2 Baneless, and a Flare. And a decent amount of Greebling using the upgrade modules of all things. Clang. Oh, there's the T4s on the nacelles here, looking like pretty cool intakes with the Cyclops acting as... I don't know what you would call that mounting. Spinal? Not quite. Wing mounts? Shoulder mounts. Oh, look at this. Blank bridge, no cockpit in here. What's this? Into the trash it goes with 10 million shields. Look at this dude.
You were just saying there's nothing in the decorative cockpits. Like that's
Yeah, but it needs to be a decorative cockpit. There's not even a
Yeah,
decorative.
there's no decoration. It's just
Right.
nothing in there.
It's a hole.
Bro, but the rear end does look pretty good. Which, believe it or not, I don't just say to any girl.
kind of get some homeworld vibes off of that one.
Yeah, well, Clang Samta is actually from Homeworld Cataclysm. The faction itself.
Long-term homeworld fans here.
Yep.
Yep.
Last up, we have a returning shitpost, as always flown by Turnip, 8173. The Octavia SEPV 3.2. Special enhancement package, presumably with a 2.1 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. 9,085 blocks. That's quite a few, with 16 million shields. And quite the laundry list of weapons with 4 Mark 4s. Mark 4s. There's a barrel on the back. 4 Mark 3s, 1 Tartarus, 1 Cactus, 1 Doppler, an Afterburner, Blink Drive, 6 det packs, 2 flares, 8 LRM5s, 1 Ares, 2 RWRs, 4 T2 gimbal lasers, and 2 hinges. 2 hinges. Trying to remember what that was. It's been a while since I checked into it, but we'll have to look and see. Now, is that everybody on Clang Samta? I believe it was. Let's go check the other team. Oh, yes, in Clang Samta, it's Kith Samta. Right, of course. But man, oh man, look at this lineup. When was the last time we saw that?
Oh man.
Hey, remember when he said something about bricks? Got the Tiger High, flown by Capitan Proton. 20 million mass with a 0.57 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. This is a heavy boy with not a lot of thrust. 57.4 max speed, probably a little faster in practice. Most of the front is made up of, well, tigers. The
Tiger break.
not the crouching tiger. Interesting choice, despite the two costing the same. And performing the same realistically in combat. We'll see why that choice was made. I guess they're lighter? In the back, there's just a big old thruster, and that's just about it. A single point of failure with, on top and bottom, the asserters. Some branding, a flag for TGS from 3.6, that shield emitter, and not a lot left to talk about.
Gimbals for their point defense and a blink drive.
20 tigers, 17.7 million shields, and that's it. Hope dream and a glass of whiskey, but on the complete opposite side of the spectrum in all definitions of that word, we have Maker's Ruin by Ilsimi. Damn near 20 million mass with just a touch above 11,500 blocks. 0.61 to 1 power to weight ratio with an 8750, just about 16 million shields with a monopole, 4 PDX T2s, 6 Mark III battleship cannons, flare and a blink drive. 6 Mark IIIs and a monopole. I like to see it. Confidence. Interesting that it's using this setup for the camera protection. Way up front there, that's probably going to get taken out pretty quick, but the frontal aspect of this is going to be quite difficult and dangerous. A little bit of a mirror image of that KST ship over there. I just pointed over my shoulder like I have some sort of webcam. Just imagine I did. There we go. Next up, got the TGS Spitfire from Demon Fox, 4.85 million mass with a 2.6 to 1 power to weight ratio. Pretty damn sprightly and fast with 12 derechos, 10 fixed T3 lasers, 2 T2 PDX, 2 afterburners, and 2 flares, and that's it.
I swear I did not sponsor this guy.
No.
Go ahead and paint on that MA logo on the side. Got the standard shit posts. Paid for, helping support the cause and the servers. It's not all in vain, I promise. Flags up top, their winnings for 3-6. Always like to see those. Speaking of seeing the Scott. Of course, we mentioned just how no bricks have shown up so far. And then we see the RWETWWWRWN Ufa the Twigers Uwu V 2.2. I had to read it, and now you all need to experience it. It's 5.16 million mass, 15.3 million shields with an 8728, 2.5 to 1 power to weight ratio, 20 Tigers, 2 flares, 6 T3s, 4 PDX T2s, a Guardian T4, and an Afterburner.
20 Tigers.
20 Tigers.
I kind of
Do they have fast 20 Tigers and slow 20 Tigers?
Well, we'll see how that shakes out.
Makes me think of those little the wedge bots in battle bots, but not the big ones, the like little tiny ones
Yeah.
that run these secondaries. Yeah.
All right, can all team members see everybody? Okay. The team's ready? Aha, damage is off. Everyone's on, shields are charged, knuckles are cracked,
Life support acquired.
life support
I
acquired.
read the name of that ship and had an aneurysm.
Thank you, 60. Surface mount Tigers don't get hit, I guess. The secondary aspect to that is that they're made out of 4x1, so they are going to fall apart almost immediately.
Yeah.
It's a little densely packed in here. Huh. We'll see how that goes.
Don't tell me what I can't do, Twitch. Betting is closed. 72% for TGS over the 28% for KST.
28% for KST. Alright, so
They,
KST calls ready, waiting on TDS.
The high bidder for TGS that really put the Tibbs over the top in that favor was Chris Pam, putting down 34,343 Tibbs. An oddly specific number.
That is pretty specific.
Now, odds put it at 3.62 to 1 against for KST.
I'm gonna try boosting the gain on the filter for the music and stuff. Let me know if it sounds awful. Or if it needs to be louder. Because I can't turn it up too loud, otherwise it leaks from my headphones into the microphone, which isn't helpful.
Yep.
Alright, TGS called ready.
I suspect people are betting a little too heavy. Heck.
Okay, we'll call that good. Alrighty, starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Cast down, commit, kill. Gonna swap the music over here. Let's get moving. TGS already? They sure did. Gotta hand it to the Crystal Woods with their ship design. That deep purple with bright purple thrust looks pretty flashy. It's pretty nice. An early charge out
Comment I had
forward.
earlier where I didn't want to be the OP clear standout weapon. Now that I'm seeing 40 Tigers being hauled out there, I'm wondering
If they are
what happened there.
buffed by certain people.
There was a few buffs to them that kind of brought them into the limelight a little bit in some cases. They're not perfect weapons by any means.
You gotta remember, Otto, we took your stuff and we drove it like you stole it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm well aware I'm not.
Free.
I'm not the one that's been playing twiddly knobs lately, but
Yeah, definitely for the best considering how many things have changed under the hood. Looking forward to the changes on the per face shield HP. Definitely hoping for some more changes into that where you can overkill one face and it'll just penetrate to the other side. Right now it'll dump into the shields. Speaking of shield dumping, got early shot out into one of the blocker plates from an Ares. That
Looks
blocker
like,
plate being penned.
Demon Fox has picked up a cap zone for TGS.
Demon Fox being pretty aggressive in the center there, but Crystal Woods even being more aggressive, just kind of waving themselves out in front of KST, who appeared to be totally unaware. Maybe in 30 seconds they'll be aware once they hear the stream roll by.
Has picked up a second cap zone, and they appear to be. Yeah, that's the Crystal Woods going wide for an end round. They have been spotted though. And KSD have picked up the third cap zone. They're staying in a pretty tight formation. I don't think they want to get caught out by any of the EGS shifts.
Yeah, those Tiger spam grids are definitely going to be an issue for the flat ship, for sure. Basically the perfect target for Tigers is what Look at My Horse is currently flying. You'd have to really put the work in to miss.
Yep. And it looks like pretty much all of KST are staring at Crystal Woods, who is hiding behind the blocker box. Demon holding the center uncontested. The other two hanging out in the back.
Just saw an artifact of the current physics of the blocker boxes. The asteroid replacements will bounce you back linearly across your velocity axis, so it's not quite normal physics, but close enough. But aside from that, Crystal Woods is now engaging with Turnip, taking fire from the rest of the team. Very light so far, but getting the Cyclops out from Look at My Horse in through that shunt on the bottom. Already doing pretty significant damage.
Yeah, some of the Tigers are on fire. There's a breach in the hull.
And the Tigers went out. But T4 lasers being blocked by that blocker shield, which is taking more and more damage. Incoming fire from a monopole, Ilsimi in the distance, firing into the side of Look at My Horse.
Crystal Woods backing off. Both teams are playing it pretty conservatively on the tactical stance right now.
TGS is pretty far ahead on the tickets there, and the Crystal Woods took all of the attention from KST there for a couple of minutes, and they're still pretty focused here. The KST's not really moving. It's an interesting tactic.
They're
when
not
They are down on caps.
Yep, the the ticket bleed is going to become more severe for them. They are going to lose if they don't press in. But I think they're scared of what could happen if they press in on TGS.
Look like
Looks like they're
Asilmi's
trying
shields went red there for a bit, but they're still flashing
They're
up and down.
Those Hydras are doing some work on them.
Showing their shields are down.
Yeah, that's just a desync. Oh, Ilsimi blinking sideways. His blink drive is aligned sideways, not forward or back.
Not sure if it was all desync because they did take some good damage from those Hydra heads.
Yeah, it might just be the shield visuals themselves desyncing. This is, of course, a game from 2013. There's going to be some oddities with some aspects of multiplayer that we do our best to resolve. Regardless of that, though, we got opening shots? Continuing fire from Persons onto Asilmi in the distance. Those Hydras aren't going to do much work, especially spread out like that, but they are going to blink onesie-twosies off and occasionally catch a thruster, occasionally disable a gun. Especially if Asilmi just sits there and takes it, but the longer he's sitting there getting shot at by KST, that's the longer they're not shooting at the more vulnerable grids on TGS, such as, well, Demon Fox and the Crystal Woods, who
appear to be swinging wide.
quite wide, in fact.
Yeah.
Just hanging out and
Yes,
waiting.
Sliding into cover behind that blockade box.
KST are staying in a loose formation and they're looking all at one target. TGS is slowly trying to set up a pincer.
Now, if KST were to run forward, they would definitely be jumped on by both sides of TGS.
Turnip just sniped a thruster to cell off of Asilmi.
Oh, wow.
Perfectly severing the connector.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
smart to stay grouped up because they brought a bunch of run and gun ships, so they're hoping to catch somebody hanging out. But if they stay grouped up,
Strategically transfer an enemy asset to a new location, or STAL. Looks like Asilmi is mostly worried about staying behind cover and reducing the amount of attrition that he's taking from all of the Hydra ships on KST. KST, on the other hand, still flying. He's doing it sideways. Nothing in the chat so far. Got 2 captures for TGS and 1 cap for KST, and neither team seems that interested in breaking the stalemate so far. They definitely want to
TGS
put
is
more.
in a distinct advantage here. They're heavily ahead in tickets. They only need 6.5 more minutes of this, and they just win. So KST really needs to move because 6 minutes is not that much time, and you either have to kill 3 ships or you need to take all of those caps.
This is actually a perfectly ideal trade for TGS. If Asilmi just gets shot for the rest of the match, then they win. Looks like one of the caps is being flipped from KST's ownership to TGS. Let me just check the pings here real quick.
I think what is actually happening here is we are watching in real time an entire team tunnel vision down their cameras.
Yeah.
That might be the case, and is the danger of having a camera on your ship and not training yourself constantly to only be in there when you want to shoot. If you're constantly watching through your camera, you're going to miss things, especially if your team doesn't have a shot caller. That's going to be critical. Capitan Proton now in the center cap, creeping forward, seeing what he can get away with.
KST now
TGS.
moving forward.
Yep. TGS holding all 3 capture zones. Time to win at 3.5 minutes.
They're surrounding Asilmi. To put more damage on that grid.
He's at 63% integrity and falling,
53%.
down to 5,000 battle points, 4,000 battle points and falling.
He is losing parts very
Oh,
quickly.
missile out.
Oh, looks like it was flared. No, it's going for the Crystal Woods. It's going for June up in the distance. Interesting choice. Wonder if it was intentional, but at least some of it did get through and blow apart some aspects of June. Asilmi is now under heavy weight of fire, getting
TGS
surrounded.
have sprung the trap.
Now, was it too soon?
TGS is- Yeah, they're coming in on both sides. Demon Fox dumping in to look at my horse with all those derechos.
All right, here we go. Vibe check. Let's see how the performances with the derechos versus Twin Sharons. Oh, few Tartar assists on the shields of Demon Fox, who's still doing just fine. Those derechos having been corrected from their unintentional values right before the tournament. Now should be doing quite a bit of damage once they actually start landing on raw hull. Not very much of an anti-shield weapon, but they don't need one when they are being blasted down by quite a bit of Tiger Fire. Cockatus slamming into the Crystal Woods. Looks like it hit the shield.
Yeah, he's
Shields are
put
down.
a
Look at my
cloud
horse.
of-
He's got
Oh.
tigers from one side and Teresa from the other. He is starting to get hit.
LRM's going after the Crystal Woods. Looks like they're just continuing to drop shields. Some of them might have slipped through a shunt. Those derechos continuing to whittle away at Look at My Horse. Looks like Demon Fox is backing off, waiting for the reload. There they go again. That big swarm of blue is derechos. Hence, you know, Rainstorm. Ooh, 2 good hits from a Tartarus. 3, but it's just on the shield still, so maybe not a good hit. Those Cyclops still trying to do their best. The T4s tracking around. Relatively slow for their size. Silmi appears to be hanging out near one of the blocker boxes, getting picked apart by the Sharon, just off the side. It's a pretty good idea to turn him red while you're here. Ooh, got Captain Proton spamming down Cetus with as many targets as he can manage. Look at all those lasers go.
See
They're
this.
making some damage happen, but TJS
Heavy.
still have Reships in pretty good condition, and they only have a minute and 56 seconds to do something about the cat zones.
He's just catching a whole cloud of 150mm shells right there.
They've
Not
lost
very
one
accurate
captain.
weapons, but throw enough and you'll hit them.
KST falling into the danger zone. If any KST ship goes red, that's it. They're done.
Ooh, Silmi goes red first. First blood goes to KST.
Yeah, speed at that 53% is likely the person on KST that needs to either run away.
Did any tigers land a target? Yeah, a lot of them did.
Oh no.
KST's gonna need to do more than just that one point.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be able to rescue Cetus though. Where is the rest of his team? They're focusing on Captain Proton.
Cetus getting burst down and picked apart by both Demon Fox and Crystal Woods is probably going to be the deciding factor of this match. Those tigers blasting apart the big stuff. Drachos hitting the hard to hit stuff.
Target.
And that's it. Cetus goes red. Game, we're done.
Unfortunately, the
Beautiful
rest of
tactics from
KSP
TJS.
decided to go after Captain Proton instead of rescuing Cetus. Was that the right call? Probably not.
Honestly, I think they spend so much time in their cameras that I don't think they unless they had all burned for cap zones and decapped them immediately at about 6 minutes left for TGS to cap. I don't think they had any other way to win.
Yeah, I agree. The action was picking up there, but they were so far behind on tickets.
Well, it
Yes,
did work on
absolutely.
Isilmi. The intended goal did happen. But the intended goal lining up with your victory strategy, that's 2 different things.
Yep. Did very much enjoy watching you still come apart in pretty pieces.
Yeah, that was really fun. I wish I spent more time sitting on Isilmi. I kept assuming that the rest of the team would spring forward and I'd miss it, but flip a coin, gonna be wrong 50% of the time.
Yep. Alright, so our next fight should be Cybran versus Uod on Combat 1.
Cybran versus Uod on Combat 1. Now, we have already seen the Cybran video, but we have not seen the Uod video, so let me pull that into existence for us while we load in.
Yeah.
Here we go. There it is on the stream.
What about that tower? You worry about those fighters. I'll worry about the tower. Fire coming in, point 3. I'm hit. I can't stay with you. Get clear, Wedge. You can't do any more good back there. Sorry.
Let him go. Stay on the leader.
Hurry up, Luke. Wait! Wait!
you now. What?
Look out! You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Oh god. Now that was a video. How do you top that, boys?
Well, I don't know if ours tops it, but you'll see it next match.
Wow. What an excellent video. Round of
Give
applause
it
for
a-
you, Odd.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I like it.
My favorite part was throwing a low power hunter into one of the TIE fighters into Enderoth Vader. Darth Enderoth.
Yeah,
Got him.
pretty good.
I think it was art. That could be true. Tell you what else could be true is I need to use a washroom on account of chugging down an entire boomer juice. Oh, not starting soon. I want to do a bio break. So I'm going to run a bio break while our teams get themselves sorted out. I'll park the camera on one of the teams here.
That's good. My dog needs a bio break too.
Yep.
I'll let him out.
Okay, there we go. And we'll be right back. Hey, we're back. How we doing?
We're doing all right.
Alright, looks like we've successfully created a brick. That's good.
They're customizing their spawn area.
I think 60 just built a wall to tag near their spawn.
They had a big UOD thing and then they deleted it.
It was pretty.
I don't know. It was nice.
Let's see. I think Cybern's getting themselves spawned in. We've already checked them out.
Bets are up. Place some bets.
Let's play some bets. But let's also look at these, I'm guessing Bryce will need to respawn his crate.
Yeah. I'll just do that.
Anyway, first up, we got the UOD suspended GT3 from Reaper Dragon Gaming. 21.6 million mass with a 0.5 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. 9,500 blocks with almost 20 million shields at 19 million, but only 25 BP in PD. Got 1 Doppler, 6 Mark IIIs, 2 Hydras, and 5 RWRs. 5.3 giganewtons of gyro. That's quite a bit of force. Over here with True 3. Are they flying the same grid? Pretty
He
close.
calls this the Eternity. They're very weapons loadout appears to be the same.
It's got that bridge though, and I believe it's a big button, big red button.
Yeah, there's the crew though.
Yeah, there they are.
With
Oh.
crew.
They do have the meeting area.
One button, right?
Oh. Yep, the Eternity heavy cruiser built by 303.
Always good to see this kind of stuff.
Looks
God,
like
fuck.
an intense meeting.
Yeah, check their conference room.
Yeah. Bonnie down here in blue.
Craig. What?
Got the UOD Stag No Spora Nordum Blotch. By Bonnie. 3.3 million mass with 2,100 blocks total. 4.7 to 1 thrust to weight though. Now that is quite a bit. Looking at 18 Tigers, 2 Gimbal Laser T2s, 4 PDTs, 2 Gladius.
Hold on, let me check the registration. I don't remember that looking quite like that.
I like that he managed to get the text on the diagonal armor there. It's a nice touch.
Oh yeah. I like how it slowly goes up. Spiley.
Not perfect alignment, but you know, that's a tricky spot.
Yeah.
That Bonnie ship.
And finally, we got the UOD Serenity GT -3 by Bryce, of course. 3.3 million mass, 4.7 to 1 thrust to weight, 17.2 million shields, it's an 8750. 6 Gimbal Laser T2s, 10 Acers, 1 Vulcan, 1 Blink Drive, an Afterburner Doppler, that's it. Also tagged on the front there. Number 27 on the side.
Vulcan
Pretty-
poking out of the front of the ship, just that looks pretty menacing.
Yeah. Pretty good.
I don't know. I have to check something.
Alright. UOD on blue, it's gonna be Cybrid on red. We're gonna set teams. CYB, UOD, and NEU. Both teams see each other. What is it, Bonnie? You missed the enormous cloud of plushies. Did I? God. Every time. UOD calls ready. I'm gonna take that as they can see the entire enemy team.
Did they just add a campsite to the top of the spawn?
I believe, yes. This is one of those, like,
Can you-
outside bar areas.
Can you give me like 1 second?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm double checking the originally registered ship for Bonnie because that one does not match the one in my records.
Ooh, what happened?
Ruh-roh.
Big.
I'm double checking their loadout to make sure they haven't changed anything other than their paint job.
Alright, you got an ETA on that?
I'm loading into the build server right now.
Which might take a bit.
Oh, I'll be there in a second.
I believe I could just look at my own copy. Yeah, it looks the same to me.
I just didn't remember them using tigers.
No, I see tigers on them. And it has, like, the name tag on it. So it's definitely the same. You didn't look at the UOD tanks yet? I thought I did. I'm sorry. So excited. Now the tanks, 8750, 21 million mass, 0.5 thrust to weight, 20 million shields, give or take, 6 Mark III battleship cannons, 2 Hydras, blink drive, Doppler, and 5 RDBRs on one and the other. Looks like they're both the same. They have the little greeble turrets here using the neon tubes. That's always fun. I like the hatches on top. Alrighty. Let me just check. Damage is on. Yep, sure is. Shields are up. Looks like we're just about ready to start. Let's swap the music right now. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Cast iron, commit, kill. Now's the time. Bricecraft out front and center as usual. See if I can capture the murder boys here. 1, 2. Now, much like any match with both UOD pilots in it that we're so familiar with, Bonnie and Bryce, it is going to come down to what they decide to do. Pretty much regardless of how Cybern plays this. Those two are such good pilots, they can pretty much control the tide of battle, so to say, entirely on their own. Tumor and Hexstream sliding into one of their caps. And it captures correctly. Alright, got the names right. Please tell me that UOD can capture, as we got Hydrofire swinging back and forth between the two tank groups going on. Got Reaper and 303 just opening up on Big Rig in the distance, who is using one of the blocker formations, one of the Caltrops, as cover. Hexscream and Tumor moving up the side of the flank here, trying to gain altitude. We are in space though, so that might not work, might work just fine. Humans tend to be relatively bad at fighting above and below their natural horizon line. Hexscream now burning towards one of the blocker boxes, trying to get some cover. Maybe he's going towards the center. Bricecraft hiding behind the center blocker shield. Some of those shots skimming just barely by from Hexscream and Tumor into his side. Ooh, few shots here and there. Ooh, blinking away, using all of his blink drives, getting out of there in a hurry. Doesn't want to be there at all. Still taking shots, turning his nose to catch them. Just flaunting his experience as a Starcore pilot as Hexstream continues to take Hydrofire. Yet more Hydrofire into the side of 303s, now turning to face the threat. These large tanks, perfectly suited to just absorbing this kind of fire for pretty much forever. Big Rig, on the other hand, not so much, so long as he keeps the shields fully shunted frontally, and his heat relatively low, he's gonna be alright. Continuing shots back and forth, those focus beams, popular edition for this particular side of the bracket. We saw a few of them day one, I believe. Not quite so many as today. Tumor firing again to the side. Big Rig remaining cautious. Two caps belong to UOD currently, both their natural cap and the center cap. Cybern still in control of only their natural cap. Nothing in chat so far. It's always heartwarming to see in the middle of a match the chat isn't flooded with, I can't see ships, I can't see this, I can't see that. I just want people to shoot each other, you know?
Oh, it's actually been going really smoothly.
Yeah. Getting rid of asteroids will do that. Well, perhaps there's also been a bunch of other changes under the hood, courtesy of Darkstar. For better and, in some cases, for worse, but we'll get there. A bunch of those coil cannons hitting into the side of 303. His shields are beginning to drop. Looks like they went through either a shunt or they just penned, quote-unquote, because of the highly heated shields. These tanky grids Definitely vulnerable to that shield and mechanic on overheating. 60 finally breaking through 3 shields. Big Rig taking advantage of it, throwing some more shots in between that blocker box and that blocker shield. Tumor still remaining cautious. He doesn't want to be anywhere near Bryce and Bonnie alone. Neither do the rest of Cybern. It's because it's only going to take one mistake for any single one of these members to get caught out completely, and it looks like Reaper and 303 are beginning to move up for that classic blink ambush, I guess you could call it. Yeah, here they go. That Airbus fire is starting to light up 303. You see that flak cloud around him.
Bryce and Bonnie are moving out. They're heading towards Hexscream, who is immediately retreating back to his teammates. Good call.
Better than most.
60, Big Rig, and Tumor are still focused, but Tumor is immediately breaking off to support Hexscream and putting shots downrange at Bonnie. Hexscream turning as soon as he comes in range of his teammate. Good work here from both teammate Tumor and Hexscream responding to Brycecraft and Bonnie. Brycecraft in deep, Bonnie pulling back. Brycecraft trying to get some cover here, and I think get out of the way. Nope, he's re-engaging on Hexscream, playing a dangerous game, trying to dance around this asteroid, but he might actually have put himself into a bad spot here as Big Rig joins the fight.
Looks like he's already taken significant damage on one side from one of those shots that got in there. It looked like it might have been a coil cannon, might have been one of these focus beams, barrages, might have even been a Hydra.
Only done the 94% integrity, so he's not hurt that bad. Well, that's my
You can see those hydrogen tanks. Some of the connections already broken. It's continuing to use that, build and repair best you can, maybe. Yeah,
in the
you can see it
meantime,
repairing.
60 is getting ganged up on in the middle by the rest of UOD, and he is getting hurt pretty bad, down to 75%. UOD responding very well to Cyber's response. The counterplay here.
What is the play 60 can make here? Because the only one I can think of is jumping out of dodge as soon as he has blinks, but he might not get the chance as 303 is getting on him as fast as possible. He has lost a bit of his side. 60 continuing to try to drop the shielding of both Reaper.
I think there's a whole lot that he can do there. He needs his team to come in and rescue him immediately.
I think he needs to get out of there. He's surrounded.
Yeah, the Cortez is pretty strong frontally, but it's not going to take very much hitting from the side and from the front from these 2 heavy bruisers from UOD. Basically designed to sit here and kill Spartan, and 60 is a lot less durable than Spartan is.
Yeah, that's a bad place to be.
Big Rig's coming in to support, but Hexscream and Schumer are way out of dodge. Bonnie is heading in towards Hexscream, and Brycecraft is supporting him. This is a bad position now for Cybern.
Looks like Hexscream actually juked Bonnie with SRMs. The SRM's managing to actually hit Bonnie in a couple of places. Looks like it did knock out some thrusters, but his shields were still up, and it looks like he dropped his shunts just as he noticed. Ooh, Extreme definitely had a maneuvering disadvantage against both Bonnie and Bryce. Once again, getting caught out alone versus the both of them, but UOD are down all 3 caps, and Hexscream actually blinks into one of the blocker boxes.
Beautiful maneuver. He is, I believe, completely protected inside there.
Unless Bonnie or Bryce are willing to jump in after him, or slowly wiggle the way in, he's going to be pretty much immune to them. It looks like Bryce has decided he's no longer worth the effort and is going after Big Rig instead. Hexscream being kept in place, nice and useless inside of that box. He cannot fire outside of it. So he is effectively taken out of play so long as he's in there. Looks like Big Rig is definitely going to take a big pounding for that. Hey, that's my move, says Nate Dogg. Tumor next to Hexscream now. Looks like he's going to be backing him up as Hexscream tries to get himself out of there.
Fortunately, Big Rig now getting singled out by the rest of UOD and is just getting eviscerated. Down to 50% and just turning into a cloud of parts. Slowly drifting away. He's not even under any control at the moment.
Cybrand's taking all 3 points, so there is that.
Yeah.
They're going to start pulling ahead here.
Target
There is that, but
destroyed.
they need to keep it up. And UOD just decapped one of those points.
Big Rig goes red. First blood goes to UOD.
UOD regaining ticket advantage and had a pretty massive ship advantage at this point. I don't think there's anything that Cybern can do now.
60 was fortified in the center, but it looks like it wasn't quite enough. Those Hydras managing to drop him, continuing just to tear into him.
Tumor doing his best to duel with Bonnie out here. Looks like they're going to be dancing for a moment. Tumor is winning the shield race, I believe.
Managing to get behind one of the shields. Nice and early. Go over back to the center. Got Reaper and 303 both ganging up on what's left of 60. He's just a husk. Looks like he's starting to break up now. Still alive.
Target
And
destroyed.
that's it. 60 goes red. Second blood goes to UOD. And now the only cap on the field that is actually being held is the center zone for UOD. Bryce blinking around Tumor, trying to throw him off balance. It seems to be working, opening up that Vulcan most of the shots, managing to hit, but not quite getting through the shield yet. Looks like he's trying to use it to burn down that shield as quickly as possible. So much of it is just being wasted and thrown off in the distance, but they have such a huge advantage right now. Might be a waste not to use it. Bonnie getting in there with those Tigers.
Tumor's shield's going to drop in just a couple of seconds, and then it's going to be over.
He's still running on green. That shield management is still good to go. Oh, dropping into yellow. The heat is starting to build. Hex Scream still doing all right off in the distance with 303 and Reaper now shooting at him with those Hydras. A Hydra fire coming in from Hex Scream onto what appears to be either Bryce or... Oh. Looks like Bonnie was knocked out of his cockpit. Looks like Tumor has fired some LRMs towards the crippled grid here. And a lot of them are landing.
Must have been a disconnect.
Might have just lost his cockpit. Down to 2 cockpits, might just not be able to get into another one. For some reason, some grids aren't capable of taking that hold F to enter button, but Brycecroft looking pretty chewed up on the sides here. Looks like Reaper now trying to transit the arena towards Hexscream. Hexscream trying to go to one of those capture points. The UOD cry about it. GT -3 still unoccupied. Wonder if he is welding. Such a fast pursuit here between Bryce and Tumor. Bryce almost ramming into the blocker boxes. That would have sent him in the other direction with the same amount of speed, but it looks like he wasn't interested, especially with some parts floating around inside. And the state of his grid, just a few more shots in the wrong spots would almost break him in half almost instantly. For now, he has the maneuverability to deal with it, but no shields. Tumor now in the center zone, decapping it.
Hill contested.
2 zones now belong to Cybern, swinging the capture advantage back around. Reaper and 303 still looking pretty healthy.
Target destroyed.
Oh, looks like the UOD cry about it. The ship that Bonnie was flying has finally been just annihilated by Hexscream, just removing that from the field as quickly as possible to try to bring the disadvantage back into something a bit more reasonable for both Hexscream and Tumor. Both of which now probably getting shouted at by the remaining teammates.
You had successfully decapping 2 of the zones that Cybern was holding. Even with that,
pretty close.
they're very
First
close.
oh. Yeah.
Ooh, bouncing off of that blocker box and reversing direction. That is a hint of what the design of these is supposed to be. These aren't supposed to be stage hazards, these are stage features. You're not punished.
Tumor doing a pretty amazing job holding the match together. It's just 2 ships versus 3, and in the condition they're in.
Yeah, and after losing so much of their team so early, they're actually not doing so badly, but they are down by 1 cap so far, still holding on to 1, keeping that ticket bleed pretty much even between them. UOD still down on tickets versus Cybern, but they're going to turn that advantage around pretty quickly here.
Yep, UOD responding appropriately and parking 2 of their ships in capture zone so they can't be taken or immediately decapped by Cybern. Means
Looks
Tumor
like-
and Hexstream have to find somebody to take out. Tumor has found Bricecraft, but Bricecraft is inside a blocker box at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get himself healed up there. Oh, looks like... I wonder if the crossfield is capable of hitting inside them for some reason.
I saw some beams looking like they were going through, but I couldn't tell if
That
they
could
were
easily be
actually-
visual, yeah. Max Von Klatt reporting that the F to not get in might be related to small grid greebles, which is a problem on one of his ships rotored on. So that might be it, but doesn't seem very likely unless there is like some plushie on their ship, which would be a rather unfortunate way to lose a match. Extreme and Tumor now opening up on Reaper, trying to burst him down while Bryce is just inside one of the boxes trying to put himself back together. Extreme ricocheting off of that center shield there.
Cyberman's starting to lose out on tickets here. Both are taken down, but Cyberman's...
Yoa just needs to hold this pattern for another minute and 10 seconds or so.
Cyberman's down to 145 tickets and counting. They have 1 minute left to do something about it. Extreme looks like he's blinked, but bounced off the shield of Reaper Dragon Gaming. Oop. Warped over to the wrong spot. There we go. Extreme doing his best to restabilize himself and try to get himself into an advantageous position. Oh, trying to do a telefrag perhaps. Would be interesting, or maybe just trying to knock him out of that capture zone so they can stop the ticket bleed. They have 40 seconds to do it. Bonk. Oh, they actually managed to send him for a good spin there with some shield jitsu. Remains to be seen how good of an idea that was. Hexstream now on 0 shields. 20 seconds left for Uod to win this just on a ticket bleed. Reaper Dragon Gaming desperately needs to hold the zone. Hexstream needs to get him out of the zone as quickly as he physically can. Ooh, and Tumor comes in from the side and actually shunts him out. Okay, there you go. One calf has been taken away from Uod. Is this going to be enough to turn around both teams on so few tickets? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And that's it for Cybran. Game. Uod victory.
Over.
But was it just me, or did, after that teamwork bonk to push him out of the zone, he just blinked back in?
Yeah, I think he was saving it until he needed it.
That was a clever move right there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that would have swung the match, as Cybran were on so few tickets already. But definitely would have been interesting. As the surviving ships do their ritual of killing each other. All right.
That was a pretty close match.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
most
was-
of the second wins have been by a larger margin than that.
Yeah. It was surprising seeing Cybran get kicked so hard at the start of the match, but they definitely held themselves together for the duration. And you could see just the mastery of Uod's teamwork. Even if they're not practicing it, they definitely have a solid winning strategy. Oh, Tumor just killed himself.
Target
Yep,
destroyed.
he's dead. Oh, it looks like something else is dead as well. Restarting the server. What is our next match? You killed Bonnie.
MCR versus TGS Combat 2.
Alright, Combat 2. Do we have a video for MCR? We do. Look at that. Here we go.
And here we go. 3, 2, 1. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
And you said that was inspired by NASA. Interesting. Quite the hype video. Feels Aussie? Pretty Aussie. Looks like one of the spawns has already been replaced. So I don't know. The UOD video was definitely one of the most creative things I've seen in a hot minute. But it wasn't quite produced the same. It hit a little different.
They've all been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I would have a pretty hard time saying which one was my favorite.
I was entertained by Tibbs' desk being on fire.
Yeah. We wanted to depict Shan as accurately as possible. That was quite the boomer intro, so 10 out of 10, guys. You knocked it out of the park.
A pretty good afterburner showcase.
Yeah. I thought they were gonna do a joke of everybody firing their afterburners, the camera like pulls out and they're all moving like 5 kilometers an hour. Just starts playing Curb Your Enthusiasm, Fade to Black. But that was also pretty good. So we've already seen TGS. Let's have a look at MCR. What would you describe this color?
Salmon.
Salmon? Yeah, I was thinking salmon. Maybe like a fleshy beige. Certainly an interesting paint job. It looks like it was maintained through the fleet. So, first up, we got the MCRN Ghost Primus Vindicator GT from Squidopolis. 11.42 million mass. 14.96 million shields with 8,847 battle points. 2 monopoles. An afterburner. 4 PDX T2s and 5 Mark III battleship cannons with 4 afterburners.
It's a very aggressive looking ship.
It is quite the aggressive ship, and some of the afterburners are off. I would probably caution Squidopolis to check that one out. I like how they're mounted on these giant poles forward, keeping that aesthetic first and durability second. Yeah, I like the little emblem design here from an LCD screen by the looks of it. Free. Oh yeah. Love me some external fuel tanks.
And external piping.
And external piping. I'm not sure if that's even hooked up to anything. No, it's not.
Yeah, they're not green.
Decorative piping. Oh, he's even tagged his name on top. Squidopolis S6B to 21D. Do we have betting open? Or did we have betting going? I'm not sure if we do. Anyway.
The red pipes back there almost look like veins.
Veins. Yeah? Yeah, I can see it. Alright, Orpheus next. Flying the MCRN Zenith. Yeah, Zenith. Destroyer class. As opposed to a Crater class, one would assume. Got 1.6 power to weight, 12.2 million mass with 14.6 million shields. It's 8,699 battle points on the dot with 700 points in point defense. 1 Super Ares. Sure. 4 Mark IIIs, 4 Hurricanes, 4 PDX T2s. 2 flares and an afterburner.
The T2s seem to be a popular PD choice.
We cut down the entire list of what was available into things that were... This is definitely for PD only, and those are relatively cheap, and these things can shoot missiles and also grids, which the PDX T2s, so we just kind of collapsed the T1s and T2s into the same kind of idea.
Oh, alright.
It simplifies things.
Not too many 2x2 weapons either.
2x2s are pretty well hated by most everybody. Pretty much only the PDX T2s are the ones that are used. Yeah. Yeah, making them is quite interesting. Is Jet flying the same grid as Orpheus? Looks like he is. Pretty good ship, though. I would not criticize him for that, but last but not least, we got MTD flying in the Leviathan. As always, got the Siege Dreadnought class. It's something of a really beefed up, originally a Halo design. Looks like we've added a whole bunch of spaced Greeble armor using these window blocks. That'll be interesting watching all of these poof into non-existence when they're hit with something with AoE. Wonder if that's going to affect his shields, but it looks very pretty.
The spaced armor should be pretty good with a lot of the missiles. At least at first.
Especially the contact fuse stuff. Oh, it looks like the main cockpit comes free with extra bodies, in case you need them.
Maybe a life support issue there.
Yeah, a little bit. Don't worry. Once he opens it up, he'll realize they're in there and send appropriate notification to the families of the deceased. Regardless, though, he has 8,755 battle points on 14 million mass with a 0.8 to 1 power to weight ratio in the forward axis. Got 2 Mark III battleship cannons with 1 Nova cannon, 4 Spartan rotary guns, which are the Priest reskins. Got 2 crossfields, 2 flares, 4 hurricanes, and a Doppler. Relatively basic loadout, but it is a very bricky ship. Alright. And both teams see each other. It's a good thing to know. So on red we got MCRN, and on blue we have TGS. Zero TGS. MCR, yep. Alright, the team's ready? Let's see. Silmi said be right back 1 sec. That was a few minutes ago. Sorry I missed that much, Chan. We're referring to MTD then or no? I probably was. I'm working with 30 seconds behind memory, and I can already barely remember what I say moment to moment.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he was referring to.
Bricky ship. I'd describe that as a bricky ship. It's a very pretty bricky ship, but it's definitely a bricky ship. White square.
It looks good.
Oh yeah. I really like the combination of colors he's got going on. That shiny orange on the matte black.
I think you're right though. All those that spaced armor is not heavy. It's gonna get ablated pretty quickly.
Yeah, my concern would be large sections of it suddenly detaching and then running into his own grid. But we are starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Cast iron, commit, kill. Music's now on. Here we go. Got Jed and Orpheus out in front best they can. Now, nothing on MCR is especially quick in comparison to what TGS is running. Ghost Primus, 1.1 power to weight. It's probably one of the faster grids on the team, especially in comparison to what MTD is flying. So, were I to be MCR, I'd probably attach Scudopolis to MTD and Orpheus and Jet, keep them together as 2 little squadrons. I am the brick. Well, go through the windshield. Bets? Bets, bets, bets. And did no betting happen? Oh yeah, frickin'. Let me pay out bets for this one. And we're just gonna run the bets into this fight, so you're gonna have to excuse the camera work for just 1 moment. GT3, day 2, fight 4. Outcome number 1 will be TGS, outcome number 2 will be MCR. You will have 5 minutes to come up with who you'd rather bet for, and now they're open. There you go, if we're gonna run 5 minutes into the fight. Because this is a professional event. Does this count as a sport? It has rules, it has teams. It even has controversies. What more could you possibly ask for? Got 2 captures on TGS so far. nothing out from MCR yet. Unfortunately, both teams will not get the opportunity to do any betting for themselves. Looks like June's just bouncing off of one of the Caltrop blockers.
That's just normal parking procedure.
Oh yeah. But rest assured, the teleporting into the Mega Bloxels will be resolved one way or another in future iterations. These are more or less an emergency refit just to have something that runs much better. We even got Salt and Drama, a drug scandal. A drug scandal. Guess I could get arrested for possession. Well, I can't really.
I never thought of these as a
Okay,
border
but where's
stop.
the Starcore Fantasy Football Fantasy Starships teams?
What is the fantasy team for Starcore?
They're all fantasy teams. I don't understand.
I mean, who would you put together as the dream team?
Oh boy.
Alright.
We've got a lot of talent to choose from here. I feel like if you pick 4 people, there's still going to be at least 8 other people that's unfair to.
Nah, I think the best picks are you get somebody really experienced and a really good builder and just completely fill their team with shit posters. That's usually for the best. Looks like Ilsimi has just parked in front of the enemy team as MTD has done as well on fortification. Firing his Nova Cannon into Ilsimi as I fuck up the camera work, but don't worry, it did hit the target, I promise. Doing significant damage to the shields as Squidopoulos rolls in with those monopoles, and Ilsimi, I'm not sure if he has experience getting shot at by those. The two of them are definitely going to cause problems for him, especially a ship that wide. Squidopoulos is going to have a lot of trouble missing. MTD getting backed up by both Orpheus and Jet as Demon Fox rolls around in behind trying to pick off Squidopoulos, identifying them perhaps correctly as the most dangerous grid on the field, at least to Silmi, Capitan Proton. Rolling in as well, spamming with those Tigers. I could feel the frame rate going down a little bit, so we might need to adjust some values in the future, but hey, working just fine for now. We can all survive a bit of frame drop.
That was a lot of damage output right there.
Oh yeah. The caps are 1-all for both teams. MCR currently down on tickets by just about 100 or so. Oh, looks like the Crystal Woods here now blinking in behind, trying to get something done, but they have been focused on, and they're definitely going to start taking a lot of shield damage. Trying to open up with those lasers onto MTD, but now Squidopoulos is chasing them down, identifying them as something that needs to be removed. Crystal Woods does not seem to be that interested in changing direction laterally, which is going to make them easy prey for those monopoles as they bounce off the bounce zone, taking a few explosions here and there for a grid that small that is going to be quite devastating. Got Orpheus having turned around completely. Their shield's doing pretty good, but how's their shunting? I don't see them flashing, so they might have just left their shunts down. Gonna make them a little bit vulnerable. Captain Proton actually getting hit by that Nova Cannon, taking a huge melon ball chunk out of him. It is quite the slow projectile. It's quite big from quite the heavy ship, so that kind of damage is gonna be, well, either deserved or quite rare as the Surters open up on Jet now. Jet without shields. It's Captain Proton taking advantage of the situation, just slapping poor Jet with those Tigers. Jet does not seem to be that interested in moving as TGS now focus on that single target as Crystalwood spins off into the distance, taking heavy damage and fire. This might turn out to be a trade in between good old Jet and the Crystal Woods. Captain Proton still belt sanding away with those 150mm clouds.
Yeah, Jet is coming apart quite rapidly under the weight of the Tigers as Orpheus and MTD roll back into the center, trying to put some fire in on Captain Proton to take some of the pressure off of Jet. Demon Fox coming in from behind and just having some fun laying into the back of Jet there. Spinoff sitting off in the distance, pelting MTD, who's been his primary target. I'm sorry, not MTD. Captain Proton has been his primary target for a minute now.
I almost feel like I sponsored Jet's demise here. I'm going to just watch him get pounded by Tigers and Doritos and lasers.
Oh, that's it. Jet has gone red. First blood goes to TGS. MCR now down to 850 tickets as Captain Proton now becomes the focus of everybody's attention. Crystal Woods still seems to be active and trying to shoot down Squidopoulos. in the background, but they are definitely messed up as Squidopolis changes fire onto Crystal Woods. Crystal Woods continuing to fly in a straight line, making themselves an easy target, but the giant flat surfaces of MTD being in such close proximity to those Tigers leaves little room for error as the monopoles now start picking MTD apart. These are weapons specifically designed to deal with ships just like this in the perfect possible scenario. But if you look at the broader match, I'd say it doesn't look as bad as it does for MCR. They are doing significant damage and crippling TGS.
Battle points were relatively even there for a moment, but MCR is starting to fall behind as TGS is really eating into MTD there in the center. He's coming apart in beautiful chunks. Not a whole lot of effective weaponry left there.
Ooh. Just tracked onto a chunk that was leaving the building.
Yeah, MTD's looking tore up.
Oh, looks like a nacelle's coming off as well. They're going for full disassembly. Now this is the job of the tank, to take damage just like this so the rest of his team doesn't need to, but can the rest of his team actually capitalize on it with what they have left? Now Squidopolis missing the majority of his rear thrust, so he is going to be pretty hard pressed to get into position.
MCR is approaching half the tickets of TGS.
Probably
think about zones.
MCR losing another player, MTD going red. Second kill for TGS on the field so far. Ooh. Captain Proton now getting heavily focused by those monopoles, suddenly realizing that he's in danger, trying to keep his rearmost thruster alive. That large AWG, pretty much the only thing that's going to be moving him around. Squidopolis definitely wanting to take another player off the field for TGS, focusing him down. Captain Proton, I think he just lost a cockpit or he was knocked out, and that's it, he goes red. Is Silmi not looking healthy off the side here? What happened, buddy? Looks like he's getting hit through the core by that monopole fire, and this is not a very thick ship. That is not a lot of layers of armor to go through by Squidopolis with those twin monopoles catching Silmi off guard.
Just coming apart. He was at 90% a moment ago. Down to 39%. It's just a cloud, and he's dead.
That's 2-all. That's 2-all. Both teams down 2 players. MCR down to 380 tickets, but TGS 650 tickets. It is TGS' game to lose at the current point in time. But the Crystal Woods down most of their ship. I think it's just Demon Fox left, really.
It's just Demon Fox versus Orpheus and Squidopolis, and they're in decent enough shape. I don't think... I mean, Demon Fox is a fantastic pilot, and he's got a really fast...
Squid's been doing some work, though. That's he's dangerous with those things.
I agree. That's probably why he was focused on. Oh, looks like got another red out from the Crystal Woods, who looks like they were killed by ricochet off the bounce zone. Some parts probably crushed something important. Yeah, it looks like we got a bit of detaching going on, and it's going quite fast, actually, across the arena towards the center zone. Orpheus still fortified, dead center. Silmi's corpse hanging out. Squidopolis trying to do his best to reposition himself with his sideboard thrusters away from Demon Fox, who is continuing to chase him down. Squidopolis quite vulnerable in comparison to Orpheus, so I understand the decision.
Orpheus is equipped with an area, so hopefully he can put out some fire onto Demon Fox, which would make a very big difference.
Damn, most of Squidopolis is just gone.
It's a good combination using the lasers with the Doritos. It's energy weapons and kinetic weapons, so that will be hard to modulate against.
And the trick here is that most of the shield damage is going to be coming out of those lasers rather than the Doritos, which still do decent, okay shield damage, but definitely not enough to match somebody who's going full energy. Probably.
Right. They don't hit that hard.
Yeah. Still spamming just fine. Looks like Demon Fox has managed to pick up the zone, or at least make sure it's still there, as I didn't quite check, but MCR down to 150 tickets.
Starting to bring some fire. It looked like he messed with that area shot, but it's sort of hard to tell with the Australian desync.
MCR down to 150 tickets. That is the situation.
They desperately need to wipe out both of these caps. What
Yeah,
is the
we got-
play for Demon Fox?
No, but they got less than 1 minute to resolve it. So.
Yep.
Fox is just going to run in and decap that center zone.
That's going to be pretty difficult for MCR to deal with. Orpheus still looking pretty perfectly healthy. Well, compared to the rest of his team anyway. Some of which now making fantastic Nebula impressions. Oh, speaking of. The Maker's Ruin. I found the nameplate. Forrest Silmy is on the other side of the zone as well. That's pretty funny. And it looks like got a minute and counting for MCR.
Demon Fox can just run away, and they can't possibly do anything about it.
There's almost no reason for Demon Fox to lose at this point. 55 seconds left. It's 50 seconds. I'm letting both teams know. Just in case they have a bit of a cracker desync. Demon Fox now hiding behind the center shield, waiting for Orpheus to flinch. That might have decided the game there. Orpheus trying to transit across the arena to capture that zone when Squidopoulos was already there. Maybe he should have flown to the other zone, but that is hindsight 2020. Got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Game!
He didn't make it.
That's it. We're done.
Good game.
Fight me, says Orpheus. To the last remaining player that is flying an interceptor on the enemy team.
I mean, he's still in pretty good shape, so...
Yeah. You can't criticize Demon Fox for winning like that. There's not many other choices they could have gone with.
No.
Yeah. And MCR will get another opportunity in the tournament, as this is double elimination. Alright. Let's pay out the victors there. Choose outcome. TGS victory. It looks like the majority of bets were for TGS. GG, well played. I would say as well, that was a pretty great fight. What'd you think, Tibbs?
Well played.
Well played? Alright, what's our next fight looking like?
Yeah. Our next fight... Oh, I need to go press the buttons really quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, so we're gonna run a bio break while we run that one.
If they please.
I mean, I am a tryhard. What do you expect? No, Fox, that was the correct choice. We would have been up your ass for not doing that. Doing much of anything else other than that would have been considered a throw, and that was an excellent decision on your part. So, while we sort out the next set of battle orders, will that be on Combat 1, you think?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot who won between Uad and Cybern. I had to leave.
That was you, Odd? I believe.
Uad won?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to go press that button, and then it will give me what I want to know.
I've already paid out the predictions for that one and ran predictions for the fight in the middle of the fight, Lamau.
Sorry.
It's all good. Alright, so we'll be right back.
Cybern KST.
Oh, cool. My stepdad did a detailed job on my car. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, that's
Very
nice.
nice.
Like ceramic coat and all the whole 9 yards. Hell yeah.
There we go. Okay, battle order is updated.
And we are back. Sorry for the short
Back.
break there.
Okay. Orders updated. This fight on Combat 1 will be KST versus Siren. We need to run a couple fights on the bottom half of the bracket.
Okay, looks like KSC are gonna need a bit of a piss break.
I'll give him a few minutes.
Yeah. We're making good time?
Yeah, we're not doing too bad.
Yeah, I don't think any of the fights have gone the distance and have certainly not required any restarts, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
5 minutes, might want to get that checked out. You don't know, he might need to run to the end of the street. Those communal washrooms.
Yeah. So, where do you think it turned for us in that fight?
Well, it was probably that first pass that Demon Fox made on Squidopolis that broke some of the rear thrust and reduced an already pretty slow ship in terms of power to weight in the forward aspect to almost nothing. So he couldn't maneuver for the rest of the fight very strongly, and thus was less effective than he could have been, but that could have meant that he didn't get into problems and he was in an unexpected location and managed to kill the Silmies. I'm not sure, but if I had to point out, it was Squidopolis getting his main thruster pack stripped out that decided that fight. Not to say that Demon Fox didn't do an absolutely heroic job, considering what they were working with.
Yeah.
Well, Squid managed to keep both those monopoles going also.
Yeah, he was constantly firing them.
With that.
Yep.
Yep, but I would agree with your assessment. That was mine as well. Is the loss of the drive system for Squid was very unfortunate.
Yeah. It was very entertaining though, watching Isilmi just get picked apart like that, straight through dead center. Didn't think he'd be so weak to that, but I guess if all the armor is to the front and you're always expecting to be facing the enemy, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Well, I say all the armor. There's only so much armor you can put on a ship that is wider than it is tall.
But if you put it all in the front, then don't get surrounded.
Yeah. If you just count on the enemy team not going to your side, you'll win. It's easy.
So easy. No, they fought really well.
There's Cetus, Person, there's Harry. Them twin monopoles just buck nasty. Yep. It was pretty impressive watching him.
Monopoles last week too, and he was doing a lot of work with that.
Yeah, Happy Farmer, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was a tanky ship too.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the difference. Wide ships, weak as hell, but if you just turn them sideways and rotate your cockpit 90 degrees, suddenly they're tanky. Just fly sideways, easy. That is something I have noticed in combat relatively, anecdotally anyway, is most ships are taken out by fire from either directly in front, directly behind, or above and below. Not really to the left and right so often.
That is interesting.
It's probably because of the natural human nature to orient your sideways and rotate, and the 16:9 or wider nature of most people's screens. You can see more horizontally, so you know when something's there, you can rotate to deal with it. But if it's coming from an aspect you don't see, then well...
Also, from a left and right perspective, the side-mounted weapons usually are not in line with the cockpit. But from the front, you can kind of just annihilate everything.
We have Fresh User 7066 asking a possible noob question. It looks like Squid shields weren't covering the back. Was that intentional? It is the shape of his ship. If you're asking about the shunts, then I would say yes. Shunting being that you open one of the faces, one of the 6 sides of the shields to fire to strengthen the remaining faces. As far as I could tell, his ship or his shields went all the way around the back, and they're either just down in general or the shunt was open on the rear. You could see how much needed to be destroyed on this grid before those thrusters were taken out, so that was a lot of damage. It wasn't just a single golden BB, it was a concerted effort. And you can move your shield fitment relative to the controller, which centers on the shield controller itself. It's like KST have personalized their spawns. I'm gonna swap out the thing there. Do we have predictions rolling there, Tibbs?
He's dead.
He's dead. That's okay. I'll roll the predictions up.
What?
You got predictions for this fight run?
Oh yeah. Are they coming back and spawning in now?
Yep. Looks like we got a bunch of nerds rolling up. Turnip shouldn't take that much longer unless you maybe should go see a doctor. I hear their healthcare over there is quite interesting, but back to video games. So I was talking before about what a fantasy Starcore team would be, and for me, I think the closest we ever got was the 8v8s where we glued two teams together randomly, and we saw some really fascinating combinations. And I think my favorite would be UOD and Hack, because they just complement each other so damn well.
Oh yeah.
Basically take any smattering of members and glue them onto the other team, they'll be good to go. But I'm also a huge fan of the Goons form idea of you take one especially experienced player and then you take a bunch of either quote-unquote lower end players that don't play very often or admittedly aren't the best and just get them to work together, and that always results in something interesting happening.
You know, that brings up an idea that could be fun as a small side tournament or something that we could do, where instead of taking two teams of 4 and putting them together, we have people submit as duos, and then we randomize the duos together and create teams of 4.
Aha.
So people end up working with people they're not used to working with, and maybe some skill and knowledge will get distributed.
The idea of like wanting an experienced guy with a whole bunch of newbies might work pretty well if all of the newbies are self-aware that they don't know what's really going on, so they just take orders really well from the experienced pilot.
That's been my experience so far with new players is like normally the generic assessment of a new player is I know best, I'm just gonna go forward and die, but most of the time I've seen them go, I don't know anything, so if you say anything at all, I'm just gonna do that without thinking about it, and maybe they'll execute it wrong, but they will have the intent of doing whatever was asked.
Yeah.
So I think there is actually a pretty good idea in that of doing double random teams. So you take you and a friend, and you get matched up with another 2 people randomly on the day of.
Well, if you had a team that just accepted that arrangement, then for the leader, it would almost be like playing an RTS game.
I think that is in fact what ICE is doing. Rio enjoys doing that, it seems. Just getting a random horde of goons.
Strategy guy, and you take this point, the other guy take the other point.
Yeah, it seems that the winning strategy is to design a ship that can be flown with just the W key held down by a battery and the mouse being thrown across the room. You just kind of guide it around the arena by shouting them to shoot at a particular target. That's definitely an interesting idea, especially if we manage to move forward with the capture the flag mode, which will be one of the features that we're looking forward to with these entities that don't exist. Phantoms, they're called in Space Engineers. So long as they don't exist, we can do almost anything we want.
When we get CTF working, I will be participating heavily once again.
Yeah.
Keeping tabs on the players, but also the map situation. Like in this case, we have the 3 points. It's a lot to do. It's easy to forget about the zone points if you're in combat with somebody.
Especially if you desync for any reason at all. Because when you're sitting in that cockpit, your network's getting flooded by, well, everything else the game is doing, and if it drops a packet here and there and decides not to sync up, you're ticket count could be wildly out of spec, but that will be one of the things I am going to heavily focus on for Season 4 is pretty much entirely rewriting all of the tracking stuff. At least the syncing stuff.
I got a lot of respect for these guys that can keep track of all that, because I know that personally, I'm terrible at this. Like, I get in a brawl with somebody, that's all I see. I get tunnel vision, and I completely forget about the zone points and the ticket count.
Yeah.
Well, that does.
Ago, that's
good.
exactly what happened to my team. We were brawling it out, having a great time, and then someone was like, "Hey, the tickets are like almost gone," and I started flailing my way towards a sphere just in time for us to lose.
Yeah, so I'll be the first to admit, like, I'm pretty weak on that game.
Yeah, I realized partway through our match, I'm like, we're not doing good on the cap game, but we need to just make dead bodies. I had one less dead body than I needed, but no thrusters left to catch him.
Some of these guys we're seeing, they're really good at maintaining map control, knowing the full situation, and that's, you know, when you can see that happen, it's there's some respect there. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, especially with the relative low quality of the UI that we have available. What I'll be definitely focusing on is making sure there's big, flashy, obvious, kind of nice looking UI elements that tell you exactly what's happening, where you need to be going, putting them in smart locations, making them nice and readable, all that kind of stuff. Like, the player attenuation is going to be the focus for Season 4 rather than anything about weapons, to be honest. We might do some interesting weapons here and there, might do some stuff with approaches, might make some replacements and whatever, but that's going to be the focus first and foremost, is player experience.
Yeah. And I think that's a good thing, that we're in a spot where we can focus on the player experience.
Oh yeah. But that's the most important thing. It's a game. You gotta play it. Doesn't matter how flawless the balance is. If it's running at 0.1 sim speed, it might as well, you know, be on the moon.
Yeah.
Well, sim speed's been pretty nice. I think we got that ironed out pretty well.
Yeah, the worst we've managed to see so far is hilarious Tiger and derecho spam.
Even that, it's significantly better than any online server right now. We're doing really good there.
Yeah, the solution for the Tiger problem is probably going to be to clean up some of the effects, or just increase the cost and relative effectiveness. So, you know, just double the damage, double the cost, or something like that. Double the integrity and all that. Just increase the relative power of the individual ones and increase the overall cost. Maybe even climbing cost. Who knows? We'll find out in the future.
Right.
Oh yeah, I need to do the feedback form.
Oh, looks like Harry's internet just killed itself.
Epic. Rev up those subs.
Restarting his client.
Looks like he is the shot caller for the team and not an active pilot.
Oh.
How long you think, boys?
Well, we are at coming up on 5 minutes past the estimated start time. So, put in your court.
Right, so while this fight is getting set up, could you touch base with the MCR and CRS captains to make sure they're ready to go right away when we move over to them? And if they are ready to fight before KST and Sovereign, we'll just run that first.
I had a really
good.
I had a really dumb idea, in which there might be an interesting idea.
Okay.
So I'll just tell you the dumb idea. I was thinking about shot callers and you know, keeping track of all the stuff and everything. I was thinking, what if you had like a text file that was generated every so often, or rewritten every so often, by like the chip tracker mod that's keeping track of points and stuff, and then had an AI model read it, and then Give shot calling advice to the team.
In 500 meters, shoot arrows.
As an AI language model, I advise more DACA.
Where's the enemy? Okay. Please dial 1-800 HELP-PLEASE for support. Ask Wiseman, is Selson's gonna make it? Says Zero.
I don't know. He seems to have died.
Yeah. Don't worry, Big Rig. You had more than 5 minutes notice on account of the match hasn't started yet. Hopefully we'll make sure to get those out sooner than later. Send me your spirit power. Ooh. So, looks like he's gonna take a little bit longer to load in because of all the ships in the field, of course.
Like 30 seconds longer, honestly.
It really depends on the client. If they're just barely managing to make it in, it's gonna take a heck of a lot longer, but I think Harry has a relatively okay system, aside from the internet issues. Okay. Looks like teams are ready. I'm gonna go ahead and retrack everybody. Just because I know the second I hit start is, can I get a retrack? How about you look at the enemy team to make sure they're all tracked for it? No, that's unfair. They shouldn't need to be retracked when you join the server. That's just a player experience thing that would be improving. Both teams ready then. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Actually, I'm just gonna set teams, CYB, KST, NEU, just to make sure. There we go. Swap the music over, and we'll get into the fight. As far as this fight goes, Cybern aren't gonna be fucking around at all. Like, they know this is it. If they lose here, they're out of the tournament. Same is true for KST, but KST are on the record as saying this is more of a shitpost than a serious attempt at the crown of the tournament. The crown? The flag? They're here to have fun, guys, winky face. And honestly, that's good to see. Something I do want to see more and more of is, I'm here to have fun, and then the team does well. They bring pretty ships, and then the team does well. Those are good developments, especially from some points in history where we're at, where it was more or less just 2 teams of bricks covered in thrusters, orbiting each other at distance until the rejection zone in the center turned on, they got yeeted out.
But should we make a crown?
Might be required. Actually, they're invalid?
3D print something fancy?
Didn't we already have the cup?
Yeah, we do have the cup. I was just asking if the Lego plan was a go.
There's no reason it's not.
Excellent. So yeah, the winning team will get their ships actually modeled by a professional Lego modeler in miniaturized little tiny form and sent to them as a plan with, well, an export of the parts they'll need to buy from their local retailer, along with the money they'll need to buy it. So you'll be able to build your own little ship model if you win, which I think is a pretty good little prize.
Yep.
Now, having an actual cup is all great and all, but man, those were some shipping costs last time. Anyway.
It doesn't help that everyone's on different continents.
Yeah.
There's no reason why it shouldn't work. Just won't take it.
That should be fine.
That should be okay.
Bonk.
Turnip's ship is interesting.
It kind of looks like legs. You know, like shorts. Got 2 legs coming out of the bottom.
That's in them booty shorts.
Yeah. It's got thick thighs and no torso. That's horrifying. Anyway. Long range hydrofire from both teams here using that Caltrop blocker box in the center between them. The one that is over top of the central capture zone. Zero down behind one of the blocker shields. Gonna check the chat. Looks like we're good to go so far. 1 cap per team so far.
Betting was completed. Cyber 68%, KFD 32%. That's just over 3-1 again.
3-1. All right.
A lot of tips on the table in this one.
Well, looks like Turnip is the marked man for the great Hydra sandblasting.
Chris Pants coming in with a high bet again at 6,333 and 336.
Ah, pardon me.
336. What?
Just had to check to see.
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought because OBS and Discord decided to desync their mute thing when I went for a cough, but back to the fight. Big Rig getting blasted in return as he gives what he gets from Persons, Turnip, and Zetus. Looks like Big Rig and Hexstream are both keeping that sniper fire up. Looks like Zero, yeah, he has gotten into the flight seat of where 60 was supposed to be. Poor guy went AWOL. Wonder if that's a medical thing. Wonder if that's a family thing. Could be a call. Could have just decided, you know what, fuck it. I want to do linear expressions instead of fly a spaceship.
Hydras are fairly popular for the long-range sandblasting.
Yeah.
Squishy of all people saying in chat, yo, there's a letter on keyboard, guys. It's the shape W. I don't want to hear it from somebody who wasn't doing that the whole match. Or maybe you were after your rear end got evaporated.
Now, to be fair, I was yelling against him to not because I needed them to think it for me.
Oh, okay. So he wanted to. It's just being held back by mean Boomer Tibbs.
Well, Cyprian got 2 out of the 3 points now, so KST is going to be...
Now, how does KST root them out? Because KST's interception is a little lacking in comparison to what Cyber can do. They're no UOD for sure in terms of the Murder Brothers. But Big Rig is definitely not something to be ignored.
KFC has a huge amount of range across the board, so as long as they stay together, they're not really in a huge amount of danger from being, like, kind of to death. I'd say just focus fire on not the tank.
Don't shoot at the tank, mate. I was pressing W all game. Alright, I believe you. I was too interested in the damage you were doing, put it that way. I just ran out of breath. I suppose. Looks like Persons is starting to have some problems breathing as well as missiles are inbound back and forth. Looks like Big Rig shields are still up. Persons is not. Ooh, missiles out for look. No, that's for Big Rig, obviously. Fired from Cetus. That's a Tartarus. I think I just confused Squidopolis and Squishy Squid. Look, you guys need to pick a different animal. Have you tried a cuttlefish? A cephalopod of some description, I would assume. Oh god, they're gonna do that rename thing again. But Tumor looks like he is getting into the action here, firing missiles. Who are they going for? They're going for Persons, whose shields are down. Looks like he doesn't have any flares ready for it. He is facing the direction flares come out too late. I wonder if that was a desync on his end or just a fat finger, just a little bit too slow as he sails out of the zone and towards the rest of his team. He hasn't been pushed into too bad of a position. Big Rig is, however, completely out of position against both Turnip and his best friend Cetus over here. Disclaimer, might not actually be his best friend, but he is his best friend right now. And no, his best friend has decided to turn tail and support the rest of his team, while Turnip apparently is having a few issues maneuvering around Big Rig, who is just spinning in place while Turnip spins off in the distance. That shield jitsu going both ways. Looks like Big Rig is definitely going to take his shields down. Here comes the Cockatus for Big Rig, who does not have a flare ready for it. That looked like a perfect hit. Both ships bouncing off of each other.
Big Rig took that pretty well.
Yeah, all things considered. Ooh, got a point blank area shot. Looks like he's trying to get those Tartarus into the side. Got some LRMs out from somebody.
Turnip keeps trying to hit him with point blank torpedoes.
Yeah,
Linked up the very last second.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's another Cockatus for Big Rig just before his shields come back up. That was an unfortunate bit of timing.
Big Rig is out of a cockpit.
And he's back in. That was a cockpit snipe with a cactus. Very nice.
Wow.
Down to 66%.
Tumor is
Teams are-
coming in for support.
So is X-Scream. He's 3-1 here, but Zero in the center is much the same. Big Rig grinding on the outer edge of the zone. We're going to flick over to the center cap here. As Look at My Horse and Zero...
Zero is attempting to force tanks.
Just the staring match.
Staring out.
And Cetus is just the hype man on the side.
Oh, look at my horse's shield.
Turnip's in the red, but so is Zero.
Yeah.
Yep,
Looks like
all
this is
the
going to
shields
be
are
a
down
trade.
there.
They have carved lengthwise down the center of Zero, more or less.
Yep. Oh, he lost the cockpit.
Ooh, Zero down a cockpit. Those C4s searching, hunting. There's the poor Invincible subgrid getting some effects splayed onto it.
They're gonna literally just slice him clean in half.
They're trying to. Turnip is still floating off the distance.
He's starting to roll. He's attempting to roll the damage. Look at my horse. Is not having any of it though.
Back over to Turnip and Tumor. Turnip is bouncing off the edge of the zone with a lot of damage on his front. Ooh, a lot more damage after that bounce.
Yeah, Turnip's got nothing left. That's looking pretty bad.
The confetti is being released. All of the magic smoke is gone.
It's now a question of how long it's going to take, and the camera spins in excitement.
If we look at the integrity values, it's actually a fairly even fight. We've got two ships on either side that are fairly good shape, and two ships that are...
Target
And that's
more or
it.
less
Turnip goes
gone.
red. First play goes to Cybern.
Cybern are distinctly ahead in tickets with 7 minutes to win at the current cap rate.
Looks like Zero's been suitably taken apart with one blink drive and one focus beam. He has a single weapon left in the whole grid. Yeah, there it is. Firing off just to check to see if he can. Sans is looking pretty messed up too. He does have more weapons than Zero does, but they are facing the side that Zero is, so...
Less than half the tickets of Cyberman. That's not a good situation.
Skimmer
No.
coming in, making a gun run on Persan.
Trying to come in and finish off the Hulk of Persons, which has pretty much been sandblasted to just systems internally. I think he has one weapon functional at all.
Well, he's got a Hydra and 2 battleship cannons, but those battleship cannons are on fire, so effectively only one. I don't think that Hydra is going to last forever. He's already lost the other... No, he's got 2 of them. They might not be functional. No, they are. He has both of them against Tumor. Now, the Hydra is going to be the weapon that Tumor does not want to have anything to do with. Oh, what about a Caucasus, though? Straight to the side. Was he shunting? Where are these missiles going? Are they going for flares? 2 more Tartarus for Tumor. Looks like they're going to be taken by the shield. Got some Sharon spraying out near the center.
More hits on his shield.
I think
Doesn't
Tumor
look like
tanking
any of those
hits so
penetrated.
far.
Nope.
Tumor managed to shield tank most of that.
Oh,
I think he dropped his shunts.
oh.
Missiles coming in from behind.
Hassan's out of his cockpit. He's out of his cockpit.
Yeah, Persons is in bad shape.
Oh, yeah. Drifting off into the sweet night as Big Rig chases him down. We're going to warp back over to the center and see how Look at My Horse is dealing with Zero right now. I would expect him to red Zero out here any second as he's not in the cockpit, but he flies behind the center blocker shield just in time for those Sharons to open up, so he's going to avoid a lot of that damage up front. I don't think he's going to last much longer. Going to hop back over to the actual fight here. We got Persons out of his cockpit. Hexstream trying to chase him down around the corner of the arena. Tumor and Big Rig hiding behind that blocker caltrop from Cetus. Ooh, looks like got some arrows out. I think, no, those are SRMs. Sorry. I mistook the slightly off yellow.
Persons has gone red.
And that's it,
Zero
that's
is
game.
not in a
That's it.
cockpit.
Game.
Oh yeah. Oh, hey, there you go. Game.
Pretty solid win there for Cybern. Overall,
They
a very good
almost-
match.
Yeah, that was exciting.
AST almost killed Zero. Almost.
I'm
Look, my heart is
surprised at
still
the number
tuning
of ships on the field above 90% integrity. That's interesting.
Yeah, this was very strategic more than it was tactical, I think. Literally cored his internals, apparently. It's like a look at what's left of Big Rig. Oh! That's it. There's a shield controller. You can hear his Build and repair just going nuts. Zero to tanking, I agree with that assessment.
I don't think
Where?
you're supposed to be able to fly through the ship like that.
No. Ooh, looks like someone else just went red.
Alright,
Restarting.
I will be back.
Alright. Happy hunting.
Yeah, Cybrand
Shields.
winning with almost 900 tickets that was pretty decisive on the.
Oh yeah.
Big
about
Rig
shields?
shields coming out at the last second. Like, it looked like 2 or 3 times. Because I swear I saw a Cockadus hit him that should have just ripped the back of his ship clean off.
I think they hit, then the shields came up right in time, so a lot of the either internal spalling from like the stuff that broke off or the fragments might have gotten caught. I'm not sure. But he definitely did take straight hull damage top down from a few of those, which was devastating.
Yeah.
Damn it, Sis for Sons. Good fight, boys. Good fight. KST and Cybern did well. I definitely agree. But there has to be one winner. And if there's a team you're going to lose to, there's worse teams to lose to than Cybern. No shame in that. Granted, no shame in losing at all. Well, unless you don't do anything and run out the clock. In which case, shame. Big Rig ate a cactus. It looked like he ate more than one. What was that, Otto?
I don't think there was any cause for shame in that match.
No, God, no.
It was pretty good.
Somehow my backup CSC was alive. Yeah, somehow. Somehow your shield controller was sitting there with a buster block floating on top of it, and it didn't detach from the shield controller. And if it did, I think it would have just crunched right into it and destroyed it, and that would have been it. That's such an ego blow, man. We wanted to get to fight through. Fuck. Aw. Sorry to hear it, but don't feel too down. If there is a need for backup pilots, there's always a slot. Perhaps. We'll hope that the registered subs get in first, but of course, first and foremost is actually getting the fights to happen at all. Like how Zero's the first one into the server. Despite just playing. Huh. Imagine actually committing to a target, man. Big Rig should have died 3 times over that match, but now let's focus on the crippled tank. I'm not sure if that was a choice they made. We'll need to review the footage after the tournament. Ship controllers has connection points on all sides. But it didn't, but clearly it does. Clearly it does. It's been a while since I've actually looked at any nitty-gritty about those blocks. No kidding. Yeah, no kidding. I agree. I don't stuff around when it comes to explosions. No, you sit very nicely for the enemy to core you front to back. I'm on 30 hours of no sleep and a bloodstream full of caffeine. Let's go. What could possibly go wrong, Squidopoulos? He goes to the bottom of the floor to put a smoke generator. What did he mean by this?
Why, Zero? It's the weekend, man. You're supposed to be recovering from the sleep deficit of the work week.
Oh, hey, 60 was looking at the match schedule and saw that the match is 13, and he thought, hey, I got time for a shower. Which is why he was non-responsive, Lamau. But yeah, I think Zero did a fantastic job of standing in for you, buddy. He sure did get his shit absolutely kicked in. Just like God intended for tanks. No wakas. Indeed. Let's see. Got 3 versus 5. Alright. I think we're gonna run a quick little bio break while our teams get in here. So bio break, 5 men's, 5 ships. Team is in. Alright, we'll be right back. And we're back. Alright, gonna drop that bio break from the top of the screen there. Let's see, do we have any predictions rolling? No, we don't, so I'll get some started. GT3, Day 2, Fight 6. Okay, number 1 looks like it's gonna be CRS, and okay, number 2 for the red side will be MCR, I believe. And I'm gonna roll 10 minutes on that. Alright, betting's up. Get started. See all 3 grids there. Alright, getting those ships spawned in. Of course, the holy grail of all holy grails for me is to automate a lot of this process so we don't really need me, capital M, to run everything and make sure it's all kosher. Like some sort of automated process of matchmaking, joining with your team, good to go, kind of run it on timer basis. So I'm gonna pull up the bracket while the teams get themselves sorted out. Like the look at that ship. Yeah, we'll definitely need to have another pass on the ships here, but we're gonna take a look at the bracket. Just a second. Okay, so here's where we are. The MCR and CRS fight in the losers bracket. Winner of this fight will be fighting Cybran. Up top, the next fight for the winners bracket would be UOD versus TGS. Looking pretty good so far. Back to the game. Let's have another pass at these ships for MCR. Gorgeous ships. Almost feel bad watching them fall apart constantly. Almost. It's gonna track our ships here. There we go. Retrack all of these ones as well. Okay. Can both teams see everyone? I need to know. Well, I'd prefer to know. All clear on zero's end, so that's a good sign. Now it is worth remembering for those of you watching the stream, you are allowed to spawn your ship and start the match with the furthest part of your ship a kilometer away from the spawn. So, furthest edge of your ship could be about this far away. Doesn't need to be all bunched up. And Tumor is taking advantage of it. Tumor in a tank. That'll be interesting. Tumor's a fantastic pilot, so looking forward to that. Blue CRS, red MCR. Yeah, so Tumor's just about on the furthest edge of where he can be. Alright, team's ready? But we get lonely. That's a good point. Sticking together is a good way to keep friends alive. Typically, anyway. There we go. Why not? Looks like everybody's making sure the guns work. Just waiting on that ready. Alrighty, we're starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin! Cast iron commit kill! Now this match, I think it's gonna be either really bloody or really slow, depending on how cautious MCR wants to be. Tumor near the bottom end of the field, coasting down, trying to get into a good position with that monopole. CR firing nice and early with that Ares. Looks like managed to clip the shields. Nothing impressive so far. Wiseman 0, Talus going on the right side of the map here. Looks like Zero's going for the natural cap. Wiseman's somewhere in between, and Talus is getting ready near one of the blocker caltrops. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like me to move the camera in any particular way, or stop doing something, or start doing something, let me know. I could just do it. Trying to fill time before something happens here as Wiseman starts taking that twin monopole fire from Squidopolis. One of the many squids. Wait, were those? No. Thought decals were applying to the blocker boxes, which shouldn't work.
I think when Squid gets onto somebody, I'd like to just watch those monopoles unload for a minute.
Alright.
The camera work request right there.
We'll bolt the camera onto Squidopolis then and see what he's up to. This is where a picture-in-picture would come in especially handy as Wiseman starts to take fire.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah, that rear shunt being open lets him save his shields while just taking damage on some inconsequential stuff, bouncing off of one of the blocker boxes to roll out of dodge. Looks like Talus is now under fire. Ooh, excuse the camera. Talus taking it easy as more monopole shots come in. The longer he stays on any particular velocity axis, the more damage he's going to take from those monopoles. Just going towards or away from Squidopolis is a guaranteed way to get your ship cord. You need to move sideways. W and D, or space, or A. Looks like one of those hydrogen thrusters is already down, but Orpheus is now under the gun from the majority of CRS.
Yes. He's getting focused on.
Zero in the distance taking some battleship cannon fire. That's the teal shots with the trail behind them, distinct from the blue shots. Those ones right there, you see them on screen. Those green ones coming in, those are Asterius from Wiseman. He has 5 of them. They are particularly effective at plinking away at unshielded grids, just like this one, MTD. Getting the opportunity of, well, maybe not a lifetime, but certainly of the match. Talos swinging right by the DPS tank as Orpheus floating kind of dead stick just from left to right across Talos's nose here as Squidopoulos continues to pound away at him with those monopoles. Squidopoulos falling in behind that blocker shield, maybe encouraging Talos to fly after him. That might have been a mistake. Orpheus flying off the distance. Looks like MTD is now opening up on Talos, and Squidopoulos comes in from the side as I fuck up the camera. Don't worry, it's all intentional as Talos is taking that pounding, which is definitely not intentional. Turning fire best he can. Squidopoulos now exposed to fire from 3 members of CRS. Tumor off to the distance with his own singular monopole, now firing back onto Squidopoulos. This is now a monopole heavy war zone. Well, 3 of them on the field at once, I believe. Maybe not so heavy, but Zero is coming in with those Erebus, eating apart the vulnerable rear end of Squidopoulos. Very vulnerable indeed. He's down to just one of those main drive thrusters. I wonder if that rear shield is either being penned or it was an open shunt. Not going to matter in a second as the shields heat up to criticality. Criticality? Critical levels? Penetration levels. His bubble is getting pierced. Oh, looks like we have a monopole, not a monopole, a Nova Cannon hit on Zero. That was that big white flash and the big cool swooshy sound. Difficult to see where it was. Zero looks like he's been taken to task already. A lot of his grid is already missing. You can see his shield emitter up top there. And a hole straight through the front, which is suboptimal. Jet trying to chase him down. Looks like he is doing okay on shields. And a monopole for Squidopoulos. Shields dropping just in time. Looks like one of those monopoles is down.
Not a monopole, I believe.
Ooh, Cockatus. Oh no! That was a textbook hit straight dead center. Looks like it has taken out both of the monopoles, but some flares were engaged just in time for that extra monopole, preventing the TKO, but has definitely removed a lot of the danger from Squidopoulos for the time being, at least until it's get repaired.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah. Oh, looks like one of them has been removed.
Ooh. Yeah, Squid's in bad shape there.
Yeah. Wiseman looking pretty healthy with those 5 Asterias still rolling constantly. Tumor rolling left to right on the screen with those monopoles continuing to open up on the side, proving you don't really need 2 of them, you just need consistent fire. And Squidopoulos is making it for a fantastic target at the moment. Looks like Orpheus is chasing down the corpse of Zero, who has abandoned ship, probably off to repair something else. Ooh, Orpheus taking fire from Zero? We have 2 Zeros on the field, but it looks like, oh, that secondary Zero was Talos. And his grid was just owned by Zero, and it has gone red. First kill goes to MCR.
MCR also winning 2 of the 3 zone caps. They're pulling ahead.
That might flip the game here, but Squidopoulos is definitely the DPS of MCR. Now that Tumor is alone with that monopole in the field, he can do pretty much anything he wants, but it looks like MTD isn't going to let him. Ooh, rear end of Talos, not Talos, Tumor, getting chewed up now, utilizing those shields best he can. Now focusing on Orpheus and just driving straight past Jet. Orpheus is the marked man between Wiseman and Tumor. And Talos DC'd, unfortunate, according to Zero in the stream chat. Ooh. A solid Ares hit on Orpheus. Looks like there's a Nova Cannon shot. Swing and a miss for Tumor, but only just barely. Tumor falling back and up, trying to continually vary his velocity vector, trying to stay away from any straight lines. Definitely doesn't want to take a Nova Cannon hit. Ooh. Nice Ares hit we just heard. Might not have seen it. Tumor is now afterburning towards Orpheus, who is out of his cockpit. And now he's back in. Looks like he was just hunting for another cockpit. Tumor off on the side, continuing to whittle away those crossfields. Mammon's own Wiseman continuing to spray fire occasionally along with the Asterius. MTD coming in with those crossfields.
CRS is about half the tickets of MCR. They might want to start thinking about that.
That is a good point, but Wiseman definitely can't do much to think about that now. He is falling to pieces. Large section of his grid was just chunked off. Ooh. Another solid Ares hit straight to the, well, what remains of the core of Wiseman anyway. Just a second. Gotta turn the gain down on the OBS thing there. I just saw it peaking. Do let me know if that's happening on the stream. Back to the game. Looks like MTD trying to go for a Hail Mary shot with that Nova Cannon. Not quite able to. Swinging straight by part of the hole. CRS down to 400 tickets and counting.
Clearly they're trying to finish off Wiseman. Just get him out of the way.
Tumor off in the distance. Looks like he was contesting the zone. Sorry, cut you off there, Otto.
He's out.
He's out. Yeah, he's gone red. Looks like it was owned by Zero. So that second blood goes to MCR. There is one effective kill for CRS on Squidopolis. Looks like he has just abandoned ship for now.
Less than 200 tickets for CRS.
Yep, it's gonna be one more kill for them and that's it. Ares is assaulting your network connection directly. That's fascinating. Ooh, would have been a perfect shot with the Nova Cannon, but it slid by just barely. Tumor is quite the grid to get a hold of. Looks like he's about to break in half. It's just one block holding his nose on. Though I'm not sure if there's anything inside that's actually worth having.
That's still impressive.
No, I don't claim my grids. Oh, there's another red out for CRS, but it looks like there was... one of those.
It's over.
I think we can call that pretty ogre. I think that was a valid kill on that particular grid.
They're out of tickets. Game.
Yeah. That is an MTR victory. It's starting.
GG.
And rolling back over. Let's pay out the bets. Choose outcome. MCR, who are the favorite by 52%.
Oh, good.
That's
hit
pretty
by-
even split for betting.
Oh, that is very unfortunate for Zero, who got hit by an Ares on a side he had up. And then 3/4 of his ship disappeared and he had no control ever since.
Yeah, pretty early on in the match, I dispatched one of the destroyers, Jet, to make Zero inoperative. Zero was taking his time focusing on, I think it was MTD or Orpheus in the center. And I just sent Jet after Zero, and I'm like, make him go away.
I think the way that split tracked work was both halves of the ship were technically valid, but only one half had a cockpit. And doesn't really matter because the ship was obviously dead.
Yeah. A dead body occurred.
Yep. Did check, I did have a subgrid. I do believe he's there. And we will be digging into stuff just like that in order to smooth out the rest of the experience. I am inclined to believe that if there is a network flooding issue with the areas, it has to be related to it's a projectile going very fast for a very long distance. And it could be querying a lot of things, maybe. And, well, it won't be a problem in future iterations of Starcore, as there won't be many weapons like the Ares. At least not to such a distance and speed, as the maps will be, relatively speaking, much smaller, but much denser with cover. So you won't need something that goes across the whole arena. And Wiseman achieved his personal goal of erasing the monopoles. All cockpits have a gyro and a battery. Ha! Well, hopefully it didn't compromise your enjoyment too much. It appears that you have built an epic house that won't get nuked.
Oh, really?
Definitely not challenge accepted there.
There's tempting fate, and then there's begging for it, huh? You want flag one? I suppose when you win, huh?
Yeah, you get a win first.
I think they might have already won, and we just haven't caught up with flag orders.
Rock and stone.
Well, we've already watched the videos, of course. We'll watch them again when we're deciding which is the bestest. And obviously, when voting goes out for that, videos will be available for watching. Just unfortunate I get hit by a gun and then the ship behaves like I have -5 subgrids. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Hate to see it.
Hit him with the arrows.
Aired him.
One who can know Qiyad's house is you. That is true, 60. They were the only ones who successfully nuked themselves in a different game.
Lamau. Okay, is everybody in? Looks like most people are in.
I think it should be.
Spawn and ships went all in. Recreational Nick really turned the corner.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of those pay-to-win reactors.
Ah, thank you for the follow, Simino98. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe and bell icon for those dank something or others. I guess. Fucking do whatever you want. I'm here to blow up Lego spaceships.
Now there's a man who's American. I own a nuclear reactor for home defense.
My home defense nuclear reactor. It's like those in-wall vacuum systems where you got like a big vacuum cleaner in the basement, then you carry around a hose and you plug it into the wall, except it's like an arc welder torch that you plug into the wall anywhere and you just use it like a lightsaber.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would need it for, but you know, if you had like a fab shop or something.
Yeah. You don't need to wheel around your arc equipment.
Yeah.
Just have to have incredibly expensive cables and wires going everywhere, or just have an arc welder bolted to the wall. So you plug it into that and just have an arc welder spaced out over 50 feet.
I have been working on a dust collection system for the basement with all the woodworking tools. So. Something related to what you're saying.
TGS to be red, submission period to be 10 minutes. Start prediction, here it is. Let's make sure the teams are lined up correctly. I gotcha.
God dang it.
Get them next time. TGS. And we'll do a set teams. TGS, UOD, and EU.
Yep. We are progressing along. We're at 3 hours, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more fights.
7 more fights and we're on 3 hours, and if we're running 25 minutes per fight, what does that look like?
And ballparking 3 more hours.
Alright.
That's if we can't recover some of our slide from earlier.
That should be fun. So Cybran is up next on Combat 2 versus MCR. Didn't? Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that is the case.
Yeah, did I not post that? I thought I posted
Yep.
that.
Nope. Because he asked, I had to go make sure that it was the truth before I said yes. I will say yes in chat.
There you go. Totally posted it. Yeah, we're on the half of the bracket where it's it's not built till the other fights are done.
So say when ready. Bonnie calls ready. While the teams do that, I will set up my hotkeys. 8, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3, 6. Ah. Bonnie. Okay. Alrighty. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin! Test time commit kills. Swap that over and make sure we're on the right capture. We sure are. Alright.
And they're off.
Off to the races. Getting a bit of brain fog from all the excitement here, but Bryce and Bonnie doing what comes natural and immediately sprinting over to the natural cap zone. Silmy, fat and ready. Fat and dangerous.
Maybe jamming Metallica, maybe not.
Demon Fox is being quite aggressive and getting towards the center cap zone before Reaper and 303 have a chance to hop into it and capture it. Wonder what the plan is for when they start getting focused by all that fire from the Hydras. Back up, presumably.
I don't know. Kinda looks like his plan is to face tank it.
Yeah, he's getting out of there. But they did manage to capture it. 2 caps go to TGS. Silmy and Captain Proton hanging out near their spawn's blocker block. 303 and Reaper maintaining formation. Bryce still up high. Oh, he has spotted something. Crystal Woods, who is completely out in the open. Well, not in the open. Out away from their team, out of position rather. Out in the open as they run into one of the blocker boxes.
Yeah, he does not want to get...
Ooh, got a problem.
Uh-oh.
Pull up. Get fixed. Let's see. Hydro bug? Yeah, it looks good to me. Alright, good.
I can see off in the distance. Some people are definitely not holding up.
Yeah. I was a little worried that somebody would do something. I don't think his Hydra got grenaded. But Crystal Woods is definitely having an issue here.
Yeah.
Absolutely being blasted apart. I've seen
ship is, it seems pretty glassy.
a little bit, yeah. The 4x1 construction isn't helping it out, but I have seen the Hydra bugs just happen, where all your thrusters just stop without any damage occurring. So, if that does happen in the middle of the match, and you are certain it wasn't damage, and it's like at the start, just repaste it. And if that doesn't fix it, then do a slash problem. But for now, back to the fight. We got Demon Fox dealing with Brycecraft, just unloading with that Vulcan.
the Vulcan is not recommended.
Nope, but Demon Fox is holding up so far. Trying to blast them down with those derechos best they can. They have lost quite a bit of hull. Well, relative to the size. Now they're losing more hull as those Tigers finally land home on this tiny grid. Demon Fox doing the best to fly in parabolas, but looks like Bonnie's stopped them with a good old shield bonk.
That was a lot of fire that just came in.
Oh. That was a lot of blocks that just got removed by that spray of Tigers, but they managed to kick in those afterburners just in time to get out of dodge before anything too critical happened. Big old spread of Tigers going across the screen. So Demon Fox and the Crystal June, both pretty down for the count as far as fast movers go. It doesn't take a lot, but it looks like Reaper Dragon Gaming is losing out to Captain's Proton. Ungodly Tiger spam as 303 gets in behind Captain Proton. And looks like they've already taken out that main drive thruster, so maybe all they need to do is just bump him out of the area. Looks like a Silmi, a little bit punch drunk. So has most of his grid, losing out on those Sharons though. That is, Sharons I believe were in those spots. Oh, something big was.
Yeah, they'll be missing those.
Oh yeah. It might have been battleship cannons. And no, Demon Fox goes red first.
Target destroyed.
And Brycecraft goes red immediately after. Crystal Woods actually winning the engagement against Brycecraft. I am actually upset that I missed that. I'm sorry.
My God.
I had totally written them off for dead, but maybe not so much. Well, maybe for now, as Bonnie lands all those Tigers and removes what's left of the drive cluster as they turn around and try to return some fire here. Bonnie going for that ram against the shields, just sending them careening into the distance. Totally unable to control their movement, but they can still control the rotation for now. Back over to dead center.
I think Bonnie's out for revenge on that one.
Yeah, it looks like Ilsilmi has been weapon stripped aside from his PDX. Captain Proton is still slowly wobbling around, trying to do something about this extremely annoying tank in front of him. He still has 14 Tigers left.
How many are functional though?
That's a good question. Luna's changed her title to Bryce Slayer. Of course, that was fast. It is something to be proud of as they go nose to nose with Bonnie and go red for their effort. Slowly losing that attrition battle against the shielded grid with their unshielded grid. Ooh, there's just so much debris laying around the whole arena. Having problems warping around. Let me adjust that trash removal just real quick. Captain Proton warping forward. Hopefully that clears up any network issues. See if I can hope to remember to do that for the next fight, so it's fair. Got 2 captures for UOD by the looks of it. Captain Proton still holding strong. It looks like 303 is actually going to lose his position inside of the zone, and Captain Proton manages to fortify a Silmi without any weapons, still holding strong against Reaper Dragging. What is Bonnie doing? He is off in the distance on one of the capture zones, recapping it. Looks like he's still doing pretty good, all things considered. He still has that blink drive, even though it's exposed. Captain Proton still perfectly happy to sit here and try to wail on the front of 303, but he does not have a lot left, and there's a lot of stuff floating around. You can see his blink drive is on fire. Is essentially cored. He's got 4 Tigers left, a few gimbal lasers.
21% integrity 1 giggle out of power. Yeah,
So-
he's not long for the world. It's all over.
Oh no!
There it is. Bonnie's coming in.
Going for that high-speed pass.
Captain Proton may have captured the zone. But how long will he be alive?
Bonnie he's putting down the hurt.
Executioner style.
Target destroyed.
And that's it. Captain Proton goes red. TGS down to 223 tickets on the clock.
Just is filming alive.
Yeah.
With 3 weapons.
Yeah, he's got this.
Yep. It's filming versus the world.
All 3 of those weapons appear to be point defense.
Looks like somebody's gonna get cut down here. Well, pretty good showing from TGS, managing to knock out Bryce and do significant damage to a lot of the other grids. That early Hydra bug on the part of Demon Fox probably did pretty well in deciding the match.
10% health, no weapons.
His dummy is broken into 2 giblets.
3%, 2.
His cockpit's in the other giblet.
Target
And that's it. We're just gonna count this one as red as well.
1%.
Yeah. That grid's dead.
Alright. So that puts the UOD into that one.
Hill contested.
Oof.
Yep.
Okay. She's not coming.
That one was quite decisive.
Yeah. So on the request for a rematch, or rather feeling like they should,
Possible due to time constraints. This is why I double elimination.
if it was immediately requested, we might have been able to do something about it, but we're gonna start sliding behind if we run that rematch where it is. And it is unfortunate.
Yeah, we've got quite a few more fights to go.
What would the rematch be?
It would just be TGS and UOD. So what happened is Demon Fox at near the start of the match, they had a Hydra bug where all of their hydrogen thrust shut itself off. And I've seen this happen before, very rarely. I've not been able to reproduce it consistently, and I have no idea what causes it. But a repaste fixed it, but it seemed that, well, it doesn't really matter how true it is. They do feel that that is the thing that screwed them up.
I see.
We just got Fox's all. Yep. I hate to see it, Demon Fox. Each grid has an entire cockpit, both for viable ships as far as the tracker is concerned. That is true.
Alright. I will see you on Combat 2.
Alright. Happy hunting. So I was just salty about it. Look at it this way. You did kill Bryce, even after being written off for dead.
Yeah, I thought the repaste took care of it.
Yeah, but the problem was they were not moving and typing in chat instead of instantly repasting it and getting moving.
Right.
And even if they did instantly repaste on the spot, that might have still screwed them over. But if anyone has a solid method of reproducing that consistently, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I can see how that would throw things off.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Blame Keen, they fixed it, then undid it. This is actually a completely separate hydrogen bug because it wasn't instigated by damage. It seems to occur based on like a hydrogen update of the grid, like the grid doing a single block pass update and failing for some reason, like the TriCast just shat itself or something. I have actually seen that in vanilla as well, where hydrogen just refuses to work entirely until the grid is either repasted somehow or the servers started, even after redoing all the blocks. As far as I'm aware, the bug happens when you route hydrogen from the tank through thruster to another thruster. Happens in vanilla too, so it's a keen issue when one of them gets destroyed, but one of them didn't really get destroyed. Unless one of them did get destroyed. If that is the case, then I'm very sorry, Demon Fox, but that is a known issue. Reported even. It's in at least 3 bug tracking lists for Keen. Yeah, so the easy way to check to see if that was a thruster getting knocked out would be to look at the battle points of TGS before and after they reported the issue, to see if they went down and to see if it was specifically the fraction of movement BP, which would count as blue on the top right tracker. And that'd be whether or not they lost a thruster and then they lost all thrust. Never had that issue with that grid till now, which is why I set up and first and foremost, there is a chance that it was just a block update thing on the grid and not just losing something.
This is MCR versus Cyber.
That is correct. Team these guys out. So Big Greg's on red. Okay, Simon's on red. Spengy's issues, yeah, by all means. MCR. Game crashed upon loading in. Interesting.
Surely you have the log.
Yep, cut your ships for jet to rejoin. There we go. They're all cut out. POV. Yes, TVC.
Do you want the picture cam? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
CBT is our upcoming third team. Suppose we'll run a bow break while these boys figure out how to do some impromptu field surgery. He's afflicted with the classic case of ligma. Yep, there it is. All the normal signs are there.
Whatever's happening here, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to leave it on screen for all audiences.
Don't worry, Starcore is streamed in front of a live studio audience. So we'll be right back while these teams figure themselves out. Hey, we're back. How are we doing?
Like Jet is reconnected.
Alright. Let's set out with the plan of getting ahead of schedule, then immediately have 5 people try to restart the game. Remember, restart your game between fights.
I can't believe I'm gonna have to actually implement a forced crash when the game matches.
There's actually a chance that Jed did legitimately crash from a fresh game launch. I've seen that before.
If only he had the log.
Technology just doesn't exist, unfortunately. It'd probably say something like, an object reference hasn't been assigned or is already assigned, get fucked, TM. Betting is about to close. We've got 43,000 on Cybrin and just over 12,000 on MCR. Bit of an underdog fight this time. Ships are rolling up.
Sure, picture game is up.
Yep. Alright, I see 3 grids. Just gotta get that hand crank hard drive to spin up and spawn in that last grid there.
I knew we should use quantum hanger.
That probably would have caused more issues and slowdowns in the long term. Making sure the guns work. Appears they do. There it is. Squidopoulos is spawned to ship in. I'll run a quick retrack on everybody while the teams align themselves. Gonna do a set teams, CYB, MCR, NEU. There we go. Teams changed. Okay, are the teams ready?
Friendly target identified.
What would be
Thank you for the
a
follow.
super obvious ready up UI players would see when they join the game? It has to be on screen in big red text. Team is not ready or something.
Probably when I do set teams, it would set a flag to false. And it would put it near the ship tracker. X is not ready, blue is not ready, and so on. MCR calls ready. Make sure both teams can see all grids, boys. Let's go. I'll count that as ready. We are starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Cast iron, commit, kill. Tumor is off like a rocket. Looks like 1-2. There he goes. Eating his boosters into the void. Crash collection picking them up. Slowing down fast as he can. Linear countdown, you coward. It's not a bit. I am actually just that bad with numbers. No, it's something about words and replacements. Cybran and the Ascendancy on tickets right off the bat. Throwing long-range Hydrofire into Squidopolis. Nothing too effective so far. Orpheus is way out ahead in front of the MCR team. The entirety of Cybran have stacked up on one of the Caltrop blockers. Well, most of them anyway. 60 is on the one that's protecting their spawn. MTD getting tickled by some of those Hydras long range. Slow dramatic zoom pan. Ooh, I hear monopoles and they're away onto Big Rig. Big Rig shying away from the attention. Opening up into the blocker boxes. Orpheus hanging down on the bottom of the field. Some interesting visual effects happening on Orpheus's grid as he moves back out of his fortification. Oh, got a Nova Cannon inbound. Who is it for? Looks like it was for Big Rig, but he moves out of the way. Continuing to position themselves behind that blocker Caltrop. Blocker Hedgehog? Kinda depends on what you want to call it. Nice areas for Hexcream down on the lower end of the map. Hexcream making good aim with those Hydras. Not much direct confrontation so far. Nobody wants to get too excited in their, well, last remaining match. Looks like there's a little bit of friendly fire into MTD's rear, but doesn't seem to have been that destructive. Big hordes of battleship gunfire flying around, both teams making sure to always be changing their velocity vector. Everybody knows the danger of staying still by this point. Long range Ares fire back into Big Rig, and that was a Nova Cannon hit front and center. That does drop his shield.
Their X for smooth cam.
Yep. Looks like he only lost a little bit so far. Top end fire down into Squidopolis. Getting chewed up. Just a little bit. Nothing too big so far, but MTD is taking the majority of the ongoing fire. Looks like it's only some Erebus from 60 and some battleship cannons from the Peanut Gallery over next to the Hedgehog. Very classic movement left to right as 60 tries to get into some sort of position. Going long range with those 3 coil cannons. Looks like he didn't quite manage to hit that one. Oh, that Ares definitely did land. Flipping into the rear section of 60. This Hurricane's doing quite a bit of damage to the internals every time they penetrate through that open shunt, and especially into that gaping hole. Looks like that is exactly where Cybran does not want them to be and exactly where MCR wants to be. Squidopolis, left to his lonesome down near one of the Hedgehogs. Taking careful aim. These things do have a wind-up. Can't just tap fire them. Splat, splat, splat. Shields are starting to drop. MTD without shields entirely. Looks like he is taking cover as Hexcream goes towards a very aggressive move. Orpheus totally distracted by shooting at 60. Jet still focused on 60. MTD now backing away, realizing that Hexcream is on him. Hexcream with full shields, MTD with none. Oh. Wait a minute. Those hinges are flicking themselves outwards, so when he gets near a target, he can shield punch them, I think. Is that what that is?
I highly doubt it's intended.
Wonder why they would flop around like that, but that would be pretty clever if he's doing that. MTD's shields go down under concentrated Hydra Fire. Hexcream not letting him get away. Not like he can go very fast in any particular direction as Big Rig realizes, hey, Squidopoulos is looking pretty distracted. Looking for that vulnerable drive cluster. Tumor is disengaging best he can, but he's going to run straight into that blocker box, bounces straight off of it. Is he going to take the rebound? Looks like he is possibly going to take the rebound as we get a little bit of a hitch there from something. Something big just happened, I think. Not sure where, though. Might have just been the amount of destruction. Ooh, Big Rig going for a ram on Squidopoulos. Rotating around and off. Continuing to dig into the hulk of Squidopoulos while he continues to try to maneuver. Still doing relatively well for himself as they definitely are focusing on that monopole. And Big Rig is forcing him into that blocker box in order to make sure he doesn't go anywhere very quickly, throwing him off balance. He's backing up. But it looks like they did actually manage to get that drive cluster, so exactly as intended, they managed to do it. Orpheus is now dancing alone with 60. Hexcream on MTD. He's winning this engagement over here, and 60 is...
Target destroyed.
Well, I was about to say he was half the man he used to be, but closer to 5% as he goes red and first blood goes to MCR. Dying for the most part off screen, my apologies. Hopefully the picture-in-picture caught some of it as MTD gets spun around, or was that a particularly interesting sinking notion as he goes for a Nova Cannon shot straight down the throat of Hexcream, and Squidopoulos goes red right before Hexcream rans MTD. What happened to Squidopoulos? Looks like he just got torn to pieces by good old Big Rig over here. Big Rig now switching focus onto Jet and Orpheus, who are having some problems maneuvering around each other. Jet going for Tumor in the distance. Tumor swinging by to capture one of the free zones open to him. Monopoles are gone. There's no reason for Squid to exist anymore. Well, when you look at it that way, regardless, Hexcream is taking some pretty effective damage, losing good parts of his ship around the sides. You can see the Hydras clustered around the nose, MTD on the other side of this blocker box, but he's looking pretty chewed apart. There goes the Hurricane from the side. Looks like he's already lost one of the engine nacelles, bouncing off of the blocker box. Back around, some of those distended components now running into his own grid. Shot straight through the bottom of his grid by Hexcream with those Hydras. Trying to look for the remaining CIC. You can see a shield controller there off to the side. Not sure if he even still has shields left. Oh. And now he's pinned in place against this blocker box. Rotate, buddy, rotate. This might be over bar the screaming, though. Big Rig just continues to just eat into him. Looks like he's happy to sit there. Jet and Orpheus decapping the center zone, going after Tumor now. It's an interesting choice. Tumor's definitely going to be one of the harder grids to catch, but, well, granted, if they do manage to catch him, they will knock him out. Looks like this is the other part of 60. This is so sad. Got an Ares shot out for Tumor. Probably going to be one of the only effective weapons against him. Down to 19% shields. MTD is still alive, just hanging out on that box. Rotating best he can. Oh, there he goes, finally. Crumbling against it. Now it's Orpheus's turn. Alone, where is his buddy? Where is his friend? Where is Jet? Oh, there he is. He's not too far away, but he is disconnected from his teammate. They are not in formation. Big Rig, however, and Hexstream flying very well together. Big Rig taking some pretty consistent heavy damage. Looks like MTD's game crashed as he died. Well, it could be worse.
Give me that log.
That log. That thing. It's probably just because the cockpit got extra hard killed from something slamming into it particularly quickly. I've seen that before. Big Rig getting shot from the side by Jet. Looks like there's an area shot straight down the gullet of Big Rig. Some stuff is now exploding on the interior, and he is not moving as quickly as he was before. There's another area shot straight to the side. Looks like it penetrated something very important. Oh, there's another few. You can still see his shield components in there. Is that where he's sitting at? There he is. He has a window with a view now. Jet and Orpheus trying to roll up on him. Orpheus taking side-on fire from that Hydra. Some of those going straight through. Not what you want to see, especially this late into the match. But if they do manage to red out Big Rig, Cybern will be down to just 100 tickets. And Tumor and Hexstream appear to be well aware of that, and they are just sitting in the center zone. Not willing to give that one up. Willing to run down the clock for the victory. Big Rig definitely going to get pushed out of the zone and into the side. But now the question is, do they go after Big Rig, or do they go after the remaining members of Cybern? Looks like the decision has been made for them. Tumor actually coming in to intercept to perhaps save Big Rig, or at least offset any chance of MCR coming back from this. Ooh, hitting him with a good ram. Some friendly Hydra fire from somebody hitting both ships. Tumor is, of course, the more vulnerable one. Orpheus's grid is pretty tanky. It's not going to survive sustained fire just like this. There he goes, starting to fall apart now. Big Rig is still kicking, and MCR down to 200 tickets. MCR 200 tickets. There you go. So a single kill will be what decides the game, and that might be Cybern's plan here. You can see that CIC in the middle of what's left of Orpheus there, all those buster blocks protecting what's left, but there just isn't that much to lose before those boxes. Boxes? Blocks. Oh, there he goes, breaking apart. Well, that part of him broke apart anyway. Looks like it didn't count against MCR, so that's good, but this one definitely will. Nope, that didn't kill him. There it is, now he's dead. Game, we're done. Hey, system works. The Cybern victory. Restarting. Alright. So yes, if you did indeed crash during that game, I'm actually going to restart my own game here. If you did indeed crash, make sure you send in your log. Close game, GG. Yeah, it was very close. Got to the point there where a few extra lucky shots here and there would have possibly swung it. That was pretty fun to watch, though. How'd it feel, Tibbs? So it goes.
Oh, it's hard fighting against, you know. Cybern is a good team.
Yeah, I agree. So it showed.
Very difficult to handle their setup, because I mean, we were trying to focus down one problem, and there were others that we just didn't have the best answer for.
All right, do we have the next fights lined up?
Yep. TGS first.
TGS versus Cybernon Combat 1?
Yeah, I need to.
Alright, we'll get those things posted on the doodad there, but don't worry. You won't be disqualified for being a little bit behind on that one. You get a 3-minute warning.
There's no way of doing it until our fight was over.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's the problem with when you hit the end of the double elimination like that. There's not a lot of forewarning that can be built in.
They split up just as I died and got themselves focused on rather than work together. They did seem to try to work together, but a little bit out of position. It's pretty hard to judge distance right up until you have 2 enemy ships orbiting a friendly ship at 500 meters and you're at 5 kilometers. Not a whole heck of a lot you can do about that one. Tumor is just making a phone call. The phone call that saved the world, I'm sure. MCD died, we panicked. Ah, well. At least it's a good and honest way to lose. More than anything else. Getting all the boys in. TGS claims red. Lamau. Would you mind putting together a battle order for the next fight after this one, which will be UOD versus the winner of whatever this is? Just leave like a blank space for who UOD is versing.
I mean, it's in the scheduler. It's just, yeah.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Yeah, UOD versus whoever wins this one. And now UOD needs to lose twice. What? Oh. It's a spoder. Look at him go. Wowee. But I'd much rather see some engineers. Where are the boys? It's real fight. Yep, all good.
Friendly target identified.
Thank you very much for the follow, Ash the Man. Ash the Man. Like, Evil Dead. I think that guy is, named Ash, the main character of the Evil Dead movies, Ash.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds right. That's who I would name him. Oh, looks like we got some recoloration going on for the spawn. Alright, got 5 on red, 3 on blue. Looks like we're just waiting for the remainder of blue team to load it. Load. Remainder of Cybern to load in, who have painted their spawn red in protest. Presumably. That's gonna be TGS, CYB, and EU. Please beat us, TGS at 60. I just want to go play D&D. Well, something to look forward to. Beat you harder. We didn't expect to make it this far. I think this really says a lot about society.
Yeah.
But you know what it doesn't say? Our team is ready, Muzzle, and our ships are spawned in. Get your ships out. What are you doing?
On your shit.
Yeah, get in, get in. The faster you lose, the faster you can go play D&D. How's that? I'm back, saw the last fight, very good. Ah, very good. I saw that you were piloting one of the ships to start with, but it looks like you had to bow out. Good to see you back. Ooh, there we go. Room 40 moment. Fucking Kiwis. Clonk, clonk, clonk. Everything loads in nicely. There we go.
Oh, Wiseman's Discord has died.
Oh no. That is unfortunate.
Oh no.
Teams and teams see each other.
Well, it would appear that Zero has decided to throw down a nice 50,000 tibs.
50,000.
Yeah, there's a lot of betting on Cyburn right now.
They did just say they wanted to throw, guys. I don't know.
And they put 74,000 some odd tibs on them. Okay.
Real proud of MCR's fight there. Good stuff. Yep. Is the It's the Ares overpen. It went halfway around the world. Yo, Wiseman. I knew it. I knew that issue wasn't fixed. Just took a bit to get there. Had to loop a few times. Just waiting on ready, boys. TGS ready. Waiting on Cybrin. Tumor's betting. Lamau. You there, Enveld? Nope. Looks like we have lost our picture-in-picture for now. That's okay. Oh.
Ah.
Hey, Cybern, we should have peace instead of war. Wow.
Here we go. The betting's evened out a bit with Chris Pants putting in another interesting numerical bet of 67,890 tips.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin! Pass time, commit, kill.
Casting die, committing the kill.
Oh, just let me fuck up my camera here for a bit. Thank you. Swap the music over and we're good to go.
Tumor, traditionally hauling all of the ass. That was one of the things that was just kind of difficult for us to deal with. Is what do we do with the tumor? I mean...
Well, shooting him is a good start.
We tried. It was mildly ineffective. I mean, damage did occur, but not enough.
Nope. Doom Fox now completely stationary.
Kind of observing the field.
Luna did not check to see they saw all ships. Congratulations.
You've dabbed on yourself?
My face when this stream is 30 seconds behind the Discord column in? Well, yes. That is intentional, my friend.
Yeah.
Looks like they're good. They're taking some ship damage through the fields here. Those Hydras do have shield pen. They're getting some reduced damage. Crystal Woods is now on the move. Big Rig seems to have noticed. So has Hexscream by the looks of it. Good shot so far. Looks like the majority of those are landing.
Now, Big Ring and Hexstream are very precise with those Hydras.
Boing.
Yep.
It is one good strategy for stopping is running into one of these blocker boxes, then using your more powerful main drive to halt your momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they don't cause any damage, so why not?
Looks like the majority of TGS are hanging pretty at the top end of the match. So me looking for boating with that bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Takes true bravery to pilot from this position. That or something else, but I don't think he's piloting from there. Those are decorative.
Yep.
It's a very tactical, positional fight so far. Just trying to stay in happy positions relative to the enemy team.
Crystal Woods hugging the blocker boxes.
Those lasers probably going to give their position away. It's going to be relatively difficult to do something sneaky. Yep, I managed to clip them with a bit of a shot there. Looks like it did actually take out a Tiger in some blocks. Bracket get updated after the GT before the next season? Yeah. It'll be capped off, sealed, archived, and everybody will start afresh.
Yep.
And we'll go back and make sure the tournaments where we had to do some extra funny business are correctly accounted for.
Yep. It's all in there.
Yeah. Alright, now 60 is pretty alone compared to the position of the rest of his team, as is Hexscream. Captain Proton and Asilmi realizing the opportunity. Big Rig down at the bottom of your picture, along with Crystal Woods, and now we're beginning to split off into actual combat. Here we go. Got Tigers out from June, bouncing off of Big Rig, spinning them around with that shield jitsu. Might not have been the best plan though, as Crystal Woods have much weaker shields than Big Rig does, and Crystal Woods is much faster. Not to say that I would pilot these grids any better, but I think my plan would be to utilize that extra speed and keep it, and don't stick around for too long. Yeah, just like that, moving along. Still getting peppered by various Hydra fire, some Erebus fire.
Yep. The rest of Big Rig's team consolidating near him for support.
Going through blocks with damage. Well, if you want to clip any particular point where you see it, do let me know. Or rather, feel free, and we can review it together. As I don't really see that.
I see them shoot into a box, but that doesn't come out the other side. Big Rig holding up pretty well, but 60 shields have just collapsed. Where is 60?
60 is over with Captain Proton, who has turned away from the fieldless tank. It looks like the marked man is Big Rig.
Oh, amazing. They dropped the shields on 60. Oh, there it is, right there. He's getting monopole fire from the side.
Yep, from Asilmi, who I believe cannot actually engage. Big Rig, or no, they definitely can. It's just that they're keeping that fire onto 60 while they are taking fire from Tumor in the distance, who is repositioning to assist Big Rig.
Oh, we've got some effective fire in the 60 so far.
Demon Fox is taking some fire. Here comes some missiles. Are they going to do anything about it? Just going to eat them on the shields by the looks of it. Their shields are still holding strong. Demon Fox still pretty good, holding them together. Probably utilizing that heatsink mechanic.
Big Rig shields collapsed for a moment, but they have come back up.
Ooh, looks like Hex Scream just wiggling in front of Big Rig in order to chase down the target. Crystal Woods running up in behind both Hex Scream and Big Rig. Probably going to chew out those drive sections. Definitely did something nasty to the rear end of Big Rig.
Yeah, Big Rig shields are pretty low. Oh, Tumor took a hit. Hello. Somebody knocked out Tumor's shield.
Yeah, they did. Now, if he starts getting whittled down by those derechos, that's gonna be a problem.
A little bit of confetti off of Tumor there. He takes some glancing hits from those derechos.
Sorry, good camera's back.
Okay. There we go, back on camera. Got the Crystal Woods eating into Big Rig, and Hex Scream blinking beyond the engagement, firing his SRMs as he did so, while Demon Fox rams straight into Big Rig. I wonder if that was intentional.
Crystal Woods has lost the cockpit. They're back in, but they're disintegrating rapidly.
Oh no, that's it for Crystal Wood. They have been blown in half by that little operation from Hex Screen.
Nice. First kill to Cyberan. With Cyberan holding 2 cap zones, the TGS is 1. They've got a good bleed going already. TGS are rapidly approaching the danger zone.
Inbound fire from those Asterios slowly plinking away as they go. Demon Fox continuing to change the velocity vector while Cyberan reformats themselves. J-Nick in chat saying, guys, please focus one target, holy hell. And it seems that is now the idea with 60, crippled from before and was left to his own devices for a bit, now finally being acknowledged? Let's see. Oh, he doesn't have any weapons, it's probably why they're ignoring him.
Somebody's gotten out of their ship to repair. I do believe that
Hex Scream.
Hex Scream, yep.
Yeah.
In the Hunk F.
Hunk. Tumor and Demon now trade in. Tumor might be at the slight advantage in terms of remaining firepower. Demon Fox having already taken some firepower losses from getting shot with firepower. What a dumb word, firepower. My power is maximum, bang! Yeah, okay.
Well,
what? Anyway, back to the fight.
Big Rig is looking a little crispy.
Yeah, how is Big Rig doing? Got 60 down there. Silmi is sitting in the center. Big Rig with almost nothing really functional. That main drive thruster is gone. Some of his hydrogen's gone. Looks like either that ion is powered off or disabled. Probably disabled. And looks like he has lost some of his side thrust as he limps back towards the center. And Capitan Proton, now finishing off the corpse of 60. Oh, nope, maybe not.
Not quite yet. 60 was not letting him go. No easy kills today.
Or at least not that particular moment.
No.
Rapidly being reduced.
60's about to get cut in half. Rapidly turning into confetti. His bow's about to fall off.
Still holding together. Still making sure none of that fire goes towards his
There
team. He even loses the front, but he's not too worried about it. At least not yet.
$140 megawatts of power.
And that's
no
it.
Weapons. There he is.
60's gone red. Both teams now down one ship. TGS looking the worst for it. The Kunk Fury abandoned by its operator or something.
That should be Hex Scream. I thought he was out repairing, but he may not be there. He could have suffered another catastrophic systems failure.
Well, 60 did just got out of his own ship, so there is an opportunity for him to roll over and go grab that one.
Oh, Another pilot has entered the field. Engine-rich exhaust is taking over Hex Scream's command.
Oh, looks like we have a late join pilot. It's interesting they didn't mention anything about Hexstream not being there, but hey.
Hey, it is what it is.
Demon Fox now engaging
there it
in
is.
rich exhaust.
Here in the Twitch chat, Hex disconnected. Hex lost power. Oh, there's some storms.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, my eyes glazed right over that. I'm sorry. I probably read it and just mentally compartmentalized it. I'm sorry. Well, at least you're in there.
Yep. No one blew up the ship while he was gone. It just kind of sat there. So
whether through luck or judgment, it did work out.
Okay. It is what it is. Cap zones being traded back and forth. We're back to Cybrand holding 2 over TGS holding 1. Ticket bleed is back and forth, but TGS are down on the ticket. So Cybrand holding 2. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds to a ticket bleed victory for Cybrand. Of course, this could all change in a heartbeat if another ship goes red. Say, I don't know, Big Rig.
Yep, he's looking pretty hurt. Not sure if he can do much to get away, but he might get away with it just by sustaining enough speed away from the crippled Capitan Proton, who is already slow to begin with. Ilsimi's trying to hit him with some monopole fire, long range. Back over to Tumor and Demon Fox, with engine-rich exhaust taking the place of Hexstream as emergency backup pilot, because Hexstream lost power. Now, Demon Fox is in a pretty disadvantageous position, I'd say.
Yeah.
Trying to throw derechos best they can into the enemy. Tumor's still looking pretty good. Still maintaining 80% shields. He's probably the nicest looking ship on Cybern's team.
Yep. 92% hull integrity. Only lightly critical. Both of Cybrand's cap zones have been decapped. TGS still hold 1 cap zone.
I just let both names know what their ticket count is, just in case there's a bit of a desync. I hope there isn't.
TGS picking up a 2nd cap zone, increasing the bleed on Cybrand.
Captain Proton looks like he did actually manage to maneuver his way over there. How is he doing? Can he actually be an effective unit now? Oh, he still has his main thrust. He's not crippled at all. He's just fat.
I mean, he is a pretty slow ship. But yeah. Relying on drive thruster makes him a pretty good ship. Now he's just got to make it to the fight.
Silmi looks like he's pretty happy to stay where he is as Demon Fox rotates around. Cybern at the disadvantage in terms of, well, captures and probably effective ships left on the field.
Yeah, they may have more tickets, but they don't have any cap zones, so they're rapidly bleeding off. Yeah. Big Rig is...
Engine-rich exhaust went for a pass on Captain Proton, maybe thinking he was actually crippled, but nope. In fact, he's just fine.
Not the best idea.
Nope.
But he gets away from it without too much extra damage. Demon Fox is gonna put some pressure on, though.
TGS took 2 zones in decap. That is huge.
Yep. Cyber recapturing that far side zone. Looks like Big Rig is not out of this fight yet. He limped his way out there.
Ooh. Tumor taking some damage he might not have needed to, really. Oh, God.
Ooh, that goes a bank of thrusters right there. He lost a hydrogen tank with that. That's part of his lateral system.
I think he lost most of his thrust just from that one hit.
Yeah.
Now that is a issue, perhaps. Captain Proton still sitting in this adjacent cap. TGS happy to park 2 of their tankier grids in the 2 caps in question as engine-rich exhaust tries to engage Demon Fox in a gunfight. All the while getting clicked on by Silmi. Demon Fox is being sprayed down by Hydrofire by long-range support from Big Rig, who is in their own zone and making sure that it can't be decapped. Now, Big Rig is pretty messed up. He's probably not moving anywhere. JNX saying, what is everyone doing in this match? Stop throwing.
Oh no. They're all trying to throw each other really hard.
Fair enough, I suppose. Back over between Tumor and Captain Proton.
Oh. On the Ticket Bleed front, we're coming up at 1 minute to a TGS victory. 1 minute.
It's 1 minute.
Yeah. Cybrand's just crossing the 2-minute mark. That's gonna be about 45 seconds to... Yeah, 1 minute and 15 seconds too late for them. If this keeps up.
Well, depends on what happens here, because if Demon Fox were to be hit by a Golden BB and just red out, that would be... well, game right there.
Yeah, that would be.
Cybrand down to 50 tickets and counting. It's less than 23 seconds left.
20.
Can they put down Demon Fox before 15 seconds go through? Oh no, Hex Scream is killed! No, not Hex Scream, exhaust, it goes red! That's it, game!
TGS victory. Oh my goodness.
Good fight, guys.
Demon Fox, fuck.
Fuck, can't believe you done this. If only I was able to actually take immediate control. Oh well.
TGS.
You can't do something like account for somebody's power going out, like, that's a bit silly.
Yeah. Now, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay, that means TGS is back up on the top side board. Their target, UOD.
Alright, so that's UOD and TGS. Report to combat 2. Remember to update the battle order?
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
248,000 go to Chris Panth and 11 others.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. Demon Fox bet everything on Cyber.
He shorted the market and lost.
You know, Darth would be happy with you being in the commentator's box if you want it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying, but yeah, I'm not a good commentator.
Drink water.
Drink water.
Drink water.
Gave those tips away as a gift.
Double his tips.
Easy money. All right. Wow, that was very exciting.
That was a good fight.
Yep. Let's check out the brackets, see how we're doing. All right.
Well, we're coming into the day's grand final. This will determine who's going to be fighting in the ultimate grand final, which is Hack and MCE versus
the winner of this
in
a round robin, which will run us rather late.
Yeah, we are at 4 hours 14 minutes. We've got at least one fight, possibly two.
Yeah, playing Remnant 2 with friends tonight. All good.
And that's the thing. If UOD wins this fight, then we can move on to the round robin.
Yep. UOD needs to lose twice for this one, though.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. If UOD wins, we move on. If UOD loses, they need to lose again.
You bet.
So it's the uphill battle for TGS.
What? Now that is a grid. Alright, we're gonna run a bio break for team that was...
What?
Oh, it has afterburners!
Oh, man.
Oh,
that was...
It's not shutting down.
Gordon! What a shitpost. That's probably annihilating the server upload. Not that bad, actually. Oh. The anti-mass spectrometer is beginning to destabilize. Hmm. Oh!
Whoa. There it goes. Bye-bye.
Wow, quite the distance on that one.
Oh, yeah.
The friend wheel. The friend wheel? The pinwheel of friendship. No, wait. Put it back.
Put it back.
Alright.
That's kind of funny.
Gonna drag Zero in for... There he is. Greetings, Zero.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Running alright, mate.
Hell of a way to get shot and have it be so powerful and not only takes out your network connection, but also Wiseman's.
Yeah. That's how it'd be in the ever unpredictable world that is space engineers.
Yep.
Fix one thing only to break two others, and you just don't know what they are.
Well, you're gonna
It's Russian
hold,
roulette, but there's two barrels pointed right back at you.
You're gonna hold the fort down here while I make a quick trip to the washroom and the teams get themselves sorted out. Spawn in when nerds are in smiley face.
No
Bio
worries,
break for TGS. Thanks.
Yep.
Alright, you're back.
Bio break. Hey, invalid?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Thank you.
So, good morning to the organisers. Thank you all very much for coming around, making sure that this all happens as smooth as ever, as always.
Well,
My
thank
recent
you.
experience in several other free-to-play developer-based games, this is not a standard that is held to in many other instances.
Well, those other places don't have a Tibbs. Or a
That
muffled,
is-
or an invalid, or a wise one.
Yep.
Yeah. So, how was your fight?
Oh man, it was great to just get in and press W and see the carnage ensue. It sucks a little bit that I was on the receiving end of it for once, but you know, what else is poor old Zero gonna do if he's not flying around in a fast ship being a general menace?
I don't know, man. I mean, you were beating up on us for a little bit there, and then I was like, god damn it.
Yeah, then Jet decided to commit not alive on my grid.
Yeah?
I just did a
mean-
nice little flyby. I'm like, oh yeah, he's got some Mark 3s, you know, he's got some Hurricanes. Yeah, we'll be all right. Just doing a bit of a drive-by and go and get Squid, which was the primary target. Put up my right side shields, and then I do a flyby, and I see the Ares go through my ship, and I'm like, you what? And then the most of my ship decided to exit out the rear hatch. I had to jettison some excess weight. It actually sounded like when I got hit, because I saw it hit my shields, and then my ship sort of lurched under the impact. And it sounded like my subgrid broke off. And then I went in, I'm like, oh, you better not have. Went in and checked, oh no, it's still there, it's alright. Hit the afterburner, boom! There goes the back third of my ship.
Yeah, so Jet had gone out to capture that outer cap zone, and then you started shooting across at, I think it was Squid or Squishy, and I was like, Jet, go stare at Zero until he stops. And that's the last time I worried about it.
Yep. Yeah, because he sure looked at me. Because yeah,
He
Squishy
sure
just
did.
happened to stop like right in range of fire. Like everyone was just able to shoot at him. So he was like taking all 4 ships worth of DPS for like a solid like 30 seconds there.
Oh yeah, no, and he was like, oh god, and I'm all like, they're shooting at you, we're gonna shoot at them back.
Yep. And that's why I was hoping to use the chaos to slip around, decap the zone that you had, and then go and just stick to Squid's rear end until we made the monopole ship go away. But no, it's Jet had other plans for me with that
Alright.
dead eye shot through like the whole center core of my ship.
No, that was a really. I was very glad that he nailed that shot.
Yep. it did an awfully big number on me. I still had enough left to go and shoot at Squid, and then Wiseman was able to kill him, but we sacrificed everything to do that. We possibly could have committed more on Squishy once his shields went down, done some real damage there, but being in close proximity to that Nova Cannon is it's a thing.
It's uncomfortable.
Yep. Because all of a sudden, you know, everything's fine. Yeah, 60% shields, you know, I can handle this for a little bit longer. We're doing alright. And then the Nova Cannon comes in and says, ha! Bye! But very, very well done by the MCRN boys. They are pulling together the plays as per usual, and the ships just absolutely looked amazing.
Oh yeah.
I was quite happy with how mine turned out. I'm looking forward to making some more iterations of this, because the ship that I flew in is actually originally a fast mover, and I like it. It's just the right kind of size for what I want to do, and I've got some really dumb ideas like duct taping some CTC hydras.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Greetings, no good night. Catching the tail end of the tourney. We're watching what's done. Hope y'all nerds having fun. We got bets yet? Think bets were already done.
That.
Yeah, bets were already through.
Oh. I need the new one. Whoops.
Yeah, you need
God
the new one.
it.
Yeah. So we'll run these bets into the fight. Give you 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is UOD
Versus TGS. TGS Sunred.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Bets, place some bets. Sorry.
Good timing, no good night.
There
So
you go,
no,
boys.
we didn't have bets yet. Now we do.
There, now you get your bets. See, nobody missed the bet.
Yeah. And both of these teams are bringing Tigers. They're bringing, well, one of them is bringing Hydras. Both of them bringing battleship cannons. Lots of fire going around, lots of lasers, some Vulcans. It'll be pretty bloody, but who's your money on, Zero?
Honestly, this is anyone's game, but I think I've got to go with the wildcards TGS, because that is a yes amount of Tigers. Every single one of their ships seems to have like an answer for the ever oppressive fast movers on UOD, but also bringing enough to go and make the big ships a little bit scared of sitting in front of that monopole. So it's going to come down to tactics and choices, I believe, here.
Yep.
But yeah, I stick with TGS simply because they're wild, they're crazy, and they are not afraid to press W.
Is TGS ready? UOD ready. Zero's joined. I'll just retract some nerds for you.
Oh, thank you, good sir.
I'll do it anyway. Just in case. Everyone can see each other.
I'm gonna be following around my favorite new fast mover.
Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And begin. Cast die and commit kill. Gonna make sure the trash collection is normalized under these settings. Just in case for safety, damage is definitely on. Shields were set at 100%. We're gonna swap the music over and we're good to go.
Yep. Betting is still underway for the next couple minutes. We're currently sitting at 55% UO, 45% TGS. High bet is 70,807 TIB, so 70807 from Bryce.
Remember to go all in on the team that damages the other team first. They're gonna win.
Do it, all of it. Zero puts down 30,000 TIBs on TGS. A nice vote of confidence.
I believe in the power of anime, My Little Ponies, and friendship.
I believe in the power of I click the button and it goes boom.
For me, it's gunpowder.
I like gunpowder too.
I have a feeling the UOD tanks are going to win with this one, says Darth. That is an interesting point. What is TGS's answer to the tanks?
Good question.
And monopole.
And monopole, singular. Well, those and all those tigers, I imagine, will work out just fine so long as they can get the drop on them or knock out good old Reaper and Bonnie, not Reaper, Bonnie and Bryce. Trying to hold it together. Long stream for everybody. Well, longer than usual.
Finally watching live again. Watched only VODs last month.
Ah, good to see you there, buddy.
Welcome
Napster.
back.
Thank you for the sub.
Yeah. Welcome back to live.
And we do need to catch up on edits. Of course.
Yeah. YouTube will get caught up over the break, hopefully. A little bit, maybe.
I could do some of that. Got another sub from Shadow Voices, thank you very much. But back to the game, starting to move towards the center. Got Ilsimi opening up nice and early with those monopoles, just shooting through the shield. You can see some of the shots starting to pen as it heats up, and now it's down.
I'm up, they see me, I'm down.
Looks like Captain wasting no time getting into close quarters combat, letting those tigers go to work with the Surters.
Yeah, this is definitely no place to let a ship not be firing constantly, especially something like that.
Oh. There is certainly a hail of bullets flapping against the shields, but not seeing a lot of...
Looks like Crystal Woods and Demon Fox not waiting for Bonnie and Bryce to pick their moment to come in. They're going to take the fight to the Uod fast movers. Bryce and Bonnie answer, and the dogfight ensues. The tanks on tanks, and now the dogfight happening in the side.
Classic.
Yeah.
So this is the strategy that Demon Fox and Crystal Woods wanted to actually execute the first time around. Now that Demon Fox's Hydrogen Thrusters work for the start of the match, looks like they're actually able to execute on that, but Bryce and Bonnie are ready and waiting for them. Already at some blocks. Isomi's out of shields.
Oh.
Yeah, Isomi taking some massive hits from the Mark 3s.
Oh no, Isomi is not feeling well. There goes an engine pod.
And that monopole is gone straight front to back.
Right down the middle. Huge hole hollowed.
That's a lot of kinetic shield damage going down. Reaper's starting to take some ablative hits from Capitan Proton, but now Capitan's going to be copping the Hydra through the side from 303.
That delicious AWG in the back. With that open shunt. Oh, it's perfect. He's going for it. Yeah, he gets it. Maybe.
Peppered it a little bit, but it's not gone yet. It's only a shell of his former self just drifting into the zone.
Meanwhile, Demon Fox is getting the worst end of the fighting against Bryce and Bonnie. Their superior speed and maneuverability managing to separate Demon Fox from Crystal Woods.
Cap zone report for the moment. TGS hold 2 cap zones and UOD's 1. Not sure how long they'll be able to hold that advantage.
It looks like now that Demon Fox has managed to separate Bryce and Bonnie. It looks like TGS is starting to get the upper hand in the fighting. Bonnie's shield's starting to go down. They're taking a lot of damage from Crystal Woods, and they're now running away. Demon Fox also holding out very well against Bryce. Bryce's shield numbers starting to drop.
Back to the center with Captain Proton jumping in behind Reaper in 303.
Yep. Captain Proton is pulling Reaper in 303 away from Isomi. He is...
Yeah, Isomi may be injured. He's still alive. I'm gonna hold that cap zone and start bleeding more tickets. Looks like TGS has the upper hand.
Reaper's decided he's going to go into the center cap and take it back from Isomi, leaving 303 to deal with Captain Proton, who are just going to sit there and stare at each other face to face.
Oh, Capitan is not having a good time. The Hydra's absolutely removing his insides.
Oh, yeah, but most of his guns are on the outer aspect of his grid, but can he turn around with all that damage? He does have RCS, maybe.
Yep,
he's
main
trying.
drive assembly's gone, but he still can turn.
Bonnie and Bryce are playing loop-de-loop with Crystal Woods and Demon Fox. The faster ships just is skirting outside of their range. They're not able to fight the superior offense of TGS, but they don't need to fight if their team is going to win the fight for them.
Well, when you win, you win. Pretty
It's
profound
better
stuff.
by an inch or a mile.
Yeah,
So Captain
303.
Proton and 303 are just teleporting behind each other and turning around.
Yep.
It's a fine dance, but there's a lot of integrity points falling off Capitan every single time that Hydra fires. There's lots of little giblets.
Something we're not seeing is all the damage that's not being done to the rest of his team as Captain Proton sacrifices himself to stand and fight against a grid that could be doing anything else.
Yeah. It's still means out of his cockpit.
Just hanging out.
Yeah. May have lost his main cockpit, and he's probably just, at this point, he's almost out of weapons. I don't know, maybe he might be better served abandoning ship.
Trying to weld up someone else.
Well, I'd say Captain Proton, but Captain Proton might need to abandon ship too.
A little bit worse
Bryce
for wear.
starting to take more hits here, decides to do a drive-by on a Silmi. They want to remove TGS from their final cap zone. Looks like Demon Fox has gone decapped one on the far side, giving up the chase on Bonnie for the time being.
Big
Bonnie down
chunks
to
of
8%
grid floating around.
shields. It looks like Crystal Woods identifies this, and they're going in. The Afterburner giving chase.
Ooh. Oh no! That Vulcan just tearing straight through the Crystal Woods, starting with the rear, moving up and
The
just
emitter
tearing them
goes
apart.
down. A lot of
No.
explosions.
Oh, Capitan goes red first.
Crystal Woods gonna follow them here.
Oh, looks
Demon
like Bonnie.
Fox not there to
in a
escort
box.
them and keep Bryce off their backs, and Crystal Woods is eviscerated by the Vulcan.
Managing to preserve himself inside of that box, doing a quick jump.
Yep.
Looks like Bonnie now using the strategic cover there to go and recover their shields just as they come up.
No, my 40 tibs.
Oh no! Well, taking a quick stock of the field, 303, 99% hull integrity, Reaper at 50, Bryce at 94, and Bonnie at 74.
TGS is still holding
two
both
dead bodies. TGS, 2 dead bodies, is Selmy at 37%, and Demon at 83.
It looks like one of the fast movers is going in to try and put a Silmi's grid down to give them control back of one of the zones here.
Not willing to break off to capture the other zone, I imagine.
Probably not. TGS still hold 2 zones, 1 free, but that will probably change here shortly.
Reaper only has 5 weapons remaining. One of those is a Hydra. Still ablating through a Silmi's grid. Plenty of components left in the Silmi's grid, so not going to be conceding that zone anytime soon.
Well, if you're gonna have one weapon left, it's gotta be a Hydra.
Demon Fox now trying to outmaneuver and tank the 3 ships. All of the Ord fast movers are all crippled in some way, shape or form. Bryce is probably starting to run out of ammunition if he hasn't run out with the Vulcan already. If Demon Fox manages to stick onto him for much longer than a couple of seconds, Bryce's shields are going to pay the price.
As Rachel's worming into and out of dodge. Looks like Bryce is gonna get away with it, as is Bonnie over in the distance, who is coming up to clean up Demon Fox as Bonnie refocuses on the corpse of a Silmi. Doing one of these quick passes, just dump some damage and leave.
Looks like Bryce's shield capacity is almost entirely gone. He's down to about 5 million. Where's Demon Fox? The Demon Fox out of shields now. One of the hits either taking out his emitter or the capacity finally giving way. Demon Fox definitely looking worse for wear, but the tickets now pretty much evened out. As Silmi's grid down to half its remaining power, 3 large reactors and a few little bits and bobs, all that remains. If they can hold
Silmi is
out.
still alive.
Yeah, 29%, but a lot of that power is starting to fall now.
Target
Oh,
destroyed.
there it goes. That was it.
Alright, and with the Silmi down, TGS down on tickets, the zone going to concede to Uod, and the ticket bleed will begin. Again, the Uod fast movers using superior speed maneuverability just managed to stay alive.
Certainly helps that their grids are fast enough to outpace the derechos as their point defense goes. Imagine that's what's happening anyway. It's always hard to tell. Oh yeah, Bryce is just yo-yoing around. Oh,
bonk.
Good front and center ram and breaks them apart as the coup de grace. That's it. Total board wipe. Victor goes to Uod.
Alright. Well done. Report from Cybran.
Oh yeah?
Hexstream's house was hit by lightning.
It was hit by lightning.
Oh god.
Yep. That is why he lost power.
Alright.
I do believe
Is he okay?
I have a picture.
A picture, no less.
A picture.
The predictions here. Choose outcome, Uod. Yeah, there we go.
Oh geez, yeah, he had a tree dropped on him too by the looks of that.
Oh man.
Yep. Hit by lightning, dropped a tree on him.
GG, well played. So, let's see.
He apparently will not be able to play D&D later.
Now, do we have the winner of day 1 and the runner-up entered in through a technicality, ready to go for our round robin between them and Uod?
Yes, I need to see. Okay. 1 second.
It's going to take us just a second to spin this up, boys and girls.
Yep.
Another awesome fight. I'd agree.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put like a tenner on this one, just so that way give him a little bit of time. So we should have MC versus
who's MC fighting?
Hack first.
Hack.
Unless you want them to fight you out, I don't care.
Oh, Uod just fought. We'll give them a chance and get that rematch that Hack wanted so badly against MCE.
Yep.
Here's hoping they're actually present for it, though. Restarting.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yep. Looks like Chris and Max have been talking in chat this whole time, so they should be good to go once they roll on up.
Yep.
Join world. There we go.
When he lost power through his house and everything, I guess he DM'd from his phone to Big Rig, get Nate in.
Another awesome fight. All right. I'm just gonna spin together a finals bracket here on bracket itself.
Oh yeah, that's right, because I can't use the next stage.
Yeah, so just give me a moment to set that up. Did plan on setting that up ahead of time. You know it says Combat 2 in the battle order, right? Does it say combat 2 in the battle order? If that's what it says in the battle order, that is what we will do.
Oh. What?
MC
God.
versus Hack on combat 2. Well, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
I know what happened. It would have been combat 2 because UUD and TTS would have. It's how the little sheet's made.
Yeah, it's okay. So long as we get the players into and server, we'll be okay. So combat 2 it is.
Yep. Make it. Yeah. I can tell them we go to combat 1. Okay.
Well, we're already on the way, and the server was very freshly restarted, so it should be good to go. Hopefully there are no bits of silly business. Had one report that the Rachos didn't seem to be doing what they should be doing, but we did have Invalid double check the files on the workshop and the Git and everything. They all match.
Yep. The commits are all the same.
Okay, matches. Add final. Round robin. Points for a win is 1. Points for a draw.
Combat 2.
Yeah, combat 2.
That's what the battle order says.
Yeah, I accidentally hit a button. My bad.
Yep. It's all good. Seems like a contest of who can throw the hardest. Well, don't worry, we'll get plenty of sweat out of this one.
Well, we're at 4 minutes and 4 hours. Hello. 4 hours and 42 minutes right now, and we have 3 more fights to go, which should take us just over another hour. So we're on track to slide in at about that 6-hour mark still.
Alright, right on target, right on time.
So finalists are UOD, Hack, MC.
Correct.
Yes.
Good luck, both. We're all in the finals. Well, it's your luck or judgment. We're all here. Have fun and all that. Now the German boys are rolling in pretty late for them, but they have not been fighting all day, neither have Hack, so should relatively even out. Hopefully it's not so bad. Teams, Hack, NCE, and EU. Believe Hacker on red. Yes. So when do we vote on intros? We'll put together a little form for that, put all the videos on it so you can look at them all. Be good to go. So we're going to be doing Hack this time, aren't we?
Yeah. Did MC submit a video? I don't think they did.
Don't have one. If they did, let me know. Let me just set that up real quick.
You there?
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one. Now there won't be any audio on the Discord stream here. They'll be on stream. Here we go. This is the intro video for Hack, I think.
You there? Ever wonder what life would be with more purpose? Do you long for adventure? Well, look no further. Join the Halcyon Arms Company today. Learn valuable skills. Explore a vast universe. But beware, there are many dangers in space. Know your enemy, the cyborg, the Martian, and the Unionist. We need you, yes, you, to make the galaxy a safer place. Join such legends as First Officer Augustus, Enforcer Dylan Dawn, Strategist Tysell, and Commander Spartan, Captain of the Charybdis. The pride and joy of the Halcyon Arms Company. You too could serve aboard her, or any one of Halcyon's state-of-the-art ships. Fight exciting battles, discover new planets, and defend humanity. Join Hack now.
Well, that was pretty good.
That's what the hype's all about.
I liked the chant Thundercock of, and Spartan. Uh-huh. It fits. Alright, we are good to spawn in.
I liked that.
Yeah, that was pretty great. It'll be so meta just have PNG of a brick. That's the Charybdis.
I did think it was funny when he called us out as Martians. That was Victor Robot.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Oh. Looks like there's some impromptu MCE art. I'll call it that.
Sure. Art.
Get your shit in the mouth. Oh, we have
On
to
your
spell
ship.
out how MCE is spelled. Gotta make sure. The pride of the Navy. Brick. Gun. With wedge. Standard issue brick.png. You figured they would paint a standard issue military brick like that kind of khaki sort of green.
Olive drab.
Olive drab? Yeah, that's one.
That,
That,
issue military brick, those like aluminum structures.
Oh, yeah. Standard issue military brick, also known as a rock or something.
Yep. Rock or something.
Alright, got the betting open?
Yeah, definitely remembered to do that.
Well, run us up.
Doing it.
We'll take a look at
Doing
the grids that we have on the field here.
Yeah.
Got first up Aristeas, flying the MC Sibilin GT3, 4.41 million mass with 20 million shields, 5.3 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. Quite a bit, with 3 Hydras, 4 focus beams, and a flare. Pretty good.
They'll definitely be able to press W.
Down here we got the MC Don't Blame Me, flown by Chris, Nightmare Panth. 3.26 million mass with just under 1 thrust to weight ratio in the forward aspect, but there is quite a bit of thrust in every other aspect. There's some also other aspects. But hey, that comes with the territory of the Germans. Next up we got the MC Ottoman Bismarck GT3, flown by Max Flying Cat. 23 million mass, just under, oh not just under, quite a bit under 0.5 thrust to weight ratio at 0.418. With 14 million shields, 4 Artemis, 3 Priest, 4 Mark III battleship cannons, 2 PDX, 1 Gladius, 2 Gimbal T2s, and a Blake Drive. Last up we got White Squall, flying the Regensburg GT3. 18.96 million mass, with a much lower thrust to weight ratio of 0.37 to 1. Oh.
Wow.
Looks like my audio desynced again. Whoops. Got 8 slingers, 2 PDX T2s, 6 RWRs, 4 ERPPCs, 3 Mark IIIs, blink drive, 2 T2 gimbal lasers, and some cameras. And of course, some random anime stuff. I do like the groupling on these ships. It looks simple, but I think it'd be nice if the whole fleet looked like this rather than whatever that is. Granted,
Yeah.
it is its own look, isn't it? And of course, we have Hack, flying today with Dylan Dawn in the Basilisk, 20 million mass, with 0.3 thrust to weight, 16.7 million shields, with blink drive, 6 F2 Spartan rotary guns, 5 Mark IIIs, 1 Ares, and a flare. Got Augustus over here in the Lamia Mark III with 2.8 million mass, 2.8 power to weight. 1 Blink Drive, an Afterburner of course, 4 Derechos, 4 PDX T2s, 2 Gladius, 1 RWR, 1 Tartarus, 1 Flare, and well, 2 more PDXs. And Tycel with another bunch of Derechos flying the Hermes Mark V, 6.3 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, 7,484 battle points with 18.5 million shields. The Blink Drive, 2 Gladius, 4 Derechos, 6 PDX T2s, a Flare, and a Tartarus. Let's see, make sure the factions are actually set up. Yep. Sure, I'm actually set up there. The team's ready. Slot shields. Yep. There we go. Damage is on. Trash removal is set to be a little bit more aggressive here. By a little bit, I mean quite a bit, but still allowing stuff to rattle around. There we go. Got ready from hack. Waiting on MCE ready. I got butterflies in my stomach. Wonder how they're feeling. Huh. MCE call's ready. I think we're good to go. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And begin! Cast die, commit, kill. Now's the time. You know, I didn't ask if the teams could actually see each other.
Oh, thing.
How much you want to bet this is the one fight where they can't?
Don't.
I'm just gonna ask, can teams see each other? Let's all ask at once.
Yep,
Maybe one of them will get answered. Anyway, back to the fight. Got Tycel and Augustus.
Burning all their blinks, pushing in straight away.
Is that a good idea?
And it looks, well, immediately the Mark III's opening fire. The 2 fast movers zipping around the middle capture zone there, going to take it while dodging some of the shots. Gonna take some early tickets, and then on to the next one. Oh, some of that damage looks to have bled through there. And actually hit White Squall.
Just a little bit. Of course, it could also be just some of his thrusters burning out of stuff. I forget it. This grid's like that, but got the ERPPCs heading straight towards Spartan. But they're gonna fall short. They're not that extended range. Back across the field, Dylan, Don, and Spartan squaring up against Max Flying Cat and White Squall as the 2 tanks of the team, while Chris the Nightmare Panth and Aristeus hover over near their natural capture zone. Same for Hack with Augustus and Tycel.
Spartan catching the eye of many of the members of Team MCE. All weapons firing on the behemoth of Spartan. They take the threat very seriously.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be worried about.
Augustus and Tycel look to have a target. They're moving down to intercept Aristeus and Chris behind their blocker plate.
Good utilization of all the thrust to weight that they have, making sure they are exactly where they want to be. Speaking of being where you want to be, Spartan is swinging out with a blink. Nope. Swoosing right on back. Now his shields are down though.
Yep, Spartan's shields go down, continuing to focus in on White Squall. White Squall's shields go down. Dylan Dawn's weapons now open fire. A direct hit with the Ares down the throat of White Squall takes some massive internal damage. Missiles now opening up on White Squall as Augustus comes in. Tycel does a run as well. I saw some explosions there on the back of White Squall on that pass.
Looks like they took out some of the rear protective plates and some of the armor on the side. Oh, another few shots heading straight through poor White Squall.
Hack
Spartan shields back up.
Absolutely diving in White Squall now. Spartan putting himself right in front of him. White Squall's shields come up, but Dylan Dawn's shots are going around the shunt now. Chris is on the run from Augustus and Tycel, kiting them around. Looks like White Squall's getting the short end of the fighting here, but while they're fighting White Squall, Max is sitting fully fortified in the center zone.
Pretty happy to just sit there and spam Spartan down with those Artemis. Almost called them Aristeas. God.
Spartan's shield's about to go down for the second time, but White Squall definitely getting the bottom end of this. Oh, another massive reactor hit from the Ares out of Dylan Dawn. And then a dual Ares hit from the top down from Spartan, and another 10% fall straight off. He's getting hollow. I'm seeing his enhancer literally carved out from the inside of his ship.
That's okay. All the internals just add weight. Now he's faster.
The target discipline here going to pay dividends. MC has the most caps. But pretty soon White Squall will be falling here. Tycel throwing out some missiles now, looking to do some more damage to White Squall. Oh, a big power hit from the Tartarus. German engineering holding true here for the time being, but there are multiple ships firing at White Squall as he drifts out of the center zone.
Somewhat interesting is that both of the fast movers on MC seem to be very happy to just let the fight happen in front of them.
I can see Aristius, I can't see Chris at the moment. Where's Chris hiding?
Well, it looks like he's between the natural cap,
Yep.
blue and center. Ooh, looks like Augustus is on cleanup duty for White Squall along with Tycel, who is firing a Tartarus. Is it gonna hit the shield? Yeah, it looks like it's... No, it hit White Squall.
Yeah,
Didn't
White Squall's
quite
trying
make
to
it.
mitigate the damage. He's got 2 reactors and a dream holding him together.
That's all you need. It's just a little bit more time. Spartan's getting lower and lower on shields. I think there is a sun in play. Where is it? Oh no. It caught White Squall. Oh, and it caught Tycel a little bit? No, it's just gonna catch White Squall. That might have been a friendly fire incident.
White Squall, with all of the damage he's taken, actually still has shields. Still has a lot of redundant power, it seems here. Gonna be very hard to kill, but is more or less crippled at this point. 5,000 battle point lead going to Hack as Spartan's designs just eat damage without doing any significant damage to his vital components.
The shots
Max,
inside
the
of
flying
Max are
cat,
bad.
had his emitter removed, it looks like. And is now weathering the storm against Spartan and Dylan Dawn. But now Chris and Aristius pick their target, and Spartan is the focus of MCE. But they're not giving up. The heavy repeaters just working to soften that armor, and the bigger guns putting massive holes in Max.
It's just a brick covered in guns. Look at it go. All of the greebles and niceties have been stripped away. Oh, it looks like Dylan Dawn is now taking some fire. It's an interesting
Looks like
choice.
Hackers are taking advantage of the fight in the center as the fast movers are occupied to now go and take a zone. Chris playing zone hockey with them as well, while Aristius puts some damage in on Dylan Dawn. Dylan's shields for the first time this fight go down. He's now taking some damage. MC giving up on trying to do damage to Spartan. His spaced armor is clearly too effective.
Looks like they've judged the remaining weapons on Spartan to not be threatening enough in comparison to Dylan Dawn, or they just decided the Dylan Dawn shields were down to go for him.
Looks like a lot of Dylan Dawn's weapons aren't firing. Or it might just be the angle that he's approaching at
Yeah,
here.
it's saying, oh, we got a sun. Where is it? There it is. It has
Just
grabbed
outside of
White
the
Skull.
zone.
It's grabbed White Skull again now.
It's gonna pull Spartan and Dylan out of the zone. It looks like Max is also out too, so this leaves the center zone open for contest here. Hack down 300 tickets from the bleed, but honestly, I'd honestly give the fight to Hack here, if they manage to cripple MCE enough, MCE's not going to be able to maneuver or fight back.
Inbound
The heavy
Tartarus.
repeaters from Spartan just continuing to burrow into the armor of Max the Flying Cat here. And some of those holes are starting to go pretty deep. I haven't seen or heard an Ares fire in a hot minute.
There it is.
Oh, I say that right as one goes clean through and through Max the Flying Cat.
Did that actually? Yep, that is all the way through. Ah. Oh no! And in the other direction.
Another one lands, another large reactor goes down. Man, it's almost like the weapons on their fast movers just bouncing off the tanks right now. Augustus is now on the move. 50% shields. Chris is taking issue with his existence. Tycel also moving around, continuing to play the zone hockey game here. But meanwhile, Dylan Dawn and Spartan just carving holes completely through the heavy grids of MCE.
That isn't good. In fact, that's quite bad.
All of the power on these grids is all redundant, but the heavy repeaters are picking out battery by battery, reactor by reactor.
It's gonna take a bit.
They will turn him into Swiss cheese. Oh, another big Ares hit. Oh, and that separates a massive chunk of Max.
Seems he's hopped out of the grid already.
He's left it dead to the world, just as an arrow gets launched out of Chris. Oh no, that's a sun launcher.
Sun
looking like
detected.
he's going to pull the heavier grids out of the zone. No zone for you.
Suck. It's happening again. Into the fun you go. Get out of there.
The Spartan's blinking back in.
Oh,
trying
gotta
to
run right
keep
into
that
it.
zone.
Oh no, that took out a massive chunk at the front of Dylan. And dropped his shields with some extra helping fire from what looked to be a focus beam off from the side.
Yeah,
Max
Dylan's
Flying Cat getting another hit.
Yeah, Dylan's nose has a distinct spherical portion missing out of it. And somebody just went munch.
Jeez.
Aristeus now going and taking on the duel with Augustus. Augustus ablating so much damage here with the speed of his grid. Tycel now joining the fight with Max the Flying Cat's corpse, trying to get a red out here.
Target destroyed.
Oh, there it is. There's that red out.
Max is down, out of cockpits. Looks like White Squall has either disconnected or left the other grid. And it's just free for the taking here. Actually, no, Max has taken over White Squall's grid because I just saw the PPCs fire.
I do believe White Squall has the weaker connection out of the two of them, or rather weakened computer. Oh, that was a beautiful hit from the Tartarus. Ha! Bonk. Swing and a miss with those ERPPCs. The hail of fire continues from Spartan. Some derechos occasionally making it through shielding here. Ooh.
Chris still going around playing zone hockey against Tycel and Augustus, but it looks like Chris and Aristeus have taken opposite sides of the map here. Spartan and Dylan Dawn focus firing White Squall's grid, trying to kill it off, but the redundant power is amazing here. They've got so many batteries just tucked away in all of these little spots. 21 batteries remaining on that grid, so it's going to be looking like a cockpit kill here.
Oh, it seems he has hopped out in order to do some repairs, possibly. Chris the Nightmare Panth now dealing with Tycel at the same time. Now, which of these grids makes a better interceptor?
Chris buying some time with the sun dragging Tycel back, but Tycel's hot in pursuit. Chris now without shields. Tycel, the T4 and the lasers just beginning to gut Chris. Block by block they carve.
Ooh, seems he's going for a full send attack towards Tycel, who appears to have fortified and now blinks away as soon as Chris gets close. Managed to
Using
keep
the
control.
component armor of his dense grid here so the build and repair can keep it up.
Status sucking down a bit more fire into his shielding. Ooh.
Augustus continuing to outmaneuver Aristeus with the Hydras. But he is taking some damage here. Every shot that goes near him takes another couple of blocks out.
Now it's a game about attrition.
Looks like Spartan now going to move Chris out of the outer zone.
Now, if my name were Chris Panth, I'd probably want to stay out of range of Spartan's guns, because he only has those guns left and that Ares. But CMC has decided fortification. Oh,
Yep, looks to make his stand, and the Ares goes and drops the fortification, and the repeaters go to work on what's left of his grid. And he now opts for the tactical retreat.
Well, fair enough. If it sucks, hit the bricks. Let's get out of there. Oh, speaking
Hack now
of,
looking to contest all zones. Dylan Dawn in the center, Spartan on the outside. Meanwhile, Tysel and Augustus are dueling with Aristeus for the last one. All three zones go to Hack.
dueling is a strong word.
Target destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aristeus goes red. And that's
Ooh,
a second
yeah.
kill for Hack.
Chris is heading
see-
over with no shields. And
Pretty brave.
Tysel and Augustus smell blood. They don't need the zone. Chris's shields come up just in time. But now there's an Ares looking at him. And two ships with lasers. And the shields go down. Thrusters disabled, left, right, and center. The build and repair, keeping it up where it can.
Ooh.
The Sun launcher fires its last barrage as the tickets run out in the favor of Hack.
That's it. Game. All right. Pretty solid win there, but that was by no means easy for Hack. As evidenced by the amount of damage on Spartan.
Yeah, no, not at all. Like that's right. Like the Spartan shields went down first, and I thought for sure that MCE would have had a leg up there. But again, the target they picked was probably less than ideal. Spartan's grid more than able to deal with anything you throw at its front side. It's all hollow and armored, and it's just walls and layers. And it takes a very long time before you're doing damage to anything integral.
Oh, god damn it.
Too
I
slow.
go to press the button and it's like, error. What do you mean error?
Alright, so our next fight's gonna be on Combat 1 with who?
It should be UOD, MCE versus UOD. And why didn't I post that?
Feels like everything is running closer than it used to be. Well, there is a greater prevalence of information, so we don't have flower pot teams running around with any degree of regularity. Which I think is probably for the best.
This happens when I get distracted. Sorry.
Now, UOD versus MCE. How does that work out?
And after that, I'll have Hack fight UOD.
Yep.
There. I'm just patching in the feedback form for the tournament.
Very good. Hack versus MCE, there is a single hack win. It's MCE versus UOD. So, to catch you up if got onto the stream late, we're going to be running a round robin between the 3 finalists. Now 3, even though there's only 2 days of quote-unquote final qualifications. Because there was a bit of a whoops on the regard of the config of one weapon on hack, which totally lost them the game, and we all agreed to it. So, the fairest thing that we determined was to run a round robin with all 3 teams, and what?
Sniper
Let
got
me
him.
just, there we go. Fixed.
Now he's back.
Nope.
What a fascinating abomination. God, they all have cockpits on them too. That's horrible.
Oh, God.
GG. Alright, let's see some predictions for this one, the MCE versus UOD fight.
Okay.
They won because the tanks hold W? I don't know if that's true. You'll remember that MCE was also in the center cap for most of that fight.
And Spartan ship was the first to lose shields.
Yep.
It was just a matter of who's stuck with which target, I guess.
Well, it was also positioning and piloting skill, and is that and the other thing, and lucky this, lucky that. Do you think this? Do you think that? Whoops. MC versus Hack, 2 wins out of 3. I made a horrible mistake, me and Bryce, they say. Is that because you bet on MCE? Lama?
Holy sweet baby giblets. Ricecraft has put down 123,040 tips on MCE.
Well.
Oh my goodness. MTD put down 747 tips on UOD. Wow. Yeah, the current... Oh, well, people are betting now, so the odds are shifting, but... Bruh.
108 times return. Well, the derechos are still not as strong as they were before the balance freeze. Armor is significantly less still. That is pretty unfortunate because, well, I haven't personally checked the files, but as far as I'm aware, the files from the workshop and the files on the Git are exactly the same as it was on balance freeze. So if there's a difference somewhere, it wasn't from that. But we'll investigate after the tournament to see what's up. Well, if they were significantly nerfed, it didn't seem like it was enough to make you lose the game. So there's yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We looked at the thing. The bang mix shooting numbers are supposed to be the same. Don't know what to say.
Yeah, we'll try to dig into it and see where that goes.
People are trying to boost the UOD numbers. They're up to 19,000.
19,000
on UOD. So we're at 87% in favor of MC versus 13% for UOD. Oh, never mind. Numbers changing. Here we go. Chris with another fun number. 32,121. So 32121.
Well, according to Max's analysis tool, as in the logs fed into the spreadsheet, it appears that they were performing as well as Mark III's, but, you know, they seemed fine. We'll see how true that is after the tournament, I guess. A bit late to be making any changes now.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, the doohickey says the gizmos are the same.
Yep. It's all good. I think you might have an open mic there, Zero. Getting a little bit of background noise.
Yeah.
Yep, you are correct. Sorry, my headset mic was up, but not. It was about 99%.
Ah, classic.
Flipped up, but just tiny bit not far enough for it to click off.
Oh.
On there are a few people throwing their tibs into UOD now. 89,000 on UOD.
To MCE for saying everybody was in and okay, spawn your ships, and now one of their members needs to load in with all the ships already in.
Oh.
I'm out.
They'll blame it on sleep deprivation. I guarantee it.
I mean, I can tell you it's probably sleep deprivation. Or it was, yeah, whatever, let us spawn our ships in and he'll just suck it up.
Yep, I get over
I
it.
suppose. My brain, I was thinking Hack is fighting UOD right now.
No. That's the other fight.
Yeah, we'll get to that one right after this.
Yep. I wanted to get the MCE fights done first. Because I am sympathetic to the fact that they are zombies. Not 60-40 split on the betting right now. MCE still at the 60%. So, 2.5 to 1 against. It's just hilarious. I look at that bet. It's like Bryce shorting the betting with like all the tibs.
Yep. Easy way to make Tibbs is just lose the grand tournament on purpose as a joke. Winky face.
Yeah.
It's like Chris has managed to find his way into the server and is now getting his thing spawned in. Yep, there it is. I'm gonna just go ahead and retrack ahead of time before he asks. And yes, there's an auto track feature when the match starts. And yes, people will still ask for a retrack. Alright, all grids are tracked. And both teams see everyone. I don't know why I even asked that since nobody actually answers. Well, there was one fight where they did. Maybe two. I might be exaggerating, don't worry about it. Okay. The team's ready. UOD is ready. If MCE says all good, does that mean they're ready? I'm gonna say it is. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. During the countdown, you should unload that Vulcan into Bonnie. Now. If only. Well, we have seen weirder things happen. Looking at you, drones. If UOD beats MC, then UOD wins GT3 in my book. Well, we'll see how that goes. Grid's crawling up the field nice and slow as usual for UOD. When you find a strategy that works, don't change it. You don't need to. Well, if MC have lost twice, then you can probably count them out. We're trying to minimize the amount of fights happening, so this will be an extremely tuned bracket to exactly the circumstances at hand. Put it that way. Max already out 20% shields. Crawling forward. And stops. Through 3 and Reaper now focusing on Max. Both teams having their natural caps already, so 1 all. Max trying to fortify a full forward shunt. I think some of those shots from friendly weapons are tapping the back of Max's shield, so we're getting some doubled shield damage. That is unfortunate. White Squall is just a little bit out of position, and those shots are just sailing straight through. Your guns won't shoot the ship, I think, but your shield doesn't count for that check.
Yep, it's overheating his shield, which means he's going to collapse faster if he's not managing it.
Oh, looks like Bryce and Bonnie are on Chris already.
Oh.
Oh. There was a bit of a personal discussion about the physics of that matter, and it seems that Chris has gotten the upper hand in terms of placement.
Had to get in and out of his cockpit. He may have suffered slightly from that interaction.
A little bit.
Showing 91% on hull damage.
I wonder if his invincible subgrid ripped off and damaged some of him. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh. He got a little bit of a kiss there.
Just a little bit.
Now this is pod racing.
His shields are down. Maybe he may have lost his main emitter.
Yeah. That invincible subgrid getting ripped off with extreme violence like that might be able to do that.
Yeah. I'll have to keep an eye on Bryce. I'm watching him lose structural integrity while he's... Oh, yeah, he is getting shot at.
Yeah, by Aristeas over here.
Oh,
he's definitely getting targeted.
Back up. Yep, but Aristeas is coming after him with a Hydra.
And those focus beams.
Yep. Bryce is on the back foot. Ooh, out of the cockpit for a moment. Took some more damage.
Back to the center. We have 303 looking extremely beat up.
Yeah,
some good chunk of the top of the ship.
Took a good beating there.
It's now slightly out of position.
Max has suffered critical damage. 24% hull integrity.
Well, integrity in general, so that's going to be the internal.
Max has suffered a critical existence issue, and yet somehow he's not dead.
Still shooting away with what he has left. Some gimbal lasers by the looks of it. Shine on, buddy. Make sure he doesn't get that cap. And Chris is still getting chased down by Bonnie.
Yep.
Looks like Bonnie wants to ensure he can't use that sun launcher.
Yeah. Bryce is taking some damage, but Bonnie has not. Chris is starting to feel the pain of the constant pressure of Bonnie.
Ooh, keeping himself together. No, Bonnie's gonna go for a ram to bump him out of position. No, he's still holding together. He's getting some fire support from Aristeas in the background. How's Bryce doing? He's still alive, but I think he's a little bit off balance with that afterburner, so his maneuverability is going to be far reduced, and a lot of his reactors are just down. Back to the center, 303 is trying to reposition himself to deal with both White Squall and Max. Looks like Reaper has just been sitting there, dealing with it. Well, 303 remains the marked man.
Bryce out of his seat for a moment. Maybe he's attempting to effect some repairs.
Do you wonder if he's lost his build and repair?
He might have with that amount of damage.
Ship builder? No, he still has it. He might just want faster repairs. Chris Nightmare Path not taking the opportunity. He can see that he's not in his cockpit as well. to go and cap instead of try to actually put him down.
Yeah, flipping cap zones are going to be crucial to forcing confrontation. Ooh.
We almost have through holes straight through White Squall, who is dealing with a grid that has pretty good shielding. It appears that he's swapped from 303 onto Reaper. I wonder if that's a good idea, but he might just be going for the turrets and allowing the Hydra to do whatever it wants.
Oh, one each on the cap zone for MCE and UOD. MCE do have lower tickets.
Oh, Bryce goes red!
Oh, never mind.
Wait, did he get hit with the sun? No, the sun launcher's way over there. It's still fine. Looks like he got broken in half by something off in the distance there as Reaper Dragon Gaming jumps out of dodge. Way out of dodge.
Yeah. Bryce is completely confettied out of existence. That evens up the tickets pretty much. MCE have a slight advantage over UOD now on the ticket race.
White Squall taking some yet more damage, almost cutting him in half at this point. That's going to be pretty destructive.
Yeah. Just taking a look at the stats, MCE are lighter on weight but heavier on the BPs. So there is more armor of UOD. There's less battle points of UOD. MCE have successfully flipped all 3 cap zones under their control. They have the run of the field right now. Bonnie is out of the cockpit. White Squall is out of the cockpit. White Squall having a little difficulty getting into her cockpit.
How did that happen to Bryce? That's a good question, but my first guess would be Hydras. Ooh, just like is about to happen to White Squall. Yep, just like that.
Yep, there it goes.
Good demonstration.
Goodbye, sir.
Didn't need it. Add weight. So Aristeas is still running around on 100% integrity and 90% shields left.
And he's punching 3.6 gigs of power as well, so it's not exactly a tiny amount.
Yep. Well, UOD are... Well, everyone's crispy except for Aristeas.
They just want to kill one grid, but White Squall refuses to die. So much redundancy in both sections of the grid.
He's very stubborn like
Target
that.
destroyed.
Bonnie, wait, what? How did Bonnie go red? Bonnie went red and split into giblets. It did the
Seeing
auto
on the
track
delay
of one of the
here,
Bonnie giblets.
63, 64, went to 58, and then... Oof.
Yep. So it's only deducted 1 chip's worth of points so far, but it has another giblet of Bonnie track. No thrust on that giblet that cracked, though. I'd say that is effectively a dead Bonnie.
Aristeas running into the center cap. Bouncing up the center.
Yeah, so Bonnie went from 48% to 3 or 4 individual pieces.
Breaking up from Hydrofire, I imagine.
Something integral was removed.
Yeah, that'll happen. Looks like Chris isn't too far behind either.
Well, Chris is in better shape, though, for now.
Yeah, if he were clicked on with a Hydra, then that might be the end of him. But I'm not sure if UOD have any Hydras left.
I don't know. I am impressed that both White Squall and Max are continuing to just sit there. Reaper in 303. Reaper 303 actually does have a Hydra. I just saw him fire it. Aristeas getting into the fight.
You down to 250 tickets. Looks like Max still has a blink drive, and 303 still has that Hydra.
Yeah, he does. At this point, though, even if they were successful in redding out both Max and White Squall, That's not enough tickets.
I suppose here you can really see the weakness of Yuad's strategy. Cut the head off and the body dies.
Yep. It's all over but the screaming now.
Yuad now dipping down into pretty dangerous levels.
Yep.
30
danger
seconds.
zone.
You have 30 seconds as of now to win. Everybody's so
15.
punch drunk, it's turned into... It's a chiseling match? 10,
10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Game, that's it, we're done.
there's a stun just to make sure.
Well played. It was by no means clean, but none of those MCE ships was going down.
Wow.
MCE victory.
2 of them sub 20%.
MCE. Alright, restarting. What's our next
you know
match?
What it is. You know what it is. Bryce put all his tips into MCE and he couldn't lose him.
Oh, yeah?
He threw the match. It's all his fault.
It's definitely a throw.
Alright, so the last one. Hack versus Uod. Give him a couple minutes to, dry off.
Get yourselves into position and figure it out, and we'll decide what matches need to take place after that. What a game, I agree.
Amazing.
Okay. And victory for MCE, I marked it down. Here we go. Hack versus Uod on Combat 2. Going the distance with this stream, we are currently sitting at 5 hours and 33 minutes. Which is right around where we hope to be. GG to MC, what champions. There is something you can't take away from them, is they just beat Uod, the champion of day 2. Now, if the derecho incident didn't happen and they still beat Hack outright, that would have been it right there. But now I want to see how Uod does with Hack.
Aristius claiming kills for Bonnie and Bryce.
Okay, so that was with the Hydra then?
Yep, Hydra.
Yeah. The way they died suggested to me that it was quite violent and a single component failed and they just flew to pieces. That's kind of the creeping danger of a Hydra. If you just let it chew on you, eventually it will find something that you find important.
Alright, take up some positions. Get ready for the next gruesome match.
I'm gonna pin my camera to Bonnie and Bryce this time. I'm tired of looking away and they've either killed somebody or they're a cloud of debris. This happened more than once.
And I'll stick with the tanks and give you the run by run on how many blocks are missing from each one every 2 or 3 minutes.
I did so good, said Bryce. I got out of my ship mid-fight. Saw that. Do some repairs, I imagine? What was the deal with that? Better question is, why didn't Chris chase you down and just annihilate you? He could see you out of your cockpit. Granted, it's possible he didn't notice. Figured that would be a pretty good bait strategy, though, is going behind one of these blocker boxes and then getting out and waiting for them to come back around. But you're actually ready for them and not repairing. That might be reading it too much. A little bit too much.
Place your bets.
Alright, get your bets together. Got 2 on UOD so far and 4 on Hack loaded
I can
in.
bet my last 866 points.
Wow.
I started today with about 107,000.
You hit twice and you got flung? Ah.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were just fixing something.
If you launched the sun launcher inside the cube, that'd be really funny. And if there's any loose debris inside of Bonnie at all, it would quickly become a blender. Rolling the last group of nerds together. Just got food delivery, courtesy of viewers like you. Your subscriptions pay for almost literally everything, but including nice luxury meals that I can just order in and eat with my girlfriend without needing to worry about supper after a long stream. So thank you. Oh no, at the cube from the outside. It would probably get pulled into the wall and then ricochet off faster and faster and faster. So it'd probably be a question of if you could move it around fast enough to rip the subgrid off. Ooh, there we go. I think my game almost crashed because he spawned down that ship on top of my spectator camera. How much do you want to bet what's happening with the derechos is their effect is being overwritten when they hit the target because there's so damn many of them? Granted, if you're doing a static test, it should be relatively basic to determine exactly how much damage it does over time to an ideal target. And if that's different, then we'll figure that out later, probably tomorrow. Alright. Betting's looking pretty good so far. 225,000 versus 83,000. 83,000 on Hack. The majority of these tibs are going towards UOD. It's an interesting choice, considering what just happened, but fair enough. Perhaps there is some mismatch in ship loadout between MC and UOD that doesn't exist with Hack. Certainly the prevalence of those Hydras doesn't help the fast movers. Grab the grids onto the tracker there, just waiting for the last one from UOD. Trash removal, 150 blocks. 500 meters. Submit. Damage is on. Fields are charged. Teams are set. Got Bryce on 1. Bonnie on 2.
Sorry, I had to take a phone call. Yeah, I was looking at the betting. Bryce has put all of his tibs, all 204,901, on himself this time.
Ah.
They're intending to not throw the match with Hack.
So basically, if Hack wins now, they're the champion, we take second place? Well. So if Hack were to win now, they would have 2 wins and no losses. MC would have 1 win and 1 loss, and UOD would have 2 losses. So we could pretty easily scratch UOD out if they lose. Right there.
Yeah.
Why do they show their shunts? Isn't that giving the opposite team info about your status for free? So that is actually a bit of FUD lore. That option on your shield controller, show shunts or whatever, that's for you and your team and faction. The enemy will still see it no matter what. That's for you. Is that dumb? Yes. Would I prefer an option to have the ability to make shields almost completely invisible unless they're being hit? Yes.
There is. No one turns it on. I hate.
Yeah, it's sitting here. Well, people turn it on sometimes. And on paper, there is supposed to be a HUD element that when you lock onto a ship, the shield circle with all the faces on it, it should tell you what faces are shunted. But I don't think that's worked for a very long time.
No, it just gives you like a bunch of symbols.
Yep. Alright, so we'll see how this match goes. Oh wow, there's bunk. Don't worry, it's not written down anywhere. That's word of mouth only, baby. Alrighty.
Welcome to Fudlore.
The button is for you if you want to see your own, which seems a little odd to me because the last line of defense you have against something being improperly set up and shunted is the visual check of what is flashing red.
Why would you turn that off?
Yeah. Yeah, if you find it annoying. All my members can see all ships. Going to assume yes, and both teams are ready.
Oh, betting has closed. 58% you are, 42% hack. There are a lot of Tibbs on the field.
Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin.
After commit kill.
Final matches of the grand tournament. Need to be changed lock. Tell someone's strat change quick when they see shunt or not. Well, that's how I know you haven't had much experience flying. Or if you do have experience flying, it's not the kind of flying that I'm experienced with.
Yep.
Yeah. The basic assumption is if somebody's looking at you and you're shooting at them, they're fully forward shunted. That's not a mystery.
Yeah, it's there's not a lot of options here. It's either you're putting power to that field or you're not. If you're not, well, you're just wrong.
So it goes, but I'm gonna keep my camera pinned on Bonnie or Bryce. Ooh.
Yeah, well, Bonnie is doing their usual thing, capturing zone. Bryce is hot dogging it up.
Looks like they're running air support or CAP, close air support. Air protection? No, patrol. Close air patrol. Combat air patrol, that's the one. Ah. I know what words mean. Easy. It would be better. Yeah, I don't really mind the tactical part. I don't think it would be all that useful because combat takes place at such a distance where you can barely see the target anyway, 9 times out of 10. Ooh. But the option would be nice. Looks like we got a twin Ares straight through the nose of 303.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see the exit wounds. .303 is fully determined to continue pressing W though. He is a tank. He will be fine.
In comes the wall of fire. Well, wall of gunfire anyways.
Oh, More fire from Spartan. Ooh.
Ah, I almost missed it. Bryce is being heavily engaged by both Tycel and Augustus. Oh yeah, those Drachos are working just fine, guys. You can fuck right off, honestly.
Drive assembly is hit. His afterburner is still there, but it's probably not functional at this point.
Oh yeah.
Never mind, afterburner's gone. Oh. Carter is hit.
And that's gonna be the end of Bryce.
Bryce has been vaporized.
Breaking into tiny pieces, falling apart. That's gonna be it for him.
303, who is going toe-to-toe with Spartan, 55% hull integrity.
To be fair to him, Doom Fox, it's not written down anywhere, and people still assume it actually is that way. Because what else would you think?
303 is trying to weapon strip Spartan. Bold move.
Could be a halfway decent play. Now that they are already down one of the Murder Brothers.
303 has lost drive assembly. And
bye, Bryce.
Almost out of weapons at this point. 303 is pretty much combat ineffective. Ooh. Bonnie took a glancing hit there.
Was that a dud Tartarus, or did that get totally absorbed into something that might have gotten totally absorbed? As in, it did its damage, it just didn't have time to play its effects?
Yeah.
Maybe I should have brought Drachos. Well, they're certainly effective against Bonnie. And Bryce. Looks like Reaper Dragon Gaming is alone with Dylan, Dawn, and Spartan.
Yeah. Spartan jumping away, forcing him to reposition again. Augustus and Tycel continuing their harassment of Bonnie.
Oh, his blink drive is on fire.
Blink drive out in the open on fire. Shields collapsing. They're about to get even crispier. And the shields are down.
Oh yeah, those thrusters getting lit on fire immediately under those Drachos. They're working great, boys.
Yep. Oh, there's another Tartarus hit. Another swarm of Drachos.
Oh no, that Tartarus did a bit. Oh no. Oh, I thought he was okay. Bonnie is fucking dead. Capital F. Moving on.
Done.
Right, Reaper Dragon Gaming versus Dylan, Dawn, and Spartan, and I am going to use my 1 F-bomb as allocated to me by the algorithm. No better plays than that one.
Oh yeah. Well,
shields drop from an Ares.
Here it is. 303 Gaming is not even in the cockpit. He appears to abandon ship. If I was you, Odd, everybody would be on Reaper attempting to weld him as he stares death in the face. And
this is looking to be a relatively open and shut case for Hack.
Main drive assembly's gone. Weapons are disappearing rapidly.
We got Fs in chat.
It's all over but the screaming.
Oh. Yeah, that did what I thought it did. That did too. God. Those 90 degrees offset Ares hits are probably what's doing the majority of the damage to these heavy tanks as Tycel runs towards the corpse of 303 with Augustus.
Yep.
Wow, is he gyro kill? No, he still has a bunch of gyros.
He's not in his ship. I'm pretty sure he just abandoned it.
Nothing in chat, so I can't tell if he DC'd or not.
No. His ship is completely combat ineffective. Weapons stripped. Nothing left.
Yeah, nothing left. Let's go back to something that's actually shooting back.
Reaper.
Oh, just lost a cockpit by the looks of it.
He only has 3 weapons left according to the board. His hull integrity is dropping rapidly.
Bonk.
Getting the bonk from Spartan. Just flip to integrity mode, Spartan. Push right through him. Come on. Glory kill. Keeps bumping him.
Looks like we're gonna get a sandwich effect. Oh no, some friendly fire. Both ships just pounding on either side of poor Reaper.
Point blank Ares fire.
He's still at 40-something% somehow. Only
Really?
a single weapon left.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Look at
there
him
it
go.
is, The one, Mark III. It's living the dream.
Ooh.
It's really trying.
Well, I suppose that's all you can ask for with a almost total team wipe like that.
303 ship at 8%, not dead. Amazing.
I wonder if Uad's initial damage on Bryce decided this match outright, because he was pretty messed up by the time I actually went over and checked on him.
Yeah. The Murder Twins set the pacing for Uad.
Yep.
You wipe them off, you throw them on the back foot, and it's really hard for them to recover. A testament to the engineering of these tanks. Both of them still technically not dead.
There's still men running around welding stuff. Yeah, get it, buddy. Yeah, you can definitely still win this. Keep welding, buddy. You can do it.
You can do it.
I'm waiting for one of them to be taken out by an Ares like a fucking R2 droid on the top of the ship in the prequel series. Just poof, gone.
Oh, yeah,
like
I
that.
remember
Oh.
Target
And that's it.
Oh,
He's gone red, so we got
God.
303 left in the field, but now we're done on tickets.
No
Game.
tickets. 303 forts.
And now he's dead.
And now it's dead.
We'll call that as a team wipe. Okay.
Bryce, what are you waiting for?
Do it. I'm right here. Alright, so that's 2 victories for Hack, 0 for Uad, and 1 for MCE.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that gives us a result.
Does it? Because we still can. If MCE desperately think they can pull that back, we can look into it, but man, it ain't looking good. You know what? Actually, give me a sec. Let's see. It's Chris or Max is the captain?
For,
MCE?
Max.
Kit. Greetings.
Greetings.
I have just stolen you.
Yes, I have realized.
Alright. Well, let's have a discussion, buddy.
Okay.
So, Hack are 2-0. MCE are 1-1, and Uad are 0-2.
I would probably, can you move Aristeas and Chris up here, and then we can just ask them how to... I don't want to run over my team again.
Oh. Alright. Now we're not going to
Hello
win
there.
over the team again, and let's have the same
Yes.
conversation. Welcome to the stream, boys. Open air. So, Hack have 2 wins. MC has 1 and 1 loss. Uad has 0 wins and 2 losses, which would then put them in 3rd place, MC in 2nd place, and Hack in 1st place. Of course, we can run around again and, best of 5. But I know you guys are going to be running into some time issues here pretty quick, if not already.
I'm fine, but I think Heck pretty much showed that they are superior with the Derek Crows actually working.
Yeah, I'd love to fight again, but I don't think it'll turn out any different.
Do you want to fight again? That's my question.
Guys, now's the time.
Yeah,
Say if you want to fight again.
Literally it. It's okay if you don't want to. That's perfectly fine.
Yes, I'll say yes.
Okay, so MC wants another go around, but now we need to figure out what Spartan wants.
Okay.
Captain Spartan to the bridge, please.
Yep. Let's see if I can go grab him from my DMs here. Spartan. Is that Spartan? Spartan. Yep. Want to go against MCE again, or no? Just sent him a DM, seeing what's up there. But aside from all that, guys, MCE as a team, how'd you feel about the tournament?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was lots of fun. Well done to the Starcore team.
Yes, I'm very happy that we did not lose our first fight and were immediately out.
That is an upgrade.
Yes.
Definitely.
Like the last two grand tournaments, losing
Target
it the first
destroyed.
round.
Yeah.
So, looks like not getting anything out of Spartan.
We've already done
They are
let's see,
still over in their Discord. I can just hop over there and ask him.
Yeah, just frame it as you wanted to go it again rather than how dare you. We want to return the decision. Just do we want to see that fight again? Because I don't mind running just one more if that's all they want between MC and Hack. But if they say no, that's okay too. But Hack have definitely proven once all their guns aren't being changed out from under them, they definitely have a winning strategy, especially for Season 3. Yoad being soundly beaten by both MC and Hack. That was a little unexpected.
Oh, hello.
Hey, there you are, buddy. Alright, so we're just having a little chat together. Just wanted to play up on comms. Would you be interested in another match versus MC, or are you good?
I think we're good. We have nothing left to prove, but I'll ask my team.
Yeah, this is more of a, extra lap that I'm going to put on in the background. Not really going to be too worried about it, but if you do want to have the extra fight, then we can.
Wait, as in, like, an extra fight for the cup, or is it over already? Like, I'm a little...
Well, you got 2 wins and 0 losses in a... so... We can run as many fights as we want. If it's going to be the same result over and over again, well, you've already won. But if the intent is just to run the extra fight for the entertainment value, that's different.
Does the chat want some more entertainment?
So, what are we on currently? What is the status quo?
So, the way it stands right now, Hack are currently in control of the cup.
Target
And unless they were to lose to MCE in, like, a rematch and, show that this is going to go any other way, we might as well end it here, but for another match for just entertainment purposes, I think everybody's on board with it. Kind of like an encore. Up to you, though. You can still say you don't feel like it or object to any of this. This isn't in stone yet.
Yeah.
Target destroyed.
No, as flying the tanks, I felt pretty outclassed, so I don't know if much will change if we roll again, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm actually...
Alright, so we seem good to go, and we're going to call that a tournament. Congratulations. What?
Wait,
no, I was gonna say congratulations, Max, but you were already gonna say the congratulations, my bad.
Oh. So it sounded like MC was confused. Did that not sound like the
correct thing?
correct
Opinion. I'm not speaking for my team members. They can have their own opinion.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't worry. It's pretty late for you guys.
Yeah,
and,
it's my understanding that Chris and I say yes. I don't know what White says. Max says no. I think that this is speaking just for myself. I think that Hack won fair and square, but a rematch would be fun here.
Well, we can always organize something a little special for an event another day. Perhaps MC and Hack at the head of 2 much larger teams with smaller ships as a fun little event to send us off into Season 4.
Why not?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm
Sounds
very
good.
fine with second place.
All right.
I'll take second.
So,
hey, still beat Hack more times than they beat us.
that is fair.
We beat you more. Let's go.
You did beat them in a raw count of wins. You can wear that on your lapel and be very proud of it. You did extremely well this tournament. Second place is nothing to be worried about.
Yeah.
Now, we'll get in contact with the winners as we go for, of course, the prizes and anything else. We'll have the feedback form out and ready at some point. Not going to rush too hard on that one, as we won't be running any mainline tournaments for a little bit. But there will be some side events here and there run by myself, the team, and other members, of course. GG to everybody. I think that's a stream.
All right.
Sounds good.